Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving fast. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is, one name. So that's brothers and sisters or siblings. That's what I've been told that means. So one name, welcome one names. So welcome dear friends. We go again, another session. Just as we do it again. Hopefully as delightful as all the previous sessions. You know how it goes here. It's a surrender yourself to the space situation. So you do this, put your hands up, and then just relax and let us take you on that ride. You know how it goes. It's a laugh a minute, a cry a minute, and anger a minute, and a disbelief a minute. All of the emotions rush to your head as you watch along or participate in the One Man Went to Mo session. So another session commences. Thank you for your company. Hopefully you stay with us all the way through. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. We're noticing that the subscription are not matching the viewership, which is to tell us that a lot of people watch, but none of them make that effort to subscribe. So if you're not already subscribed, then do us that favor and correct that right now. And in the process of subscribing, just flick the mouse and click on the like button as well. So like and subscribe is that rather long-winded diatribe that I just delivered. So like and subscribe. So do that. And then having done that, if you want to come join us on the studio to participate in the Going Sun, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. So click on that to come join us in the studio or on the studio. I'm never quite sure if it is in the studio or on the studio, but whichever it is, come join us. So click on that to come join us and participate. And then, of course, a lot of you know that we are encouraging people to donate towards the platform by way of the buy the coffee function. So if you have any inclinations in that direction, so I'm just looking for the link now. If you have any inclinations in that direction, click on this hyperlink now that I'm posting in the comment section. Go there and go wild. So go there and be as liberal with your wallet as you possibly can be. So click on there and go buy coffee for your host. So to keep him lubricated, you see. So the headlines that we're going to be contending with, it looks as though Babangida has done a runner. He often does this when an election is about to take place. 2023 presidency, political calculation. As IBB leaves for Germany, Atiku travels to the United Kingdom. So there is no smoke without fire, that often they're saying. And often, when they move to Europe, is usually to have a meeting. They will couch it under some business medical trip. So Babangida can afford to go on a medical trip now because he's not in contention for anything. So it doesn't really matter the state of health he's in. But it is more than a coincidence that he's now traveled to Europe right at the exact same moment that Atiku has had to have been rushed to Europe for a medical emergency. So what are we reading into this is the question. Political calculation as IBB leaves for Germany, Atiku travels to UK. So we find out exactly what we're making of that. Anxiety as Emefiele misses Buhari's deadline to return to office. CBN governor remains abroad pursuing asylum. So it looks as though now it's a declared wanted situation now that we have with Emefiele. Because the deadline, a lot of people are saying, okay, he had booked a leave which is to expire at a certain date, and I'm sure this article will tell us exactly what that date is, but it looks as though that date has come and passed, and this guy is still nowhere to be seen. Wanted by the DSS, but will they declare an international warrant for him to invite the Interpol to arrest him at any point of exit or entry? Anxiety as Emefiele misses Buhari's deadline to return to office. CBN governor remains abroad pursuing asylum. So there it is, man on the run, man on the run. 2023 general elections may be postponed over insecurity. INEC. So a lot of you with memories going that deep, you recall during the Goodluck Jonathan phase how often they deferred the elections for reasons of security or lack thereof. But is that going to replay in this instance is the question. 2023 general elections may be postponed over insecurity. It is INEC alerting to the space. Adamawa residents troop to major roads with buckets of water to wash off stain left behind by Buhari and APC campaign team. So we've seen this often happen, and it looks as though it's happened in this instance, washing Okay, I think we actually have a clip of it. So that's great. So I shall download it then to see if we can play it. So we've seen this happen more than once. In instances, people then washing away. It's symbolism, of course. It's symbolism. Is to demonstrate disapproval to the media space. So this entirely for the benefit of social media. But we've seen this happen in the past. So the headline again, and I have the clip to show you. Adamawa residents troop to major roads with buckets of water to wash off stain left behind by President Buhari APC campaign team. So what quite is being read into that, or what we're being asked to make of that, all of that we'll find out shortly. Let me just copy this. I'm just picking it up now to see if I can download it. So just give me 1 microsecond to do that. So give me 1 microsecond to do that with Twitter downloader. Okay, let's just you see, I prefer rather than share the screen just to download these things, pop it onto StreamYard so I can play it immediately right there on StreamYard. So let's just let's capture this. It doesn't take but so there it is. It's only a 12-second clip. So let me now pop it into the into the StreamYard. Let's pop it into the StreamYard. These are things we have to do, you know, just to keep things ticking over. So this is what we have to do to keep things ticking over. So we pop that into StreamYard. So there it is in StreamYard. So we find out then and watch in visual form. Adamawa residents troop to major roads with bucket of water to wash off stain left behind by President Buhari APC campaign team. So we find out exactly what's in play there. Let's see, have I lost this? Right. Federal government shifts fuel importation deadline to 2024. So now, I'm not quite sure, but this looks like if they are shifting fuel importation to 2024, which is the year after this one that we're in now, that we've just come into now, that is to tell you then that the fuel subsidy is lasting for the cycle of this year and going into next year. But that is my understanding. But when we get into the body of the headline, then we find out exactly what they're saying. But that is what it indicates from the headline. Federal government shifts fuel importation deadline to 2024. So quite why and what's happening there, we find out shortly. This now good news. It's very rare that we bring you good news on this platform. Well, only because really there's often instances no good news to bring out of Nigeria. But this certainly portends good news. But what are you making of it? Lagos state government take delivery of 2 passenger trains for Blue Line Rail. So there it is. And there it is. If you've not been to Lagos over the last 2-3 years, you might well go back to a city that you don't recognize anymore. Lagos is working, no matter what anybody tells you. And these are the visual signs are there for everybody to see. Lagos state government takes delivery of 2 passenger trains for Blue Line Rail. So quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. Oh, no, I think we'll actually abandon that one because that's somewhat stale news. It's the never-ending battle between Atiku and Yemsen Wike. So I think we tire of that. At least I tire of that for a moment. Where is Atiku? Fani Kayode attacks PDP banner men. PDP banner men reveals top secret. So whatever the top secret is, usually when they tell you reveal top secret, you get there, you don't find out much. But hopefully in this instance, there is something to chew on. And this one, a curiosity. We land on a curiosity. Buhari discloses what he plans on doing with his last 4 months as president. So more killings, I suspect. We already know. Is he going to do differently from what he has always done? So all of that in the mix. What is also in the mix as well is the expose videos that have come out regarding Atiku and his corruption. So we've got the clips and we'll play it in the course of the session and have conversations around that. So a rich menu, as always is the case, is always a rich menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. that, as I said, if you are not already subscribed, then please do that. We need numbers. And if you've not clicked on the like button, then please do that. We need that for the algorithm as well, the YouTube algorithm. So click on like and subscribe. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then it brings you into the studio space. And then, of course, invitations to donate towards the platform. And I have the anticipation or the hope, or at least not the anticipation, that more than one person goes to that space this time around. I only ever report back one person going there. So maybe today we'll report quite a few people going there. So if you want to tip towards the platform, then click on that link that says buy your host cups of coffee. Go there and go wild. So don't go there and be derisory. Go there and go wild. So as we talk about all those, let me take a mini pit stop with another little musical intermission. And then when I come back, we get straight into the throes of it. But first, the Kegites, Egbe Lemu.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́ni àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niriwa Gbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Ame Adurayan Opo. So Ikuko Niriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023 presidency political calculation as IBB leaves for Germany. Atiku travels to London. So what is this space making of that? One of Nigeria's former military head of state, General Ibrahim Babangida, has traveled to Germany. Correspondence reports that Babangida was accompanied to Germany on Sunday, January the 8th, by his second son, Aminu, and a security aide, and is expected to return after the general elections. So let me pause there for a moment. Because it is quite pertinent to note that, and if you go back through history, if you just do a quick research, you will notice that during electoral cycles, Babangida rather often travels to Germany, where his medical records are, we have to say. He often travels to Germany, and he faces that medical visit to cut through the elections and then come back after that. Because his anticipation of an electoral space is that anything can happen. And if anything does happen, he's one of the prime targets. So he makes his quiet escape. So this is a quiet escape by the Gap-Foot General, the Maradona. Our correspondence reports that Babangida was accompanied to Germany on Sunday, January the 8th, by his second son, Aminu, and security aide, and is expected to return after the general elections. It was gathered that the at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja. Babangida's, it was gathered that at the Amino, let's do that all over again. One of Nigeria's former military head of state, General Ibrahim Babangida, has traveled to Germany. Correspondents report that Babangida was accompanied to Germany on Sunday, January the 8th, by his second son, Aminu, and a security aide, and is expected to return after the general elections. It was gathered that at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja, IBB's other children bid him farewell. Although Babangida's decision to leave Nigeria has triggered suspicions that he's planning to unite with Atiku Abubakar for a secret meeting, a close family source revealed that IBB is trying to evade any controversy ahead of the general elections. The source also disclosed that the former leader is built to undertake his usual medical checks. So it is quite curious. It's quite curious to note that his usual medical checks always cycles around electoral spaces. When elections are taking place, suddenly he goes for his medical checks. Pleading anonymity, the source said, His Excellency is in no doubt averse to being mentioned in and associated with any of the controversies the election may generate, and decided to go away. Although already some of the presidential candidates have requested to visit him publicly, but he refused and decided to go out of the country. It was learned that IBB will be in Germany for 3 months and return a few days to Ramadan. So there it is right there. Okay, it tells in today, so let me give you this as well. Is Atiku seriously ill? Fresh facts emerge as PDP flag bearers. Fresh facts emerge over PDP flag bearers' health status. An emerging report has revealed that Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), is seriously ill and has been flown to the United Kingdom for medical attention. The Adamawa-born politician was flown to the United Kingdom from Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Correspondents gathered that the details about his ill health were disclosed by a top source in his presidential campaign council. Atiku is not feeling fine. He is in hospital receiving treatment. That is why he is not back in Nigeria for the presidential campaign. He was in Dubai, but has now left Dubai for London for treatment. He has been flown to the United Kingdom for treatment. That was why he is still abroad. So it is quite curious to note that at the very epicenter of an electoral cycle, which every vote is being fought for tooth and nail, with Peter Obi threatening to snatch the presidential seat from the hands of the political stalwarts, the political juggernaut. One of the front players, one of the key players, has stayed away not only from the campaign trail, but even from the country, preferring to be in Dubai. What is he doing in Dubai in the middle of a hard-fought election? So that's the first thing. But then the second thing is that he has then gone from Dubai to London. But then because somebody sent me a clip already, so they're already putting out the clips that is the Hale and Hearty clips. They're already putting it out. But really, it is quite a thing. There is no equivocation that this guy is carrying a serious ailment. There is no equivocation about that. And one of the signals, one of the telltale signs is that they are not going out after Tinubu frontally regarding his health, because of course they know what Atiku carries himself. So there it is, Atiku in hospital in London. So there it is, hand they shake, leg they shake, but it is other people that are in hospital. So there it is. I think somebody just sent in something. Anxiety as Emefiele misses Buhari's deadline to return to office. CBN governor remains abroad pursuing asylum. So quite what the mystery is around Godwin Emefiele. Hopefully it will be unraveled in the shortest possible time. because we are not clear at all what is going on in that space. No one is clear at all what is going on in that space. We know that he has been declared wanted by the DSS, but we don't know exactly why. It cannot be for reasons of financing terrorism. That is too fanciful for anybody to fathom or to digest. And it cannot be for financially sabotaging the country, because he has been financially sabotaging the country for the last 10 years. So what exactly is it that is the reason for this circling round Emefiele all of a sudden, that he's felt the need to make his escape? Godwin Emefiele, CBN governor, has reportedly failed to resume official duties after exhausting his approved vacation. So there it is. So is now officially AWOL, absent without leave. That's what AWOL means, by the way. Is now officially AWOL, which is absent without leave. This is as the Apex Bank governor has concluded plans to seek asylum in the United Kingdom over the developing threats to his position and personal safety from the State Security Service, SSS. However, correspondents do not know when he is filing his asylum application, but he is ready. Mr. Emefiele had in December received presidential approval to proceed on vacation until the 9th of January. So the 9th of January, so this is the date that his leave comes formally to an end. So anything outside of this, then he's AWOL, is absent without leave. Sources, however, told correspondents that the Apex Bank chief, who was billed to resume work today, had not shown up as of noon on Monday, and that he's not on his way back to the country. So there was a previous headline that told us that he has snuck into Abuja, so even his whereabouts remains somewhat of a mystery. The tension surrounding his much expected return borders around the uncertainty that has enveloped the economy, especially the capital market. According to the source, the bank's chief is still shuttling between the United Kingdom and the United States. The situation is still not very comfortable for him, per a source familiar with the matter. Mr. Emefiele, who has been forced to remain abroad due to plot to implicate him as a financier of terrorism, has been weighing his options there. People familiar with his schedule said the CBN governor departed Nigeria between December the 9th and 10th, then made an appearance with President Buhari during a well-publicized trip to Washington that ended on December the 17th. Sources said that Mr. Emefiele will be willing to return to Nigeria if the president could offer protection from the state goons at the SSS. Allegations have fled that the covert police secured the backing of Mr. Buhari and other high-ranking government officials to launch an attack against the CBN governor. However, Justice John Toso of the Federal High Court in Abuja, in a December 13, 2022 ruling, declined to authorize an arrest warrant sought by the SSS to take Mr. Emefiele into custody. Mr. Toso said the secret police had failed to establish its claims against Mr. Emefiele, whilst also obscuring his identity in order to deceive the court into granting an erroneous motion. Correspondents learned that the president has not taken a definitive position yet on the stalemate. Mr. Emefiele's decision, so this is exactly where it wraps around. Mr. Emefiele's decision to redesign the Naira and limit cash withdrawal, presumably intended to curb vote buying at the 2023 elections, may have earned him strong political adversaries and landed him in a war with other loyalists of the regime. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. But then, of course, all of these things that Emefiele has done, he would not have done it outside the approval and understanding of Buhari. So as somebody then gone then to change Buhari's mind and then cut him loose adrift. So that seems to be what is going on. But then him not returning to work, what does this mean? Does this mean then he immediately then gets sacked? So what we're looking for now over the course of the next couple of days is to either have an announcement that somebody is acting as an interim. They will tell us that somebody is acting as an interim governor of the CBN, because you cannot have a vacuum in that place. And then they will appoint some Fulani woman to arrowhead the CBN. And that Fulani woman will immediately start to reverse all of the things that Emefiele has done. What you will see over the next couple of days is exactly what I said. There is an interim chairperson governor of the CBN, and then that interim governor is going to extend then the cutoff time, because you know, of course, the old Naira ceases to be legal tender from the 31st of this month. How many more weeks is that? That roughly 3 weeks, if even that. So yeah, roughly 3 weeks. So roughly 3 weeks, the old Naira currency ceases to be legal tender. But they don't have that much time to move. So within the course of this week, if Emefiele does not return, which it will not, they will announce an interim governor of the CBN, because they will claim that you cannot have a vacuum in that space. And then that interim chairperson of the CBN, which will be a Fulani woman, will then start to reverse some of the policy positions of Emefiele. The first thing she will do is to extend the time that the old Naira can still be in use. She will do that. And then, of course, she will remove that limit of withdrawal as well. So those are the two spaces that agitate them. So they get Emefiele out of the way, put this Fulani woman in to reverse his policy positions. So those are my predictions. We'll see how those play out. 2023 general election may be postponed. This is INEC now, mischief making. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says that the prevailing security challenges in the country may lead to the cancellation or postponement of the 2023 general election built to start in February. Mahmoud Yakubu, the national chairman of INEC, dropped the hint in Abuja. If the insecurity is not monitored and dealt with decisively, it could culminate in the cancellation and or postponement of elections in sufficient constituencies to hinder declaration of election results and precipitate constitutional crisis. Mr. Yakubu, represented by the chairman board of Electoral Institute, Abdullahi Zuru, said on Monday. The electoral body had announced February the 25th and March the 12th for the presidential and National Assembly and governorship elections, respectively. INEC also disclosed that 18 political parties fielded candidates for the exercise, with the PDP, APC, LP, and NMPP as the top political parties that will participate in the elections. Speaking at the validation of election security training held in Abuja, Mr. Yakubu explained that election security was vital to conducting a free, fair, and credible poll. Mr. Yakubu promised that the commission would ensure adequate security for its personnel and electoral materials if the exercise will still hold. So there it is right there. So that's another anticipation to throw into the mix. So it's not an unknown thing within the Nigerian space, by the way, elections being cancelled. So that's another thing to throw into the mix, the possibility of that election being cancelled. Adamawa residents trooped to major roads with buckets of water to wash off stain left by President Buhari APC campaign trail. So I'll just give you a few paragraphs of this, and then I'll play you a short clip, and then we go on to the next one. Youth in Adamawa State on Monday took to the streets to wash off what they considered as President Mohamed Buhari and All Progressive Congress APC Bola Tinubu stain during their visit to the state. Buhari had led the APC campaign train to Adamawa, the home state of the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, to canvass for support for the APC candidate. However, shortly thereafter, youths trooped to the streets with buckets of water, washing off what they consider as stain of the APC leadership, and also set brooms, APC symbol, on fire. Earlier at the palace of Lamido of Adamawa, when President Buhari visited, the APC candidate Tinubu was conspicuously absent, prompting the president to explain that Tinubu's aircraft had developed a fault as reported by correspondents. So there it is right there. I'm sure there'll be some conspiracies read into that, but let's play you a short clip then of that space. Let's play you a short clip of that space. This is the Adamawa people are washing away the stench of Tinubu and Buhari. So that is it for whatever it is. So that is it for whatever it is. Let's just leave that. I think that clip tells us all we need to know from that space. But this one now, federal government shifts fuel importation deadline to 2024. The Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Atiku Presidency, made the... let's take it from the top. The federal government on Monday projected that Nigeria would be ending the importation of petroleum products by the first quarter of 2024. The Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Atiku Presidency, made the projection based on the expected completion of the rehabilitation of Port Harcourt refinery and completion of the 650,000 barrel per day capacity Dangote refinery. Silva disclosed this at an event on President Muhammad Buhari's administration scorecard organized by the Ministry of Information and Culture. Correspondence findings showed this would not be the first time the minister will be making this sort of projection. In December 2022, he put the deadline for the importation of fuel products at the third quarter of 2023. Before then, a former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Emmanuel Kachiku, had in February 2017 put a deadline to fuel importation for 2019, banking on the turnaround maintenance of Nigeria's redundant refineries. Silva, presenting the scorecard of the ministry, said the 60,000 barrel per day capacity refinery within the Port Harcourt refinery complex would be ready for production by the first quarter of 2024. He added that the Dangote refinery, the largest single train refinery in the world, with investment of over 25 billion, will be on stream before the end of 2023, in addition to several modular refineries projects in the country. So there is. He, however, assured that with the combined production of the Port Harcourt refinery, Dangote refinery, and the modular refineries, Nigeria will end importation of petroleum products into the country. The minister disclosed that to ensure seamless local production of petroleum products, the federal government deliberately took a 20% equity stake in the Dangote refinery. The minister also revealed that the federal government also took a 30% equity stake in each of the 5,000 barrel per day Walter Smith modular refinery in Imo State and the 10,000 capacity Dupont modular refinery in Edo State, amongst others. Silva said that the government was addressing the challenge of access to crude being faced by the modular refineries. So why should the modular refineries even have difficulties accessing? It is almost unfathomable. Nigeria is the top 7 largest oil exporting country in the world. So why should if you put just use one shovel to just take a scoop of sand from anywhere in the ground in Nigeria, oil will gush out. So what's the difficulty with the modular refineries accessing crude? Silva said that the government was addressing the challenge of access to crude being faced by the modular refineries. The minister also reiterated the position of the federal government that subsidy regime was no longer sustainable. According to him, the huge fund being spent on subsidy could be deployed to other developmental projects that will impact positively on many Nigerians. Well, we all know that, so tell us something we don't know. He added that the removal of subsidy will attract more investment into the petroleum sector, as many private players would be willing to invest in building refineries. So it's always been a mystery why more people are not building refineries within Nigeria. It seems like an easy money space to me. Is it a licensing thing, or that Dangote has just shuffled them all out of the way? So there it is. But this now portends somewhat good news. But first, a sip of water. Lagos State government take delivery of 2 passenger trains for Blue Line Rail. So that hopefully this is considered universally good news. Although some naysayers will still come and tell us why it's a terrible thing or what took them so long. The governor, who announced the reception of the train on his Twitter account on Monday afternoon, said that the passenger trains will be cleared at the port of entry and had been moved to all right, let's take it again. The governor who announced the reception of the train on his Twitter account on Monday afternoon said that the passenger trains were cleared at the port of entry and had been moved to the National Stadium, Igamu. I hope they are put on public display so people can at least come and admire it. Look at the thing. We're celebrating this is something that they deliver quietly in most other countries. Nobody even knows anything is happening. Governor Babangida Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has announced that the state has received the delivery of 2 Blue Line rails. The governor, who announced the reception of the trains on his Twitter account on Monday afternoon, said that the passenger trains were cleared at the port of entry and had been moved to the National Theatre. According to him, the train had been lifted from the theatre station into the elevated rail track. Dear Lagos, we have taken delivery of 2 new train sets for the Blue Line. These passenger trains have been cleared at the port of entry and have been moved to the National Stadium, where they have been lifted onto the elevated train tracks. I am indeed glad to inform the good people of Lagos that with the arrival of these train sets, we are on course with our plans to change the face of the rail transport system in Lagos State. A greater Lagos indeed rising, the governor said. So hopefully that is universally good news. But then, of course, as I said, there'll be some naysayers somewhere. So back to this, and this now still Atiku's health. No, we are not having this. This is the Yemsen Wike one. So let's skip that. Where is Atiku? Fani Kayode attacks PDP bannerman reveals top secret. So hopefully there is actually a top secret being revealed. The director of special projects and new media for the Tinubu Shetima presidential campaign, Femi Fani Kayode, has revealed the whereabouts of the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. According to tweets cited by correspondents on Monday, January the 8th, on his official handle, the APC chieftain said fell ill and ran to Dubai to stitch it up for a stitch it up procedure. Yes, I think somebody actually spoke on this yesterday. We're talking about scrotums now. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about scrotums. So, of course, it's very funny yesterday. So the language always, often instances lewd. According to tweets cited by correspondents on Monday, January the 8th, on its official handle, the APC chieftain said fell dangerously ill and ran to Dubai for a stitch it up procedure. So a stitch it up procedure. Fani Kayode, who is a stern critic of Atiku and PDP, said the latter is expected to fly to London after his treatment to meet with the UK Prime Minister. Yet again, Mr. Privatize Everything fell dangerously ill and ran to Dubai for a stitch-it-up procedure. Watch how he walks and you will know what is going on. Now, he is on his way to the United Kingdom to beg British MPs for their support. Must he bend the knee for the Brits too? Truly shameful. Fani Kayode's remark is coming shortly after a Twitter trend surfaced online with a series of speculations connected to his absence from the public domain. His counterpart, Bola Tinubu of the APC and Peter Obi of the Labour Party, have been touring states over the past few weeks, with Atiku still missing in action as his presidential campaign seems to have stalled. With less than a month to the presidential polls, electorates across all 36 states will troop out in their numbers to cast their votes for their preferred candidate at the February 25th poll. All right. Whatever the reasons are, and I also am of the belief that Atiku is carrying somewhat of an ailment. I think it's pretty obvious that he's an unwell man. You can look at his gait, the way he walks. It is somewhat unsteady on his feet, even unsteadier than Tinubu. Is quite deliberate in the way he works. And you just look at him, you feel that this is a man that is not right within himself. So there is no doubt that he's gone for some medical treatment. But that's just speculation. But what is not speculation is that Atiku has not really been campaigning in this electoral cycle. So a life-held ambition now within reach, and this is the best opportunity that Atiku will ever have, because this is an open field. There's no incumbency. Yes, you will say there was no incumbency trying to run for a term. Yes, you will say there's a candidate of the ruling party, yes, but really it's an open field there for anybody to grab. So this is the best opportunity that Atiku will ever have to be president of Nigeria. But what effort is it making? None at all. We scour the news spaces every single day, and we don't really see any real signs of a campaign coming out of the Atiku space. So that is to tell you that, one, a man that does not really have confidence in his chances and is not willing to make the spend. And two, a man that does not have confidence in his physical well-being and he doesn't want to go through the rigor and the grueling process of it. We saw him being aided off just a short flight of stairs just the other day. And this is the second time now that he has been rushed to London for a medical emergency. And as predictable is, then you will see now that clip with Dino Milaye sitting down, having scrambled eggs and toast with Atiku and trying to laugh it off. But then, of course, we know what's going on. So this is the last readout. Then we come into the room, see who is present. And by the way, if you are a new name, please click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. We want to hear your voice. If you're a traditional name as well, click on that hyperlink too, because otherwise the conversation, what do we make of it? Buhari, so this is now the last readout. Buhari discloses what he plans on doing with his last 4 months as president. So let's find out. President Mohamed Buhari has once again expressed his desire to retire in peace. Speaking on Monday at the palace of the Emir of Damaturu, Hashimi II El Kanemi, Buhari announced that he plans on using the next 4 months he has left to be steadfast in governance so he can retire in peace. Speaking on the security situation in the country, the nation's leader urged Nigerians to remain steadfast in their belief in the country. He warned the citizenry to desist from allowing any terrorist group to destabilize Nigeria again. With the 4 months I have left as president, I'll continue to be steadfast, and I hope that I will retire in peace, he said. Buhari also expressed his confidence in the government's ability to protect the right of Nigerian children to education with the ASUU strike. I think this guy, there's a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on with Buhari. He seems to be living in 2 different spaces in his own existence, in his own understanding. He's going to protect the right of the Nigerian children to an education, even though ASUU the record, I'm not sure, is that have ASU striked for longer than they have under this administration? I cannot recall an ASU strike that has lasted as long as we have had under the Buhari administration. Buhari also expressed his confidence in the government's ability to protect the right of Nigerian children to education, particularly those displaced from their home by Boko Haram. He said, "We have gone through so much as a country, but I will appeal to you all to maintain steadfastness and making sure that we will not allow anybody to disorganize us again." Speaking further, the president showed his excitement at the return of peace to Yobe State and Northeast Nigeria, and attributed the tranquility to the ingenuity of Governor Miamala Boni of Yobe State and his Borno State counterpart, Professor Babangida Zulum. According to Buhari, both leaders have been persistent in reconstructing schools, health centers, and institutions destroyed by the misguided terrorists. So there it is right there. So nothing significant to glean from there. He will be steadfast, is what it tells us. So he will be steadfast, and also noted for his steadfastness. Thomas, we say you. Ever steadfast, Adale Koko, we say you. World Peace joins us from Japan, and Baba Kore joins us from Canada. So there it is right there. So the space still open for anybody that still wants to join. So there it is, and here they are. So yeah, there it is, and here they are. Let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko, who left us early yesterday. Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, man.
All right, good to have you. Your voice sounds flat. Is it a long day? Have you had a long day?
Ajani Koko is not ready. Baba is not ready.
It's cold. It's cold here, man.
It's cold, okay? Don't worry now. You wear a jacket now. look at that, It's all right. I know what that is. We had a cold spike in London, or really in the whole of the UK, just a couple of weeks ago. It was quite biting. So yeah, I don't know what you mean. But let's get straight to it and into it. So Babangida, he heads off to Germany, as he seems to traditionally do during an electoral cycle. But then, of course, curiously, Atiku is in London as well. A lot of people are putting the two together to form an opinion. But what are you making of it, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, on the side of Babangida, we know he's not healthy right now. He's on the wheelchair. So I can take it that Babangida is on a medical vacation. So that of Atiku.
To come back after the elections?
He might have to rest. He might have to take some, we don't know the procedure or what kind of medical treatment that is going for. It might be some kind of surgery or something like that he might have to remain there to recuperate before coming back. Election is not far from us, 1 month.
Yes, less than a month.
Yes, so it's not far. It's not, it's around the corner. So, and Atiku, according to your report too, he's sick from Dubai to London. Maybe he's going through that kind of procedure that Tinubu had too. Tinubu had his surgery in the United States, and he went to London to complete the other surgery or some other thing. And Tinubu was there for a while too. It was like going to like.
Is the timing unfortunate for Atiku? And by the way, he was in Dubai. He went from Dubai to London. So I mean, the whole thing just doesn't mesh together, does it?
Yeah, we don't know what is going on, but I know Atiku is not healthy too. If you have closely watched him every time, um, you see him it doesn't walk smart anymore the way he used to. We drag his he drag his leg. You know, there was a picture that you show us when he was coming down from campaign stage when the
Yeah, just about 5 flights of stairs, and they had to help him down. Baba Tidagba now, Baba Tidagba.
so and you can see the pot stomach too. It's not physically it's the body is weak, but when he speak like 40 years or 50 years old man. So unlike Tinubu, that Tinubu still look, even though he look fragile, but he look.
Who do you think looks healthier, Tinubu or Atiku?
I think Tinubu's look healthier. He look healthier than Atiku. The only, you know, looking them face to face, Atiku kind of look more healthier. But when Atiku walk, he walk like an old man. Tinubu speak like an old man. When he speak, it sounds very old. It sounds like 85 years. But Atiku, when Atiku speak, it sounds like 40, 50 years old and sharp. You know, you know, he doesn't slow like.
Do you think Atiku can last a 4-year presidency?
Who knows? I mean, Tinubu been speculated that he cannot even last this far on the campaign. They compose a song, they leg they shake, hand they shake. But look at this man traveling from one place to the other. He is even though he look fragile, but the way and manner he carried out the campaign, he has debunk all those campaigns against him that he's not healthy, you know, he's sick and he cannot
But
last.
Professor Adale Koko, why are they
Yes.
not attacking Atiku? Why are they not attacking Atiku?
Well, you know,
Because you
because
can see the belly, he can't make a smart move, a smart step. He always walk like, like he's about to fall down.
yeah, he drag his foot anytime he's walking. You can see him walking so slowly and you know. But Tinubu, with all the unhealthy um, description they're giving him, being described, the way he traveled and campaign hard, I think he has defeated that description of unhealthy man being called all the time. So, but he looked fragile, but I mean, I can tell you, he impressed me with the way he has campaigned every day, if not every day from one state to the other. And I can tell you, one man, a presidential campaign is not easy. Uh, every one of them you see in that race, they might not be able to have 6 hours sleep in a day because particularly Tinubu with a large what do you call it, that large campaign team that he put together, information will be flowing, will be coming in every minute, every hour, all day long, and they have to tackle them. So though he have team and different directorate within the campaign team that can handle several issues, but some important one, he have to take decision on it, on how we direct the team on what to do, and we have to hold meeting, overnight meeting sometimes, because during the day they cannot have any meeting with his team, but in the night they have to sit down together, have meeting and strategize, and before the next day of campaign. So, but he has really showed to us that he's not that terribly unhealthy as been described by some people. So, but Babangida, to me, Babangida is an old man, over 80 years old. He's on the wheelchair, and maybe he's going there for some treatment that will take some time. You have to stay behind for recuperation. And Atiku Abubakar, if he's in London, just like you said, it might be for some political reason too, to meet with Babangida, try to influence him to influence some other people, some power that be, for their support and some other things. But Atiku is not doing too good in this campaign, because he's missing in action. He's, it's not putting up a very strong fight against.
What do you think is going on there? What do you think the issue is with the Atiku campaign? That, like you said, it is showing no indications of having any verve.
Yeah, look, I think self-destruction, in that the way you couldn't handle Wike, the way you couldn't manage Wike and the group, and PDP, APC too, particularly Tinubu campaign team, has overwhelmed them. They have rattled them to the ground. So they are just struggling. Atiku is just struggling. He's if the Wikes are not outside their campaign team, it will have been a different ball game, because Wike will have funded, will have some input into funding and some other provision of some logistic and all the rest. And Wike mouth is sharp. His mouth is very sharp, man.
Yes, that wheat is missing from the only wheat they have in the Atiku campaign is probably Dino Melaye. And even though he's witty, he's not actually clever. But Wike is witty and clever.
Very, very clever. Wike's mouth carry a lot of
poison.
It's a missile launcher, so it can throw attack, and it's a very good campaigner too. Look at him alone. Look at the other governors. All of them are quiet. He's the one that speaks. He's the one that campaign against the party every day, destroying the candidacy of Atiku, and there's no. They don't counter him, or rather, they don't have that strategy to shut him down. So Wike rattled the candidacy of PDP badly, and Tinubu campaign team overshadow him as well. Overshadow PDP, Atiku PDP campaign. The fight against Atiku is just too much for them to to bear, and I think that has really put.
Is that one of the things that is weighing on his health as well? Would you suspect? Yeah. No. You know, we sometimes we forget that these people are human beings. So,
yeah,
when he wakes up in the morning and he picks up a newspaper or his tablet and he just sees Wike launching at him again, I mean, surely that's difficult to bear. Difficult to bear.
Yeah.
Even Tinubu was alarming that he doesn't go on social media anymore for the abuse. So it must weigh on their health, surely.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Psychological effect of that attack is another thing on him and his campaign team, and it just failed to manage Wike and the team well. And if they have to go to the election with this the way it is today, Atiku cannot win. It's very simple, because in the last election, 2014 election, Buhari versus Jonathan, that brought Buhari to power. Similar thing happened. We have 5 governors defected from PDP to the formation of APC, with the inclusion of some other leaders like Atiku, Tambuwa, Saraki, Dino Menaye, and some others, So, and what did they see? It's part of the fact that this guy was incumbent. He was defeated because it was the campaign and the campaign was too overwhelming against Jonathan. So, and they brought Jonathan.
Is there anything to suggest that Tinubu, because we are roughly 6 weeks away, given a day or two, is there anything to suggest that Tinubu will not take this thing at the first ballot? Is there anything that indicates, as of this moment, of course, 24 hours a long time in politics, but as of now that this conversation is taking place, is there anything to suggest that Tinubu will not take this thing easily at the first ballot?
It looked good for Tinubu, and they might take it at first ballot, because PDP power and strength has been cut into pieces.
And that's the only hurdle really that he has to scale. The only hurdle that Tinubu has to scale is PDP.
It's PDP, and he's waxing stronger. Their PDP power strength has been cut into pieces. Wike is cutting it. Obi have destroyed it. Kwankwaso has dragged it down. So where's the strength of PDP? All of them used to be in one team. They were in one team in 2014. In 2019. And they defeated Buhari. We saw it. Buhari rigged the election. They defeated him. But today, with them in different camps, where is the strength? Where is that strength against a formidable team, APC formidable team? Where's that strength? So it's going to be difficult for PDP, and PDP is the only challenging power against APC in this race. The other guys, those one are just building structure for the future.
Are you expecting an APC win by a margin even greater than 2019?
Look, let me tell you, if APC could win convincingly in the West, let's say for Lagos, because they are saying they are targeting 5 million votes in Lagos. I don't know how that is possible, but there's nothing that politicians could not do. Maybe they have.
Ajalikoko, that's not going to work.
Well, we don't know.
What will stop it?
Look,
What is the population of Lagos?
Lagos. It won't work, and it will not work in the dream. It will not.
What's the population of Lagos that you're going to get 5 million votes for?
No, it's not what is the population of Lagos. It's what is the number of registered voters.
No. One man, no. Forget registered voters. What is the population of Lagos? Forget registered voters.
How many they get last election?
What has the population of Lagos got to do with it? Is the registered voters? Is it?
No. I'm expanding it now. I'm not even talking about the register. I'm even expanding it to the people that live there.
It's over 20 million.
What was the last?
Okay. So 20 million. So 1 in every 4 people is going to vote in that election in Lagos. Is that what you're telling me? Come on, man. It doesn't work that way, man. There's no way it's going to work.
Hold on, Akim. Now, look. They have 10 million registered voters.
Well, there you are.
And then
wait. Ajalikoko. What is analysis? What is there allocation of vote now in Lagos?
It doesn't matter now. What does it matter? Allocation of votes. Legitimate.
What was the last vote? What was the last vote in the government and presidential vote in Lagos?
Sure, what I said.
In total, Ajalikoko, answer me, please. What was the last vote?
Don't worry about that. If you have the figures,
why are you not talking like
can you hold on? If you have the figures, just give us. How would Ajalikoko know what the number of?
But you are saying you are getting 5 million. How you not get to 5 million votes if you cannot know what they got?
No. I don't know, man. Do you want me to? There are registered voters in Lagos, and there are 10 million strong. So if they tell you they've gotten 5 million, you cannot refute that because that falls still within the numbers of registered voters.
I will refute it because yesterday or day before, you said the Yorubas in Lagos like 45%. So for that percent of 10 million, how many votes is how many are that?
Is it only Yorubas that? What does it matter? They will write some figures and tell you. What are you doing? Are you new to politics? Are you new to it?
From there. This Nigeria election, even in total, it will not be more than, even in total, not than 45 million. At total, this election, even though they have 100 million voters, total vote for all the parties will not be more than 45 million. Go and write it down. Lagos will not get 5 million in total.
Okay, if they tell you that they got if they tell you that they've got 5 million votes in Lagos, how are you able to refute that?
Because we can refute it. Because look at the last.
They will not get 5 million votes. There's no way they go. Election. There's no way you get 50%. Even let's say 10 million. So you're telling me in Nigeria election you have 50%? Come on now, let's stop all this thing.
No, but what if they say that?
People in America, 350 million people. How many votes Donald Trump used to win the election?
All right. It's only about a month away, 6 weeks. So we'll find out shortly. But Ajalikoko, ọmọdé olùmọ̀gùn òǹpẹ̀lẹ́fọ̀.
One man, there's nothing like that. That one, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you. If you look, for me, I look at the president. The highest, I'm giving it to say, okay, Tinubu is going to max it out. The highest they will get around 1.8, 1.9 million max. It won't go more than that.
You must be joking. Huh?
Okay, let's even say 2 million. He got 2 million votes, and that's going to be a very huge vote anyway. So, but their target is 5 million according to them.
Yes, they are targeting 5 million. They'll declare 3.5 million. There are 7 million registered voters in Lagos. Even if they declare 3 million, nobody can stop any. What can you do? You can't do anything. You go to court, Abi.
That is allocation of votes. We agree. If they're allocating vote to themselves, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't matter now.
Lagos, they have never gotten 1.5 million since the election of Nigeria.
Please. That's why I say the highest I'm allocating the highest number APC can get out of Lagos will 1.8, 1.9. Even in those north whereby they do the voting system one way or the other, they still did not go up to 2 million votes, let alone Lagos, you call away in the south.
Yeah, but you're not addressing my question. What if they declared that they got 3 point
they cannot declare. It has to be people that vote. You can't just go and declare. You can't just write numbers.
Oh, right. In Nigerian elections, you can't just write numbers.
No, you can't write numbers.
All right.
Yeah. Did you not see?
Okay.
Have you not seen it in Oshun now? The revelation that is coming out?
All right. Okay.
So
you know in Osun State they are disputing that there was overvoting there, with the numbers coming out not consistent with the numbers of registered voters in that unit.
and with the use of beavers, that's
With
to,
the use
Yeah.
of beavers.
Yeah, but that is what the beavers does to checkmate. If there's irregularity, it checkmates it. So it's doing its job. That's what I'm saying. You can't just write the number like that.
All right, though. They will write the numbers, and you will just you will
One
hover.
man, they can't just write the number.
It is just they can't just write the number with the beavers, but they can overvoting can occur, but it has to if it does not tally with the total in beavers, that is where the post-election petition will find it out. But you have to, you just have to manipulate the number to tally with beavers.
well, all I want us
this is it.
is
But
that
Bajale Coco, sorry, these beavers they are talking about, is he angel from heaven that is operating it? Is he not human? These people, some people, if you guys talk like this,
what they will do in Lagos is
let me
overvoting.
finish
So that
now.
they will reduce the vote, and they will reduce PDP and Labour votes. They will do overvoting.
All right, let's set the rules as we start off. Gentlemen, today we don't want voices cascading over each other. So if somebody is talking, give them the floor, and then you come in after them. But Ajale Coco, are you hearing? There's this, there's naivety, which is a word, but if you want to emphasize this, there's naivete, which is extra jara. These people, they are telling us that they cannot write results and manipulate results in Nigerian elections because of some technology that is going to checkmate it. This is what they are saying, that Tinubu cannot write figures in Lagos. Okay. Tinubu cannot write figures in Lagos. All right. Oh, there'll be tears before bedtime. There will be tears before bedtime. I want me later. Patrick, they cannot write results in Nigerian elections. Have you heard that? Tinubu cannot write figures in Lagos.
They can write results, but not with pen.
Yes, but one way or the other now. You know what made me surrender to the Nigerian political space was 2019 when they told us that Showore got 33,000 votes. Then I
knew. You wonder how you could get that number, right?
No, it was impossible for all of the campaigning and the momentum that he had. If they had said he got 100,000, I would not have believed it. 33,000. So that just told me that. They told us that Buhari got 90-something% in Borno, which was a war zone then, and the Borno voters. The voter turnout was in the 90%, and in the Southeast, the voter turnout was in the 30-40%. So the Southeast is a settled, educated community that had nothing going on, and they were wanting Buhari out, so they were fighting hard. Borno State, which is a total IDP camp, was 90-something%. So okay, we will see now. We will see.
One man. This thing, you've said this thing before, and I tried to correct you. You're still saying it. You're misrepresenting what happened. Look, it's much easier to get those numbers in Borno because these people are concentrated in the camp. They just take this machine to meet them in the camp and cast their vote there. They don't have to leave. It's much easier to get a higher figure in situations like that. So I've tried to explain it to you before, but it's like you still come up with this. Look, it's easier for a state like Borno. All the INEC have to do is just take elections voting materials to IDP camps. So you can argue, how did APC get the highest number? It's easy. There are people that are there. APC, look, Borno is APC. APC is Borno. There's no other party there. If you get a APC ticket in Borno, you might as well go and celebrate because you've already won the election. That is how it operates there. It's almost the same thing like with Yobe State as well. So I've explained to you before. These guys are
they allocated close to 1 million votes in Borno, 836,409. So now, what's the population of Borno State? The population of Borno State is approximately 5 million.
Yeah, this is what, like I said to you, these guys are in the camp.
Look,
it's easier.
No. Did you hear what I said?
I heard what. Yeah, I heard what you said.
They are more politically aware than my brothers in the Southeast. Then the kind of voter party that the Southeast resorted to after being after the loss of Jonathan was what you still saw in 2019. They were shouting articulate, but they were not doing it with this same commitment they're having with Obi now. You understand?
No. Let's try and marry those figures. The population of Borno, and I can share the screen so you can see, the population of Borno is roughly 5 million. The vote, and that's not the total vote. Buhari got 836,496. Atiku got 71,700 something, and then another one got 1,500. So approximately, let's round it off to 1 million. So we're talking about a population of 5 million. If you hemorrhage the children out of that, then you reduce it to about 1.something million adults. What you are telling us is that the totality of all of the adults in Borno State, they went to vote.
One man, can you run the result in Rivers State as well in that same year?
Thank you, Progressive. That's what I want to say. There's a reason why. Sorry, one man. There's a reason why the big people come from rivers or this Bayelsa. No, why they're in a island, a creek. They take the boat and meet them, and they'll bring back a bulk vote from there. What they will get from the creek in rivers, you won't get it in Port Harcourt City. But no, Progressive just said they are in IDP camp, and it's easy to ring. Yeah, it's easy to add figures. But Lagos is not like that. Everybody's scattered, everybody's moving. You cannot just bring that 5 million votes in Lagos.
All right. We'll find out soon enough. I'm not saying
they're not going to write it for them. They can allocate vote. It's okay. But for just to say that they'll get 5 million vote APC, it's not going to happen. Between PDP, APC, Labour won't get 5 million vote in Lagos. But Kano, that is bringing the biggest vote. Till today is 1.5 million vote they bring from Kano, Kaduna.
One man. If I can just add, that 1 million out of 5 million, I think it's just about 20%. It's not inconceivable. It's 20% of the population.
Yeah, but it's an overabundance. It's 75% of the Nigerian space. They are youths, and especially in the north, those youths are actually under voting age children. I cannot see how 20% of a population turns out to vote.
Yeah, but what is the number of registered voters? What's the number of registered voters?
How would I know that? That's 2019 now.
No, so you can check the number of registered voters before you can, because they will tell you number of voters, registered voters, then accredited voters, and then the actual vote.
All right. I'm not going to label that, but back to Yadian Lekoko. But we'll see soon enough. I believe that if they write 2 million, 2-point-something million for themselves, people will huff and puff, but they won't blow the house down. I cannot see Tinubu getting less than 2 million votes in Lagos.
Oh, yes. They will surely get 2 million or more than that. Because, look, he is the father of Lagos politics, and he's in the race. They want to use every means to take the advantage of that home base. That is our home. As much as we can max up, can go a long way in winning the election. They are politicians. They know every nook and cranny in Lagos. They have the voting pattern street by street, local government by local government, zone by zone, in every part of Lagos. And they know where they have their weaknesses. So they already, as a professional politician, these people, when we talk about structure, this is what we mean: professional politician that spend all day and night practicing politics. And they have their soldiers everywhere. So they will want to manipulate this election in any way to favor them to the maximum advantage. So when they are saying they are targeting 5 million, to me, what they are telling me is that they will rig as much as possible because that is their home base. That is their strongest base of the person in contest. So politician in Nigeria doesn't win on clean slate. They win election by rigging. I want you guys to get that right. It's by rigging. It's not by free and fair practice that they win the election in Nigeria. It's by rigging. So, and if you look, parties, Labour Party, PDP, all of them that will have put up a very strong fight against them in Lagos, they slice themselves into different parties now. They share themselves up. So it is, I believe, if they don't get the totality of the figure they said, 5 million, at least they will get half, 2 million or 2.5. That is.
Babadale Koko, do you know the voters in only Alimosho local government? Only Alimosho.
That is where the job will be done. That's where the job will be done.
We go see now. We go see.
So and they've been preparing for this thing. They have mobilized their people as to register, and they have the money. That is another advantage. They know that a lot of Nigerians will take money to vote. They have it. And they already been paying them. They have been paying them for years. They have all the structure in Lagos. They have all the assembly. They have all the senators. They have all the local government. And they know the people in every community and the power that be. All the traditional leaders, all the association, trade associations. What do you want to say? The artisans and everything. All the market. Except.
Can I ask a question?
What's it?
Okay. In Lagos State, people that we need money to vote and people that maybe you cannot use money to buy their votes, which population do you think is more in terms of middle class?
You are in Lagos. You are in Lagos. Answer that. You are in Lagos. You answer that.
I know my own answer, but I'm just asking. Maybe Baba Jalikuko has his own answer to that as well. The middle class in Lagos, middle class upwards, and then the lower class in Lagos. Which do you think have more population?
The lower class
has more population than
the
middle class in Lagos State.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. The lower class have more population, and they are the most reliable voters. They're very consistent, and they won't mind to stay in the sun, in the rain, for 5 and 7 hours to vote, because it's a commitment. They've already been paid. These people have been doing a lot of good things for them to help their family in one way or the other, and it's a time to pay back. They will do it.
Okay.
I would say the working class in Lagos is about 80-85%.
Yes. Well, those middle class you are talking, do they vote?
They're just a small section of society.
So I asked you the first one. So I'm satisfied with your answer. So let me just ask you the last one.
Yes.
So the last one is this: if since August you have been putting your money, your salaries into promoting a candidate. And then on February, there's only one day that you call results for your 7 months efforts. And then another person they gave you money to go and vote. These two people, who has more motivation to go to the polling booths and spend time there and vote?
Who are those people putting money to support a candidate compared to those that are in charge of the treasury of Lagos? Uses that.
No, you don't get. You didn't get.
No, I do get you. Look, the space
no,
you are.
Ajali Koko didn't get.
No, but I got it. The space you are describing is a microcosm. It's a tiny little drop in the ocean of a greater mass.
One man. Do you know why it's not a tiny little drop?
No.
Do you know why?
No. Let me tell you why it is. It is a tiny little drop. But you think it's bigger than it is because you are within that space and you can see the mass of it.
And it doesn't know
but you are too wrapped in that space to see what is happening in the greater space.
No, I'm not. I'm just working on data. So I'm going to ask you one man. So Lagos State. Let me just ask this question. Lagos State, this voter demography you're talking about, which has been the demography that have been using to win elections over the years, they represent only 20% of Lagos voters.
Are you joking?
What do you think is contained in that 80% that doesn't vote? Which group of people do you think is contained?
Are you saying 80% of Lagos State is middle class?
They don't
Hold on.
Who is bringing this Igbo thing again? When I'm talking, nobody.
Can you hold on? Leave the Igbo out of it. Stay with the conversation.
Which one is Igbo?
No. I know where you're going. Are you saying 80% of Lagos State are enlightened, educated?
No.
Yeah. So
no.
what?
I'm saying.
Stay there. What percentage? What percentage of Lagos, by your understanding, you live there, has enlightenment? What percentage of Lagos is enlightened? We're not holding you to you. Just guess at it. What percentage is enlightened?
I think the percentage of Lagos that's enlightened, if you ask me, I might put it fairly at 50-50.
You must be a joker.
How can you even in the United Kingdom, in the United States of America, in the United States of America, as Richard there, you don't even have it at 50-50, let alone
let's just get back to Ajale Koko. That's wishful thinking.
I can tell you why I say that.
All right, go on.
If you want me. Okay, so Lagos State is the commercial center of the entire nation.
Right.
So that means it has immigrants from the other 36 states of Nigeria. And when you talk about enlightenment in terms of elections, it's not enlightenment it's just enlightenment as little as having a piece of phone. So it's not that thick enlightenment. The level of enlightenment is not so high. It's just a trader is enlightened when you're talking about that space. So that is why I put it at, even if you put it at 40, I'm coming, even if you...
Do you know what the population
I'm coming,
of
one man, wait.
Hold on, it's not a monologue. Do you know what the population of Lagos State is? It's approximately 16 million.
Yeah.
So you are saying 8 million out of that, half of that, they are enlightened. 8 million. By enlightened, you mean educated, understanding the landscape and all of that?
No. That's not what I mean by enlightened. Enlightened, when you go to North, you go to those mountains and you see those guys that has nothing, they don't know what is going on in social media or whatever it is. They are not traders, they are just in the farm. All they know is that people are attacking them in their farm. That is unenlightened. But here, when you're talking about trader, whether you didn't go to school, right, but he's a trader in Lagos, he's in enlightened group. As far as voting is concerned, that's what I'm not talking about educated people or graduates.
All right. Do you have any Yoruba friends uptown?
I have a lot. I'm in entertainment industry. What would I have?
All right. I want you to repeat this word. Canton. Repeat it. Canton.
Cotton. Okay.
Okay. Go. When you meet your Yoruba friend, ask them what the meaning of that is, because that's
I think I would like to know.
That is what we are speaking. Canton.
Probably nonsense or something.
Yeah. Well, there you are. So back to Ajale Koko. I think I think Uptown has been at the Alamo again. He's been drinking Alamo again. So sorry, we'll come to you in a moment. But those are your views. But Adaleko, go back to you. So Atiku on a hospital with 6 weeks to go. It looks as though the coast is just opening up for Tinubu. That's just the reading of it.
Yeah, it's really going good for him. He's the leading candidate, whether we like it or not, by the way the campaign team look well organized and very consistent in their campaign. Every day, you see them from one state to the other. If they are not in a state on a rally in a particular stadium, you will see them having a town hall meeting. If you don't see them in a town hall meeting, you see them having meeting with youth nationwide. If you don't see them with the youth nationwide, you see them with the labor union. You know, they just it's just a fantastic campaign. I am not a Tinubu fan, but for what I have seen so far, I think he has defeated all those names being called as a unhealthy man. He cannot last. He cannot carry out campaign. He's been very, very consistent. And I think a lot of people will be taking a second look of him now that, this man being described as unhealthy, that is he not the one that is campaigning, going from one state? It looked like...
sorry to interject. There's something you must give to Tinubu, not APC.
That's Tinubu, what I'm saying. I'm talking. It's Tinubu I'm talking about now.
Yeah, not APC. Tinubu is ahead of campaign. No, anybody that say different, he's sleeping in a world as far beyond here. Because Tinubu has done a lot. I'm not a Tinubu fan, but that guy have put structure down on his own credit, not APC.
Not APC. On his own.
In fact, even the party is against him, so he's fighting everybody for that president. Everybody is fighting them for that presidency, including his own party.
But what you are going to see, one man, what the outcome of this fantastic campaign, this guy have run for, since he started the campaign. Even some in the party that had one issue with him, one way or the other, I think they'd be convinced now that, look, this man he has lifted the chances of the party. He has promoted the party.
Rotimi Amechi was campaigning for him in Adamawa just today.
Yes, they will look at him that this guy has lifted this the image of the party than ever before with this fantastic campaign. Come on, let us forget everything that we have with him. Let us join him so that we can retain this power. He has, look, I'm not for him, but he impressed me so far with what I've seen with this fantastic campaign. Even though people said he's sick, is this thing, he has shown that...
Are you disappointed that there's not been that much of a fight to push him? And that fight should have come from Atiku, but he's not really shown. And are you disappointed that they are making it so easy for him?
Oh yeah, I'm disappointed in Atiku. If I've been told that Atiku will behave or act or handle this wicked issue the way he handled it, I won't believe it. I won't believe it. I rank him as one of the best political tactician in that country, or even the best than every other person. But with what he has done, his failure to resolve that crisis within the party, it just tells me that guy is a complete failure. And Tinubu has convinced me that he is more of the best strategy than any other person. in that country when it comes to, political, with his political sagacity. So he has handled the campaign well. He put up that team, and they are doing a fantastic job.
But Ajale Koko, I cannot believe that he would just coast to that victory just this easily. So even with 6 weeks to go, you cannot but feel a sense that something seismic is still going to happen in this cycle. There's the sense that because he cannot just stroll in and just take the presidency, can he? So there's Tinubu. Because there has to be some event that will still shake the space.
Yeah. Oh yes. I mean, with the way he has campaigned so far, it showed that seriousness that, look, I don't rely on anybody. I don't rely on the power of incumbency. I am going to put up a very strong fight, and I will do it well. I will convince Nigerians that, yes, I run a very fantastic campaign, and nobody can say that they haven't seen this thing. It is clear to everybody that with the unhealthy nature they calling him, he has defeated all those campaign of calumny against him. That let them just be talking their nonsense. I'll be doing my own in the best way I can do it, and he's doing it in the best of the way, best than every other person.
Do you think the election will take place on the 25th, or do you anticipate that they will postpone it? Because it looks as though INEC is preparing the ground for a postponement.
Well, who knows? One man. Nigeria is what is going on in that country. We cannot predict what is going to happen. This power struggle and power, all the power that be are to loggerhead against each other in that country. A lot of things are not known to us, we the people, but we can't predict what is going to happen, whether they will postpone it.
But do you have the sense that something will happen? Because I cannot shake a sense of foreboding about this election, that there is something that is going to happen still that will shake the space. And with INEC making all of these noises, with political machinations going on in the shadows, Atiku traveling to meet Babangida has been speculated, and the quietness of the PDP space, there's just they cannot surrender it to Tinubu, of course. So do you have the sense that something big is still going to happen in the course of this space?
Look, if we have insecurity, if we run into a very serious insecurity problem across the country that will not enable, INEC to carry out, to conduct the election in a free and fair manner, then we're going to run into a serious political problem. The election might not hold. And if it doesn't hold on the date being designated in February, how long are they going to promote it? And what tells us that if they postpone it as a result of insecurity, how can they manage the security to in a quick manner for another election to hold? Are we sure that they can manage the insecurity?
Goodluck Jonathan did it in 2014. Remember when he postponed the election to settle down the Borno space for the election to take place?
Yeah, the strategy that Goodluck Jonathan used to suppress that insecurity, we don't have that strategy in place now. Those, what do you call those people? The
mercenaries
that were hired by Goodluck and that were, did some fantastic job then. They are not there now. They put up the use of technology and everything, and they were able to suppress and defeat Boko Haram in Borno State. But that is not on the ground now. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? We don't know. I cannot beat my chest to say election will hold, because you can't predict. It's just, we are just in a state of a country where you cannot predict what is going to happen tomorrow. It's just bad. It's very, very bad. But if the election, if we should run into a serious security problem that will result for the postponement,
do you think the elections may be staggered? And I'm saying that because of the level of destruction that has taken place in the Southeast against INEC facilities, which is to suggest that, plus the Simon Ekpa intervention, which is to suggest that they might not be able to hold a credible enough election in the Southeast, and then they might have to rerun that space. So do you think the election, do you think it would take place seamlessly, or do you think we have some phased electioneering where a good percentage of the election will take place on the designated day, but for reasons of logistics and insecurity, they'll have to postpone some elections for a few days? Do you see the elections going seamlessly?
Look, I don't see. If they have to stagger it, then that's going to be a problem. It's never done. You must have election for presidential hold in one day across the country. If there's going to be any postponement in some part of the country, it has to be maybe one state, or it has to be, it couldn't be entire zone, geographical zone. They have to, the federal government have to do everything to put security on the ground to protect the INEC official, and give people the confidence to come out and vote. If they fail to do that, or if the security,
do you think we have sorry, Ajale Koko, but do you think we have the personnel in terms of our security quota to handle this election, because you still have skirmishes going on in the northern spaces, especially in the northeast, and you've heard the Southeast tell us that there'll be no elections, and then because this election is heavily contested, every polling unit, there's possibilities for violence and rigging. Do we have the personnel in terms of security architecture to handle this election?
No, we don't have enough personnel. If we should have insecurity from different parts of the country that are too overwhelming, then we don't have enough security that can, like say we are having problem in the West, we are having in the East, we are having in the Northeast, and there are some. We don't have enough personnel that can put such an alarming insecurity situation under control. So and man, one man is just that country is not well run. But I think by now they should have mapped out a strategy on how they can deploy their personnel, across the country in such a way that can still protect if the INEC official need protection, because particularly in the Northeast, they're going to target them. Those EPA boys, they are not playing. They are serious. They're going to target them. And if they cannot protect them, and that will tell us that Peter Obi will run into a very big problem. He won't be able to get as much vote as I believe he's looking forward to in his strongest political base. And the federal government have to map out strategy to in such a way that they can deploy security personnel to ensure that the election can be free and fair. But we don't know what's going to happen, but we just have to keep watching and see what is going to happen. But the election, whether it's going to hold or not, is in the hand of the future. I cannot really say. I cannot really tell, because Nigeria is a country you can't predict anything for now. Even the economy, you can't predict it. You can't predict anything. You can't. It's impossible to predict anything in Nigeria at the moment.
All right. Ajale Koko, watch this. Watch this. Ajale Koko, anybody that says Lagos is not working is a joker. If you have not been there for 2 years, you would think you are in a different country when you do go.
Well, that's well, I think Sanwo-Olu, we have to give that credit to him. He's working hard to bring this massive mass transit into operation, and we have to give kudos to him. I think Lagos transport system today is still struggling, but with this mass transit train, I think it will improve that transportation. It's going to improve the transport of people from one place to the other, and I cannot wait until they fully complete this mass transit system. It's going to change Lagos completely. Everything will change. You will see.
Do you think this blue line? Do you think this blue line guarantees Sanwo-Olu's re-election?
Yeah, it's going to. Sanwo-Olu will win. I don't know whoever that think that Sanwo-Olu will not win. That person must be joking.
They're expecting because people are expecting him to be punished for the NSAS at this elections. They were expecting him to be punished for NSAS.
Nigerians, look. Once you are able to prove that you are doing well in your state and putting infrastructure in place, look, people just want to see what you are doing as a governor or a particular government. They want to see what they are doing. And this is physical. Everybody can see it. This train by itself is a campaign on its own. These are what people are looking forward to. People doesn't rely on campaign by mouth. Oh, this is what we have seen. We have done this, but we cannot see it. But what people can see, people themselves will campaign among themselves that, oh, look at what here, the train is here. You see, our people are not difficult to govern. It's just that we have people running that country.
You feel enough time has passed for them to have forgotten about NSAS?
No, forget that one is gone. Who are those people that want to punish?
Nigerians, we forget so soon.
There's people. That one is gone.
Nigeria, we forget so soon. That NSAS is finished.
That one is gone. Forget about that. We are in campaign season, and this guy is putting up all this train. This train has already campaigned for him that, look, I will do better. I will do better. Support us. And he's going to campaign that, okay, this is the blue line. Red line will be coming from Okokomaiko. Come this, and the ferry will, and people will be looking up to that. They will tell them, don't vote for others. They will disrupt this infrastructure that we are putting on the ground. They won't give it to you, and people will believe it. Look, someone going to win the re-election. So this is look.
Without rigging.
No, let me support Ajali Koko. Sanwo-Olu is going to trash both LP's, GRV, and PDP's man. Because even within my cycle, one man, every single person that is voting Peter Obi is voting Sanwo-Olu in the governorship. Everybody.
Why is that? Why is that?
I don't know. I think it's something about Sanwo-Olu as somebody. See, that NSAS thing that happened was it was temporal agitation that people had over him. People had issues with him then. When NSAS started, he actually joined the protest, and he was the one that flew to Abuja to go and deliver the charter of demand of the youth to Buhari. So where he went south was when that shooting at the toll gate happened. So, but eventually, within months, because the guy, so someone is relatable and he's a youth, and I think the guy is really hardworking. You'll be so blind if you're in Lagos, unless you just have natural hate in your mind. If you're a normal person that like the progress of places you are or Nigeria as a whole, you can't just fault Sanwo-Olu. So if anybody even had anything against someone because of the NSAT, I think that emotion must have died probably as at earlier last year or something. People have moved on. Everybody that is a Labour Party person around me, everybody understands that we have to retain Sanwo-Olu for second tenure.
Are people excited about this rail service, this blue line that he's now taking delivery of the coaches for?
Yeah. People are excited. Who wouldn't be excited for good thing? You know what I'm saying? Who wouldn't be excited? And so, Sanwo-Olu is, he's a good guy. People have a lot of reservations again recently because of the PA roles he has been playing with Tinubu, and also that the anger you said that was on Sanwo-Olu on NSAS, that anger is almost like a hangover that came out from Tinubu. So the main anger of NSAS is on Tinubu. That's why they were going to burn TVC, looking for anything Tinubu had. They went to Oriental. Oriental had to put up a big signboard that they wrote, "This property does not belong to Bola Tinubu."
They not stop them from burning it. I thought they burnt it still.
If you see the signpost, that's like the biggest signpost I've seen in my life.
Did they burn it nevertheless?
No, they didn't. Those guys were proactive. They put up that signboard, very massive. They say this hotel does not belong to Bola Tinubu. So for you to know that everybody found out that almost everybody hanged the NSAS solely on Tinubu.
Not only Oriental, other hotels did too. That people.
Yeah, other hotels. Everybody was like, no, we are not associated with Bola Tinubu. Please, your people should let us go. So that was the situation. So the anger on Sanwo-Olu is like a spillover because he is loyal to Tinubu. But eventually, because it's just a spillover, it died over time. But Tinubu's own is still in the hang and for sure that we. So Sanwo-Olu is free. But Tinubu is not.
All right. And people are not taking to Jandor in Lagos because Jandor.
Nah.
You know Jandor. It was the one that was working electoral victories for Tinubu in Lagos. So
he was.
Him now crossing over to him not crossing over to PDP.
He had a strong structure in APC. But then I think the arrangement, I think the same thing that happened in national PDP in the national, it happened in PDP Lagos. Because what the plan was is that by the time Jandor moves to PDP with his structure from APC and put it in what is existing in PDP, I mean, they can put up a good fight. But then again, just like in the national, they didn't see the Labour Party. And that was what happened in Lagos as well. Bro, right now, trust me, Jandor should be praying, make a GRV of Labour Party, not even pass him. He's not picking. The Funka Kindele thing is not resonating with anybody.
That was a poor choice, wasn't it?
It was a poor, very poor political choice, very poor political calculation. See, even if I think he was targeting, he knows he's coming from APC. He worked with APC, so he knows their demography. So when he moved to PDP, he knew all that demography that APC have not explored, which is what he tried to explore. But then he missed it. Now, GRV of Labour Party is digging deep into that demography of the Igbo people, and then the foreigners, and then all those people that don't vote normally. Now, and Jandor is floating and now looking left and right and like, okay, where am I? So I think the issue with and then what is happening with Bode George not supporting him and all of that, and PDP is just gone. It's just gone in Lagos. It's gone, guaranteed.
Are you surprised that Otedola did not take that PDP ticket? I was anticipating that Otedola would have taken.
I think if he planned to, I think he would be thinking he's God now. He would have probably been, I don't know, caught up in this whole mess of PDP right now. See, even this guy granted an interview today. Banky W, he's running in Etiosa here. He's running House of Rep. He granted an interview and he couldn't even say something bad about Obi. He almost spoke as if he was a pro Obi self, but then you understand what I'm saying, because he knows that you cannot come to this Ethios and talk about Obi in a bad way and expect to be voted for. So he knows what he was doing. So he spoke well of what it was like, but he has a candidate and you have to fix it. You have to get into it. He was even trying to defend himself why he's running under PDP, even though nobody was asking him, but you could see him trying to defend himself that, you have to be part of them to make a change from inside and all that. So he understands the situation at least around this part of Lagos, and PDP is just, I don't know where they're going to get their votes from anyway.
All right. Back to Ajanle Koko.
So the trend, the economic value that is going to bring to Lagos is going to be enormous, and it's going to transform Lagos as one of a state in the world that have good transportation system. Once it's completed, Lagos will assume a state that have one of the states in the world that have good transportation system that can attract even what do you call these people, can attract tourists to Lagos, because tourists must have, wherever they are visiting, there must be good transportation system that can take them around, and this mass transit system will guarantee that. And even to those of us that in diaspora, we won't mind to go to Lagos, run our business, do everything, because you can easily go around in Lagos easily, unlike before when you have to.
I am excited. I am excited for Lagos for this year, especially if Tinubu wins. If Tinubu wins, everybody is going to Lagos. Everybody.
Yeah, if Tinubu wins, man.
Because it's just going to transform the space. It will just spend all of the Nigerian money on Lagos. Yes, now. It will just.
Well, so woman, this train service is going to be, it's a big asset for Lagos, and it's going to It's going to be an asset, a everlasting asset. And this guy named, this will be one of his legacy as at the time he's leaving office. And I believe by the time he's leaving office in the next 4 or 5 years, he would have completed all the projects with the blue line, the red line, everything will be functioning perfect. And that's going to transform Lagos, one man. And that will give Lagos, that's going to be additional revenue for Lagos. It will bring in additional revenue. Lagos asset base will expand. Lagos will be more richer. It will, it will create more enabling environment for businesses to come in. I mean, for investors to come in. So it's going to really transform Lagos. So I'm excited, and I would like to see this guy.
Long overdue.
Yes, it's long overdue. It's long. I would like to see him complete this project, and people of Lagos can start to look. This guy is a workaholic. This governor in Lagos, it looks smallish. He doesn't talk much, but I'm telling you, that guy.
I used to have my reservations about him because it doesn't cut the personality of an alpha male that you want. It doesn't have a godlike presence. But like you said, if it's effective, that's really the most important. I think
he doesn't at all, but at least it's effective. That's the most important thing.
Yes. But is this a change in because Nigerians traditionally we've always preferred strong men in powerful positions. But is this Sanwo-Olu, is it indicating a deviation in the Nigerian? Are we seeing a paradigm shift in the Nigerian? Are we maturing as a democracy? Is this maturity there? Because Sanwo-Olu traditionally, you want somebody like Otedola, somebody like Fashola, somebody those ones that command real presence. But at Sanwo-Olu, he just looks like one of the boys that you say, "Okay, are you free? Let's go and watch football."
But the people you mentioned, they were like that too before they came to office. Now, Fashola was looking ordinary before he became chief of staff. Now,
yeah, but Fashola comes across like a bully, like some alpha strong man. But Sanwo-Olu, it doesn't come across like a bully alpha. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, maybe.
But is that not what we've always preferred in Nigeria? Some Buhari Abacha, but Buhari sort of like look at what they did to Goodluck Jonathan, who wanted to use soft gloves. They've always preferred like a strong man. Or am I mistaken in that?
Well, I think it's because of long-time military rule that brutalizes the Nigerian people for several times. That's why it looked to you as if we like strong men that can bully, that can trample on the rights of the people. Though that is not what Nigerian people are looking forward to. Nigerian people are looking forward to a leader that can achieve results, can make life meaningful, and can make economic, by his policy, can make economic impact in their life. And that is what this guy is slowly doing, this Sanwo-Olu of a guy. He doesn't talk much, but I've monitored him. I've seen him going from places to places, monitoring, projects and doing things. We held investors summit. What do you call this? Eco something, and I've been monitoring him, just doing his things the best way he feels he can do it. And when you listen to him, when he talk, you can see that he's a knowledgeable guy. He's a guy with vision.
He's an Ajabota, isn't he? He's an Ajabota.
It's not that Ajabota. It's not Ajabota. It's just a common man like me and you, one man. It's approachable. It's not a gapas, okay, or look down on people guy. No, it's simple, and that is what he demonstrated during the NSAS. He it was shuttling between Lekki and Ikeja, meeting these guys, talking to them, negotiating with them, and that was where he got the name Sorosoke, you know. And he took their request, took it to the president. He came back to meet them. That is a quality of a leader. That is how a leader must act. You should be able to meet. You should be able to dialogue. You should be able to negotiate with people and talk to them, and not using, brutal force as the governor of Imo State, Ezinwabi, what's his name? That sent what do you call Ebubuaku, kill people and brutalize and destroy. I mean, you can't do that. So this guy is a to me, I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying it on this platform that I like his style of leadership. It's just simple, and it's just a guy that will follow things through and want to achieve results. So it's achieving this result. We have to give kudos to him, and I hope that he can do more during this time, and after his re-election, he can continue and complete all the rail train services in Lagos, everything functioning. Man, Lagos will transform to a country on its own. It's not going to be just ordinary state. It's going to be a country on its own within Nigeria. Already, economically, it's a country on its own. It's the 5th largest economy. And with this massive transportation system, mass transit, that will transform it completely. It will light up Lagos. It will light it up. It will kill this traffic congestion. People can walk around, can go around. And a lot of people will like to come to Lagos to transact business. A lot of investors will like to come and invest in business because they know it's going to be very easy for them to go from point A to point B to do whatever people can even be living in Ogun State and come to work in Lagos. That is what
that's already happening. That's because Thomas reported that his auntie would park her car at the train station in Ogun State and just hop on the train to go and because she doesn't want to deal with the palaver of Lagos traffic. So you just hop on the train and then pick an Uber off at the Dumata train station, set about what she has to do, get back on the returning train. And that's the life now that Nigerians are living.
One man, Ajale Koko, let me still shock you. They said they are even proposing now there will be a coach in the nearest future. You can put your car on that coach, drive it in Lagos State. When you are going back, put your car back on the coach. Then you don't need to even rent car when you get to Lagos.
How many cars will you put in a coach, Thomas?
I said that it is possible.
That's got to be special cases now.
But one Ajale Koko, it happens here. You can put your car on a trip to anywhere you are going.
It doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen.
I have not seen it
here.
too. I have not seen it either.
It happens here. You put your car on a coach or you put your car on a ship. You go to your holiday. You use your car over there. When you are coming back, you put your car back. It's the same ship, and they will take you back. It happens here. So it can happen.
Which ship, Thomas? I beg. What kind of ship are you talking about?
Even someone who
don't ask a question, but it happens here. Don't interrogate me, please. Go to Google.
Okay.
Which one is Bogu again? All right. Round up that space, Ajale Koko, and then I'll go to Babangida.
So the greatest challenge to all this infrastructure is security. They have to put security on the ground to prevent attack by criminals or terrorists, on this infrastructure. That is work Lagos State must work upon. they have to make sure that security is guaranteed in Lagos, because Lagos is expanding in terms of economic size, infrastructural wise, and in other things. So people will be trooping in. They have to put in place security so that people in Lagos can feel safe and people in Lagos can, do whatever they want to do at any time of the day and feel secured. That is the most important thing. That is what the governor must be working upon. And I believe that he is doing well on that as well. I hope they can improve on that, because recently, first time in the history of any state in the federation for a governor to hold meeting with DPO all over Lagos State and, try to energize them, try to tell them that Lagos State is with them and Lagos State is ready, to back them to work efficiently and secure Lagos State. So it's doing well. I hope that, and they are buying a lot of, Lagos State is the state that invests more on police equipment than any other state in the whole of Federation. So I believe is trying its best on that, and I hope they can do more so that they can secure all this infrastructure, because these terrorists are all over the place. They are in Edo. They attack Edo train, federal train in Edo yesterday. So I hope that will teach them a lesson that they have to provide security as they are putting this infrastructure on the ground. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajali Koko. So thank you, Ajali
One man,
Koko.
did you see what I sent to you?
I saw it. I've actually downloaded it to I'm going to bring it in. As
so that's the sort of thing going on here.
Yeah, actually, let me actually just play it just to document it. So this is what Playtown was saying. So you can see there, that's the campaign that they are running in Lagos now. Peter Obi, they are running for president. Sanwo-Olu, you can see there. I can't recognize the rest of them. That looks like Obasa there somewhere. Is that Obasa lower down? So I'm not sure who's running this campaign, but that might well be the Labour Party, and a sophisticated campaign in Lagos. So a sophisticated campaign in Lagos. Baba Akure, are you ready to go? Baba Akure? Baba Akure, I can see you in the comment section.
Yes, woman, good evening. My computer is acting off a little bit anyway. So go ahead.
All right. Well, all right. Bring that.
Oh, definitely, Pomo.
Look at that. Look at that bit of rational mind. Listen, I my Corey. All right. Good to have you, Baba Akure. So, Baba Akure, I want to move away from politics just for a moment to go into a lifestyle storyline. So I hope your computer can handle this. I want to play you this clip that somebody sent in. And when I saw it, I scratched my head. I'm not going to say more than that, but listen to this guy and his wife. So that's the only clue that I will give you. So listen to this guy and his wife. Watch this, Baba Akure.
Most of you are not thinking smart. Most of you are not smart. Some of you are thinking, I'm with her because of the MasterCard and the credit card, because of her money. Or some of you think it's because of the visa or whatever, I'm with her. It's not because of the visa. It's because of this house. You see this house? That is because exactly the reason why I'm with her is because of this house. I want to collect this house. If I collect her, I go move. Not be passport. Not be because of card. All those ones don't do my possession already. Now the house, if I get the paper for the house now, I movement, Aja, Ahelu now, update they come.
Baba Akure, what do you make of that?
Well, that is what the country turning to anyway, because that man looks like. So I think it is very shameful that you hardly find people who are really honest, right? Because even without even say that he has to collect the house, and that is what is, you can even see that somebody, it will take a grace of God for somebody to marry that person, and that person is even apart from that. So you can see the level of desperation, the level of lack of conscience, that people don't really care. They don't care how they make their money. They don't really think about anything, just to show off. And when they get everything they want, like that, now we go home and show off and believing that he is doing something that is legitimate. And apart from that, we have people also who are using one way or the other to just dupe another person. Even living abroad, you left your own country, and you say that, okay, the country is bad. You left the place, you come to a place where you can at least find something to do. Some of people don't really care. They still believe that, okay, let me just find means of just make quick money. Just let me see how I can rob somebody or just dupe somebody, which is very barbaric. I think we really need to change our mindset.
Yeah, you wonder if that woman has a family, because it's quite obvious what that guy is doing. But why did they even allow that to happen?
It is possible that she might not have any family. There's no doubt about that, because we have some people like that here. They have everything they want in life, and they don't even have any. They don't have any kids. Maybe the family already died or so. So it happens like that. But some of them like that, when they see that, okay, well, there's nobody that they will leave the property for, they just donate to charity or just sold the house and then take the money to the bank and then use it until when they gone. So it is very barbaric. It is very disappointing. Even with my little experience here, I have seen we trust this person, and eventually they are just animal. So even they are from Nigeria too. You can imagine, come to a place where you're supposed to you have opportunity to excel, you have opportunity to go to any length if you can work to make whatever you can make. But some of people say
your system is breaking up heavily.
I'm not going to really hide anything.
Baba Kure, your system is breaking up heavily.
That. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a bit better, but there's that's better. Carry on.
Okay. Some of us, it's no issue. I'm not talking of me, but Nigerians. I'm very sorry to say this, because I already fall a victim to some people that you really trust. You believe that you trust these people, but eventually they just animal. So I'm not going to mention any tribe. I'm not going to, but that is exactly what is going on. When you left a place, coming to another man's land, where you have so many opportunities that you can use to better your life.
No, I was just going to say, imagine traveling. I was just going to say, imagine traveling all the way from abroad, from Nigeria to abroad, with your family giving you a big send-off, only to go and do that.
Well, that is it. In fact, hey woman, if I want to tell you about my own story, you will say, seriously? There is a guy right now. He's from Nigeria. That we have been to court now 2 times, and he owed me over $21,000.
Baba Kure, we're losing you quite heavily.
Have so many opportunities
No.
striving life. So that
Baba Kore, we can't make you out. It's chopping up too heavily.
Is he now in Nigeria or is he speaking from?
It's in Canada, funnily enough.
No. You can hear me now. Maybe he went to Nigeria for holiday.
Otutu don't babble.
It doesn't really matter. You can live anywhere.
No, you're gone again.
The thing we will let him defend himself.
Look at that. All right. Maybe go out and come back in, Baba Kore. Maybe that will do it. Hello. All right. Let's go on to Thomas. So Thomas, you sent in that clip. What did you make of it when you saw it? That clip that we just played.
Thank you, one man. I was so disappointed. The guys sound like somebody from, don't let me mention. If people listening to that video, you can.
It could be from anywhere, though. It doesn't matter. It could be from anywhere. That's the thing. It's not peculiar to anybody.
Yeah. It could be from anywhere, but it's so disappointing. And for him to have the audacity, even to video it and put it on internet.
He thinks it's a guy. He thinks it's a guy thing. In his head, he thinks it's a guy thing.
No. That means maybe they have the click. They normally do all this thing because I know that it's somebody that is videoing him. It could be from Nigeria as well, but it's very disgusting. I even thought if the video can go around, if the management of that country or if the government of that country can take hold of him. I don't know the country. I just saw the video and I said, oh, wow. So Nigeria can go to this extreme, to this extent, to just, it's very disgusting. I don't know what is going through his brain for him to video kind of thing and even put it on internet. He even said the cards, the debit card, even bring out the debit card. That the cars, everything is in his possession already. That he's waiting for this out to. We can do better than that. We can do better than that.
All right.
It's very disgusting.
All right, brilliant. So to the politics of it, I'm speculating that the elections might not hold for reasons of insecurity. Can you see how that can happen? And what will be the consequences? Either cancelled or postponed is what they said.
One man, election is going to take place. Buhari has tried in the insecurity area. He tried what he can do. Before Buhari came into the government, you can pinpoint some local government that has already hijacked by the Boko Haram. And they have their flag mounted there, permanent. They are the one taking hold of that space. As we are speaking now, you can say there is a space in the north now that is Boko Haram is flagging their flags and taking hold of that place. So with that only, I will give Buhari kudos because that space is very delicate space. It has been locked down to the extremists, and they really try to drag them away from that space. But it's just the insecurity we are having now is just some skirmish, maybe some Abusa Fulani that is ravaging in the north. It's not really Boko Haram, so to say. So I don't see anything that will stop election, in my opinion. But maybe it can happen because it happened in Goodluck Jonathan the other time. But you could remember that time we have the mercenaries to curb the insecurity that time. But now I don't think there is really big insecurity that can stop this election. In my opinion, election is going to take place.
Do you not have the anticipation that there might still be one big event that will I have that anticipation that there might be still one big event to come in this electoral cycle.
Don't mind me. Somebody's disturbing me here.
No,
I don't think.
Does the person want to say hello? Does the person want to say hello?
Yes, just it's my wife. It's just disturbing me here.
Let's say hello to Mrs. Thomas now. Unless he's feeling shy.
Yeah, say hello.
How are you? Thank you for taking care of Thomas. He's our adopted something on this platform. But
I hope he's not very stubborn.
He does. He looks stubborn though.
Yeah, he's not stubborn. He's not stubborn. Am I stubborn? Either way. Well,
there you are. Agility too. Look at that.
Yeah. Back to the politics. One man. There's not, to me, even the biggest event that can happen is maybe one of the presidential candidates pass away. That is the only big event that I see that can happen. But that wouldn't stop the election. That wouldn't stop the election. It's only if there is a big attack or like a vast attack. Maybe the insurgency took a whole state down, and I don't think anything can happen in that such. At least the security, they are still trying. The Tucano jet is there. They will take them down. So I don't think any big event can happen that can stop the election. In my opinion, the election is going to take place.
Bro, just one. If one of the presidential candidates passes away, I think there will be a postponement by the law or something like that.
Who said that?
1 month.
1 month.
Yeah, I think it's in the electoral reform, the new electoral reform. It's one. I think, especially one of the major candidates, there will be a 1 month.
But who determines a major candidate though? Who determines who?
I don't want to say that in the law. My feeling is that if it's one of the major, but I think one of the candidates. To me, I'm just assuming that if it's not a major candidate, maybe they won't care. But I think the electoral law, I think I read somewhere that if a candidate passes away, INEC will adjourn for 1 month or something like that. I read something to that effect.
So what would that mean? Does that mean then they will have to condense the elections or extend the Buhari tenure?
I think the place it comes from is that because if a candidate passes away, there has to be a replacement, and then there will be a disadvantage to a party. So it will not be like fair to that party to. I think it's something along that line. It's the spirit behind that law.
All right. So in that instance, if it was APC, it'll be Rotimi Amechi, and if it was PDP, it'll be. Does it differ to the person who comes second if a candidate does pass away? Does it differ to the person who comes?
That is the party's internal situation. They have to. I don't know how. I don't really remember specifically, but I think they can just promote somebody, but they have to. There's something with the INEC in the law that they have to do some. I think that they will replace. I'm not sure.
I think it differs to the next person. That was how Yaya Bello came in now.
Okay. I don't want to go out on the limb. I'm not totally sure.
All right, brilliant.
Surely it's gonna be the next person, except if that next person is not showing interest anymore, saying that I'm not interested, and the party can pick another person. But usually by law, it's the next person that will come up.
Imagine if we get to the elections and it was Rotimi Amechi versus Yemsin Wike on the ticket. Imagine that a River State battle out.
It's gonna be serious, man.
It's gonna be nice.
So who would we go for now?
Wike will give him a flogging, I think Wike will kick his head in. All right.
So, but yeah. I beg to disagree with Fatah a little bit, because who determines the front runner in the election? And I don't think, I'm sorry to say this, the 18 candidates, let's just say some obscure party, one of them pass away. Do you think anybody will care? The election will continue. I'm just saying that. So didn't say maybe they are not important. So, but
No, I didn't say. I'm just to be clear. I'm not saying categorically it has to be a main candidate. Me, I'm just assuming. I'm thinking the way you are thinking. Like if it's just somebody they consider unimportant, they wouldn't care. But I think the law just says one of the candidates of the party. But it's a long time. It was around that time or whatever. I just saw it. But I don't. But the only point I just want to make is that I think I remember that in case of a death, there will be a postponement or whatever, adjournment or whatever you want to call of the election. That's all I want to make. The major candidate or minor candidate, I don't want to say for sure that's. I don't remember precisely that part.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Thomas. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's fine. Even if really is on the electoral law, it's really good because they have to give the party a little, maybe some space to maybe to conduct another emergency primaries to choose another candidate because the party, their candidate must be on the ballot, and it's going to be difficult because as we are speaking now, the ballot has been printed already. So how will they remove the name of the person that passed away to put another person on the ballot?
What goes on the ballot? Is it the name of the candidate or the logo of the party?
It's the logo of the party.
Is it the logo?
Is the logo?
Is it the logo? Yes. That means that's my mistake. Me Odibori. I've never voted before. I've never voted before. So I'm guilty of saying that. I'm ashamed of myself for saying that because I don't count anything in Nigeria to be any free and fair. I don't care about
until now.
So until now.
Some Ajebota, so they don't vote.
No, I even no.
Ajebota people doesn't vote in Nigeria.
The last time I went to Nigeria, the Nigeria mentality has changed. To everyone listening here, people are ready to vote now. The elite that I know, they don't even what concern them about PVC. What is PVC? All of them now they are getting their PVC. I was so amazed that wow, Nigerians have changed their mentality, and I think Peter Obi really did that for Nigeria. If it's only that for Peter Obi, yes, I give it to him for that. It changed people's mentality.
Actually, let's make that question a very, very quick round robin question. So, who has voted before in Nigeria and did your candidate win? So, we just wrap it just very, very quickly through that. So, Adanle Koko, have you ever voted before in Nigeria and did the person that you voted for, did they win? Adanle Koko. All right, we're going to Fatai. Fatai, are you there? Can anyone hear me?
No.
So the question is just Thomas that opened up that space. Have you ever voted before in Nigeria and did the candidate you voted for win?
I am in Thomas camp. I never voted also actually. But I was always aware of the election processes because I was like a low-level staff at Babalaki and Co. And I was always following what was going on.
All right. Thank you. So let's go on to Babakure. Babakure, have you ever voted before in Nigeria and did the person you voted for win? And that's to the comment section as well. What's happening with everybody?
I'm sure Babakure voted.
Yeah, we can now.
But I voted about Macaulay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I have voted The one I could remember vividly, I'm not talking of local government. Were you talking about President Abiola?
No. Let's limit it to state and presidency. So like a governor or a president. So have you ever any vote? Have you ever voted before in Nigeria, and did the person you vote for win?
Yes, several times. Yes, and they of course won.
All right, brilliant. Who was it? Who was it that you voted for?
Well, I voted for Abiola. Though he be president of Nigeria.
Well, he won, so yeah, you can claim that victory.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I voted for him and he won. Then I voted for okay, you said governor and president, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the rest I didn't vote. That was the only person I believe that he was to, I believe, take Nigeria back to where it's supposed to be at that time. So since then, I don't really like any politician. I don't really like politics anyway. So since then.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. So we go on to the next. Let's go to world peace. Have you ever voted before in Nigeria, and did your candidate win?
One man, I won't lie to you. I've never voted, but I've been to the voting ground, but I never participated, and never. But I will just go there and watch, follow people there and watch, but then come back home.
Were you too young to vote, or you were just not interested?
I was not interested. I wasn't that too young to vote. I was eligible to vote, but then in my area, like I said, in my area, my uncles were the controller of PDP then, that 99. So I didn't really need to vote, and I saw the election violence and all that. I just go there and look. So I stay distance with my friends and look. They do the voting, do the counting. Then we'll go back home, report to my uncle. It went well. It did go well, but I never took part in voting, stay in line to come and vote. No, I didn't even register. I've never registered one day, even till now.
All right, brilliant. I already know the answer to this. I cannot imagine that Uptown has ever voted for reasons of age. So, Uptown, have you ever voted in Nigeria before? And did your
wow. Small. Okay, so I was going to vote in 2019 when my candidate was chosen as a vice presidential candidate, but then
for which party?
For PDP. I was going to vote when P2B was announced as VP, but I guess my hate for Atiku didn't just let me even exercise that intention at all. So I stayed back as usual. So
why do you hate Atiku? What is it especially that you could not stomach?
One man, I work with intuition. My intuition has never ever, even when he picked Obi in 2019, being someone that's followed Obi since 2011, that naturally should have made me like him. But still, that is why all the political conversations I had in 2019, I kept expressing my difficulty trying to understand how Atiku and Obi will work together in Aso Rock, because I know Obi very well. So I'm like, how is this going to work? Or is this just a special purpose ticket to win election? So I couldn't find how it will work. So I wasn't interested in really going out to vote, and they failed anyway. So
what's happening with everybody's network today? Thank you. We can now carry on.
Okay, I say me voting. So I didn't end up voting that 2019 because I didn't trust Atiku, and I didn't think I don't see the chemistry between Atiku and Obi. I thought it was just a special purpose vehicle to win election, because knowing who Obi is, I don't see that combination working in Aso Rock. So I didn't vote. So voting next month in February will be me breaking my electoral virginity, you know, and I can't wait for it. It's like almost like I'm waiting for my wedding day. That's how it feels. Every day I look at my PVC, I'm like, okay.
Do you tuck it under the pillow? Do you tuck your PVC under the pillow and have
I have pictures of it on my
dreams?
phone. You know, I have talked to a lot of people here in my polling units. I know about 13 of them. We talk on WhatsApp group, you know, and how we're gonna go that day and whatever. So, I mean, I can't wait. It's February. I'll be reporting. I'll be reporting live from. I'll be on the platform where I'm there, so we'll all be conversing.
Yes, live stream it. I'll probably send you data or something so that you can live stream it for us.
Sure.
Well done. So same question to you, Des. I don't imagine that you have ever voted in Nigeria before. Des, have you recovered from your fever, by the way?
I would say yes and no, because after recovering from fever, I think flu came, so I don't even know what's going on.
Well, it's the weather, isn't it?
Yeah, so dust and everything is bad. It's terrible. One man I voted twice. I voted in 2019 and 2015. Sorry, yeah, 2015 and 2019.
Jonathan and Atiku, Abi.
Yeah, Jonathan won. Jonathan lost. And I voted for Atiku. Atiku lost. So 0%.
So you're going to vote for Peter Obi this time around?
I don't know, because I think I'll be going back before then. Something came up.
Oh, yeah, okay. You have to leave Nigeria soon.
Yeah.
All right. That's a pity. All right, brilliant. So same question to Patrick. Have you voted in Nigeria before, and did your candidate win?
Yes, one man. I voted in the 90s in Oyo State. I voted for Kolapo Ishola. He won. I voted for.
Is that for Senate? Is that for Senate or something?
It was the governor for your state.
Okay, I don't remember.
I voted Kolapo Ishola.
All right.
I voted for MQ. I voted for MQ Abiola. He won. In 1999.
Patrick, can you permit me to sing one song?
What's that?
Kọ́lápọ̀ Ṣọlá ní gómìnà Ọ̀yọ́ tọ́ sí ẹ̀túyáyá ẹ̀dìbò fọ́mọlúàbí. Yeah, I remember.
My goodness me. They after your crown.
Then 1999, I voted for Obasanjo in 1999. In 2003, I voted for Ribadu. No, I voted for Falaye. In 1999, I voted for Falaye. 2003, I voted for Obasanjo. Then Obasanjo won. Then in 2011, I voted for Buhari. In 2015, I voted for Buhari. I had to travel back from US to go and vote for Buhari in 2015. And Buhari won.
Even after okay. Well, oh yes.
Then 2019, I couldn't travel. So, but I campaigned for Buhari in 2019, just like I'm doing for Tinubu now.
All right. And what will happen to Tinubu?
Tinubu will win now. If you see my stroke, most of them have always won. So,
all right.
Tinubu will definitely win.
Yes, I was expecting you to say that. All right, thank you. And that question to Ajane Koko, we put it to you, but we couldn't hear you. So, is the space that Thomas opened up? Have you ever voted before in Nigeria, and did your candidate win?
That's a funny question, oh man.
That's a long list as well, isn't it, Ajane Koko?
Yeah. I've been voting since Second Republic. Awolowo, Jakonde. Well, Awolowo couldn't win, but Jakonde won. Third Republic, we voted for Abiola. He won the election. They didn't give it to him. So, and Obasanjo, I was in Nigeria 2000. I think it was 2000. Yes, we voted for him. And I voted for Obasanjo, so, and he won. So I didn't vote for Falaye. So he won.
Why did you vote for Obasanjo over Falaye? That surprises me.
Because I knew that Falaye could not win. I knew he wouldn't win, and I saw Obasanjo as the best option as at that time. A person that had a brighter chance to win the election, particularly I think it went along sympathy. I think I have sympathy for him that a person that went to prison, that was locked up and almost killed, came back and, I think that was the reason why. I didn't vote for Falaye because of Falaye's structural adjustment program. I didn't like the structural adjustment. I saw him as pro Babangida. He was the one behind that policy as the finance minister during that time, and they were all together lying to us as if they are not going to adopt that SAP policy. They put us through debate across the federation. Several workshops were held, several debates from one part of the and at the end of the day, they went for that policy, which I believe destroy. That was the beginning of this economic problem that we are facing in Nigeria, because structural adjustment program destroy our currency, and that was when we started seeing the valuation of naira from it was $2. It was $2 to $1. $2 to I think it was $2 to $1. $2 to $1 when Babangida came in, and as at the time that he was leaving, the currency has devalued up to, I think, 80 naira to $1.
When Babangida was leaving?
When he was leaving.
No.
When Babangida, sorry. Yes, I mean, when, what do you call it?
Abacha?
Abdul Salam.
Abdul Salam took dollar up. Abdul Salam left at 67. Obasanjo met it at 67 naira. When Babangida was leaving, I think it was 19 naira. 18 naira.
It was 80. It was 80.
No. It was 67 naira when Obasanjo met it.
All right. It's just a round robin question. So I'll give us your list, Ajaleko, and then I go to Solomon, and then we go back to Thomas.
So because of that, I said, I don't want to believe in this Falaye of a thing. Let me give solidarity vote to Obasanjo. And as at that time, we were facing a very serious security problem, economic problem, a lot of challenges facing that country. And we needed a very strong leader that can put everybody under control and govern the nation. So, and I saw Obasanjo as the best option. So that was why I voted for him. So that was my. Since then, I've not voted. So we just come here and talk. We cannot vote.
All right. So it's a good poll to take, because out of all of the people on the screen so far, only Uptown is likely to vote in this upcoming election. But let's come to you, Solomon. So I don't imagine that you have ever voted in Nigeria before.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Roman.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, I got
Japa. This is Japa boy now.
No, I go vote, but I go tell you now my candidate I won't vote for. I got my PVC since 2015, and I've not used it since then. But
why have you not used it? Atiku was on the ballot in 2019.
I was not chanced then to vote. Yeah, I did not have the chance to vote that year. I did not have a chance. So, but this year I'm going to vote for Apoga, for Peter Omar. Enough guys, if I'm going to use my voter's card for no other person, but for Peter Omar in Apoga. Yeah.
You don't abandon articulated.
I'm just kidding anyway. I'm just kidding.
Apoga. All right, brilliant. So back to you, Thomas. Back to you. So that was a fun little insight. It was in school in 2019.
One man, sorry.
Yeah.
You have to question Baba Akure voting for Abiola. Baba, don't forget, Baba Akure said he wrote SSC. So he wrote SSC, voting Abiola 92. 92 to date is like 32, 30,
underage voting, Abi. Look at that. Underage voting. Baba Akure, you stand accused.
What are you talking about?
He said you were too young to vote for Abiola, so you were engaged in underage voting.
I'm too young to vote Abiola?
Yes.
Who says so?
What base?
So how old do you think I am?
Japanese whiskey.
Did you vote for Akintola?
Because if you wrote SSC, you should be between 47 or 50.
Let him land. I'm hearing you.
So it's two things. It's two ways. Not now and now. Not living things are living things. If you wrote SSC, you should be between your 47 and 50. Now, 32 to 2003, now we are now, that is about 33 years. If you 33 years on 50 years, that is 17 years underage voting. The eligible age in Nigeria is 18. So if you vote Abiola,
so 1993
one side, that's the living thing. The non-living thing is that hold on, sorry. The non-living thing is that you cut your age for us now. You are 67 years in this. Akintola, as Patrick said, you are not 50.
What?
Yeah, go on.
What peace? You don't drink Japanese whiskey. That's why they come up with this question.
I tell Akure again. If you vote, as you say, you write SSC. That means
listen. Baba. Listen to him, Baba Akure, so we can.
If you vote, as you said, you claim you wrote SSC. That means you should be between your 47 and 50 years. Let's cap it like that. Then, if you are 50, if you from 1992 to 2003, that should be 33 years now. If you wrote 33 years from 50, you are 17 years, and which is illegal in Nigeria. Voting age in Nigeria is from 18. Now, if you said you are older than 50, you voted, that means you're not 50. Maybe you are Akintola's age. You voted in Akintola's time. That means it's living thing. The living thing is 50 years. Non-living thing means you are older than everybody here. Maybe you are partiality and mates. So you to vote for Abiola as a teenager. That's a condition.
All right. The numbers don't add up is what he said.
You have to vote.
You're still breaking up, Baba Akure.
No, you have to voting age start from 18. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay. Voting age in Nigeria is 18 years. Then
Yes,
you said 1993. That 1993 is 30 years ago, right?
1992.
32 years ago.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
Was it 1992 or 1993?
92.
Abiola was 93,
92.
not 92, man.
No, it's 93.
The election held in 92 now, right? June 12 now.
No,
Okay,
it's 93. Okay. It was 93.
93.
Okay, 93. Let's support you.
So how many years ago now? 30 years ago,
it's
right?
Still between 32 years and you are still on the. It's still 32 to 30 years. So and you wrote SSC.
No, I'm not. I am not. I was not underage when I vote. So it doesn't. It doesn't really matter how you twist it.
I will not know now. Your face is
he wrote SSC as a retake. Leave that one. No bring that one here. He wrote it as a retake. Baba Kwe, don't mind them.
As a mature student,
Just add English and maths.
Can we move on? Can we move on?
Yes. Let's.
When?
All right. I wonder how many of people actually retook their WAEC. Who would admit to that? But back to you, Thomas.
One more. Where are we selves? Everything don't scatter.
Yes, everything don't scatter. Let me take you to this other space, and then where is Atiku? Fani Kayode attacks PDP. Banner man reveals top secret. So Atiku, it's just the way that he has not been campaigning is what seems to puzzle a lot of people, and it is almost certain that he's carrying some sort of ailment. Because he's forever in London. And we've seen all the usual photos with Dino Melaye claiming that he's having important meetings and all of that. But without equivocation, that man is carrying some sort of form of debilitation. But what does this mean as we're 6 weeks from the elections?
Thank you, one man. I am not doubting, even though they call me Doubting Thomas. I am not doubting. Atiku is suffering for something. We don't know. As we can't diagnose Tinubu, we can't diagnose him, but you can see him. He walks very slowly. It's not that fast when he's walking. And you can, the last time they held his hand, even to make like couple of steps, like 5 steps downstairs. And what normally baffles me is that tummy. The tummy it's very big tummy. Can we say maybe he's drinking too much beer?
I don't think he drinks alcohol, and it doesn't look like from food. I think it's carrying some real serious ailment.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Even though I as well, I don't doubt Tinubu. Tinubu is having something in his body. With their age, they'll be having something. I've set example of my dad. I can't say my dad is 100%. He's 72 this year. I can't say he's 100% LD. No. At their age, they'll be suffering from something, but it may not be terminal disease. But you can see what FFK is saying, lambasting Atiku. He said they are stitching the. Come on. That is why somebody yesterday was crying on TV. Politics is dirty. They will come for you anytime, any day. They will come for you. They will even say something that is not even. You can imagine selling Atiku is having some boyfriend. You can imagine all those rumors because of this. The same because of this politics. There is nothing else. It's because of the politics. So Atiku, I don't think Atiku is okay for now. For him not to be showing up, it's just like it's only Tinubu that is campaigning for this election, and Peter Obi on the other side. It's just Tinubu. What? Who else? Who else are you seeing? As I refer to this thing every time when I speak here, when I saw the campaign in Kano, it's just like I can't even quantify the number of people in that campaign. It's The crowd is crazy, man.
Only a blind man will claim not to see that Tinubu is coasting to this election. It's almost a certainty. All factors remaining the same.
Almost 1 million people.
No, Abba, this row now. This row. But you know,
one month. Did you see his campaign in Edo?
Who's campaigning in Edo, Tinubu? He still pulled the crowd. He pulled a greater crowd than your man. We can look it up. Let me look it up.
No, 1 man. I think Peter Big got.
Edo is like that too. Edo is always like that too. Edo is always like that.
Peter Big got better crowd than Tinubu.
Edo crowd is always like that. That's just the truth.
Go and look at Patrick telling you people. Edo is like they're not by the crowd though. And Tinubu used a UBT stadium. He used something like that. The Uniben. I think that was the stadium he used, not Bermuda Stadium. And people came for him. People don't use the crowd in Edo State. I'll be telling you people this thing. Magic will happen that day.
Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. So the crowd in Kano, I was flabbergasted. One man. Wow, the crowd! There was not even space for people to put their legs on. Heads just go like a pool of water. Wow, this we know that.
But what is going on? We don't see Shetima in the campaign trail these days. What is going on? Is he sick or what?
We see him.
I don't know.
We see him here and there, though.
You want us to respond to that?
Yeah, go.
Yes, Patrick, come
That's still part of Tinubu's strategy. You remember when Shetima, when it's true, you don't scatter your forces. You don't put all your forces together. In a race, you spread them and put them in places where they can start making things happen. When he was in, I think it was in Kano or Katsina. Shetima was in Zaria. Campaigning, meeting with emirs, meeting with people, promising them. That's how things happen.
Okay, that's.
You see, Tinubu is changing the face of campaign. 2027, you start seeing people doing more town hall meetings. Okay, I'm sure all of them are confused now.
No, but Tinubu has not done any town hall meetings now. What do you mean?
All those, don't mind that they say all those meetings has been calling. He's the one calling town hall meetings, talking to people. Then he's going on the field. He's going on individual. He's going with focus group. He's going with professional groups. Tinubu is changing his strategy. He's no longer just gathering crowd and putting them in stadiums.
But since Ganduje is everywhere with him.
Yes, he needs somebody like that. But someone like Shetima is the face. They are seeing the vice president meeting the emirs. He cannot send a governor of Kano to just Kaduna to go and meet Emir of Zaria now. Emir of Zaria, you understand? You are sending the vice president to go there and do that.
So that it will carry more weight. It will carry more weight.
That cannot do that. Okowa cannot do that. Let's be objective.
Since you know much, what's the position that Ganduje will occupy in Tinubu government?
That was going to be my question. What position? I think it will be higher than a ministerial portfolio.
You can just be in the kitchen cabinet, no minister, nothing. You will just be in the kitchen cabinet.
I think it's between him and Fashola to be the SSG.
No, Fashola cannot be SSG cannot come from Southwest. SSG cannot come from Southwest again because the presidency is from Southwest.
It's at its own prerogative now.
No,
what
second to the governor of federation is a key position.
Sorry. I thought it's chief of staff. I was thinking of chief of staff.
No, they need a agile person for chief of staff. I think the chief of staff like to be El-Rufai. Just go and mark it. It's either Fashola or El-Rufai. They need someone who has some level of business dynamics, corporate sense, or it could be one of these Yemi Kados. One of those guys would be chief of staff.
I don't think it will overload Yorubas into his the way
But
Buhari has
Ganduje will
done.
just be the kitchen cabinet. Might not even hold any ministerial position, but they are the people that are going to be in the cabinet.
Patrick, sorry, but Yemi Cardoso, I think Yemi Cardoso will probably hold from finance position.
For finance, right?
Yeah, or CBN or finance. Either CBN or finance.
No, we need an economist as a CBN governor.
Patrick, I don't share all the post finish.
What did this study?
No, I don't share all the post finish.
What of Osho Baba? What of Osho Baba?
Osho is going to Senate now. Osho is going to Senate now.
He might likely be the Senate president. Or...
No, he cannot be. He has to be a second term senator to be the Senate president.
Okay.
The Senate president. Hold on. The Senate president has to come from the southeast anyway.
Yeah.
And that's going to be.
Oji Okalu is likely to be the next Senate president.
Yeah.
So the guy has positioned himself.
Because he's the chief whip already now.
He has positioned himself very well. That's the only senator in that party from that part of the country that you can really say, okay, he has some strength now.
And he's going to win the senatorial seat.
He's going to win it hands down.
The guy has strength. There's this interview he granted and about this OB endorsement for Tinubu. He just finished what is his name? OBJ's endorsement for Tinubu. He finished OBJ in that interview. He really finished him. Like there is nothing to all these ones. As in, if you hear that, if you watch or listen to that interview, you know that OBJ don't even like this guy finished him. They finished him totally.
So, you know, say OBJ finished him.
Talking about the convicted criminal.
Go on.
The guy that was found guilty of all count charges and sentenced, only to come out.
You can say what you can say.
But the court has the court finally convicted him.
Yes,
if he's convicted, why is he holding the Senate position?
Hold on now. He went to Kirikiri for a few weeks. He went to Kirikiri.
The judge
was discharged now.
Was promoted to a higher court some weeks up before the judgment was decided. So based on that technicality,
that's not a technicality for the fact that they promoted the judge is not a technicality for dismissing a crime now. No, you are not talking to children here now.
It is.
If somebody is a thief, somebody is a thief, a judge is trying his case. They promoted the judge. You now say, oh, because of that, on technical ground, this thief must go. You are not talking to children now.
That was happen. That's what happened now.
No, the new judge might say, okay, there are no evidences or enough to convict this guy. That's a different thing, but not on technicality that the former judge was promoted.
The case.
He was convicted and sent to
Kirikiri. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It's getting a bit too. Let's run that list for a moment. It's just an academic exercise, by the way. So don't let nobody go wild in the comment section that But if Tinubu becomes president and Shettima, if from the northeast, he's the vice president. So are we saying Oji Kalu just by default will get the Senate presidency because he has? Yes. Are we agreeing that he has to go to the southeast?
Yes, he has to go to the southeast or south.
Yeah, most probably.
And then who gets it? We can't say Pastor Oji Kalu, can we?
Yeah, no, I can't see anybody there.
He's the one with the most clout from there now.
He's the most experienced senator there now. He's been in the Senate for like 2 terms now. And then he's a governor.
Sadly, he is actually.
He is. But then I think SSG will go to North Central.
No, before we get to that, which region gets the House?
The House of Rep?
Yeah, the leader.
I think it should be North Central.
Northwest.
You don't think it's the middle
okay,
belt?
That's true.
Northwest.
I think the region that gets the rep depends on the region that gets the Senate. If the Southeast cannot make it in the Senate, then they will clinch the rep.
No, they won't accept that. Or the
Southeast will get the Senate.
I mean, this is Nigeria. I mean, it will be
no, guy. Oji Okalu is visioning himself already.
I know.
Somebody saying Akpabio. Somebody saying Akpabio, but Akpabio cannot get that thing. It's Oji Okalu.
Akpabio doesn't even have a ticket. He doesn't have a ticket, does he?
I think they've nullified his ticket or so.
He doesn't.
So we're saying the Northwest.
the Northwest will probably get the Speaker and the Secretary of the Government of the Federation.
Which name comes out of the Northwest for the Speaker?
There are big names there.
I think that short guy from Kano.
Which short guy?
Hey, what is his name? I can't remember. He's a very popular. He's a short guy. He speaks so fast like this.
That guy is gone now. Is it? You are talking of Farouk Lawan?
Is it? No, not that one. Not that one.
That Joe now.
Is it Bacha? That one, that Bacha, Baba, this thing, that guy that always tweet. He did not get his ticket too.
Kazauri?
No, this guy that always tweet.
Maybe it's him. He got a round face.
Sonny Ahmed. No, that one is.
No, Sani is in PDP. He's in PDP and he's from Kaduna. This one is from Kano.
I think is
it Bacha Lawa or something like that.
Babache.
He lost his ticket.
No.
Babache is from Adamawa now.
No,
they say he's from Kano. He ran under Kano for House of Rep, but he lost the ticket in primaries.
Is it Mumuni Aminu, that guy that went to MPP you are talking about?
Oh, yeah, it's Mumuni Aminu he was talking about.
But
I'm not talking about Mumuni Aminu. There's this rep guy from Kano. He's a short guy like this.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Is it the name on the screen? Dogowa.
Maybe I cannot remember. I don't even. But he's a very popular and a fast-spoken guy like this.
So they don't have prominent politicians in the Northwest, is what we're.
There are too many. That's the point. It's difficult to say, like we said of Ojikalu, it's difficult to say that in the Northwest. Because you have people like Adamawa, okay, they are now in another party. But you have all those governors who have been governors before in Northwest that are now in National Assembly. And they are well positioned. But in the Southeast, the governors that are in National Assembly are not all well positioned. Somebody like Okorocha cannot contend with Ojikalu for it. You understand? So the Oji, where is he now?
He's in Senate.
That one is
presenting Abia Central. Abia Central.
I think that Abia does not really. They are not politically conscious. So how can they just be recycling?
No, they are just the politicians. They are very, very selfish in that place, and they are not united too. They are very, very selfish.
Abia is simply Anambra 1999. Simple. Anambra 1999. That's
all right. So we cannot comment for which position is the fifth most powerful? Are we saying it's the SSG?
Yes.
And who gets SSG, that? Are we saying that's a toss-up between Fashola and Ganduje?
You cannot go to president. It will go to Northwest. I'm sure it will go to Northwest.
And who's there in the Northwest? Are we looking at El Rufai?
Yes, like to be El Rufai. If El Rufai did not get this chief of staff position,
hold on. Have you given the presidency to APC?
No,
you are sharing posts. You are sharing posts here.
It's an academic exercise. So I know somebody will come and vlog us. There is God, though. This position you are sharing.
But one man, just let's digress a bit. Can we mention name on the other parties like this?
Oh, okay.
You can't.
Uptown can help us.
You can't for Labour Party because
someone to like Wala too much.
Let's ask Uptown. Let's ask Uptown. Let's tell us name for SSP.
Actually,
hold on. Under a Labour Party presidency, who gets the Senate? Which region does it go to first?
What did you say?
Under a Labour Party presidency, who does the Senate go to? Which region? And then which name comes out?
I think the Senate will go to either APC or PDP. Honestly.
Yes.
But then anything else.
They don't get people. They don't get shishi.
One man they have, but all Peter Ob's cabinet will be picked by Obasanjo. That is how the threat.
No. On the cabinet, one man. On the cabinet space, I've discussed it itself. I think in the other space, I have gotten access to Peter Obi's shadow cabinet, and I can mention up to 15 people out of that cabinet.
Well, okay, give us 5. Give us the 5 most prominent ones.
Wait. Let me unlock my tab. Wait, let me get my tab. Wait, let me just give me.
I know one position, Minister of Information. I know that one already. Can I help you with that one?
Uptown.
Obi. Who?
What's the artist? That artist where they
Kenneth Okonkwo.
That's going
very
to
dramatic.
the minister.
Very dramatic guy.
Alex Okonkwo, information minister.
All right, give us the 5 names that shine out uptown from your list.
No, I'm trying to get my tab to read out the names for you, but then just know that Costello Obaze is
what
chief
is
of staff.
This guy Valentine, Ozigbo will take
Val is there as well.
Pantami's position.
Digital
He's
economy.
already taking the tech position.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
All right, let Uptown give us that list, and then we see what we're making of it. Uptown.
Just a few seconds.
All right, you see, it's just typical of the obedience space. Never prepared.
Very fine. They are very
How can I be prepared? Never prepared.
No structure.
All right, let's get back to Thomas. So we'll come back to you for that list later. So Thomas, round up that.
All right. One man. I'm here.
Okay, just give us the top 5 so we can move the conversation.
No. I have the shadow list here. Funny enough, I have the list. I have the full list here. So let me just
hold on. Now, when I say hold on, is this a list you compiled or is this?
No. I didn't compile it. I got it from a guy called Donatus. So he's been working with Obi since 2006.
All right, give us the list.
Yes, he's working with Valentine Obianyem. If you know Valentine Obianyem, he's Obi's right-hand man from his days when he was governor.
All right.
So they work together in the same office. So this is the shadow cabinet, and it's from Patutomi's big tent. So Professor Oke Ikechukwu is there. Professor Dinkalo is there. Patutomi himself is there. Dele Farotimi is there. Fumilayo, I don't know, Day is there. Funny enough, see, in the list, the names that strike me was that the fact that Chimamanda Adichie's name is here.
Sorry, can I interject in this thing one man, please?
Yeah, go on.
What position is Dele Farotimi occupying?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Come in.
This movement is very funny. Look at the way they've just disputed the North. Like, this thing is great. Do you know how it will make the Northerners crazy?
This guy didn't even allow me to read out the name here now. It's not going to take a minute.
The Northerners, if they hear Obi, they will go wild and go crazy.
I'm not going to hear now.
Can I go?
If they will let you, then you can carry on.
They are already feeling the marginalization coming to their way. This is just one of the main reason why they will never allow to be president of this country. Trust me.
We want to hear where the Northerner comes in. So carry on with your list.
Obi is here. One Fejiro Hanu Agbaje. Okay, so I think this guy is the guy that has Patricia. I don't know, his name is in the list. Dele Farotimi's name is, patricia.com.
Yes, that guy, that young guy.
Yeah. So his name is here. So Dele Farotimi is here. Professor Fumilayo Day is here. Chimamanda Adichie's name is here. Chinyere Okuna. Okay, Okuna worked with Obi in Adambra. Then Femi Falana's name is here, SAN. There are actually a lot of SANs here. There's Are. There is Funke Adekoya, SAN. There is Mike Iboko, SON. There is Bankole Johnson, SON. There is Samuel Achilefu. There is Rotimi Williams. There is retired Major General I. being Gary or something like that. There is Bismarck Rouhani. There's Valentine Ozibo here. Then there's Babajide Otutoju Kolade.
Babajide Otitojo. Do you know who Babajide Otitojo is?
I think it's the TVC guy, so I don't know what his name is in here. But
TVC guy, Tinubu son, no.
I know he's in TVC, but I don't know what his name is in here. So his name is here. Rufai Oseni's name is here. Then a guy, Kayode. I think these guys are under media.
Because this guy will not be able to form a government. Rufai Oseni.
All right.
Let's go and contest the election.
Hold on now. Let me just conclude now.
Oh, yeah, conclude. But is there a Danladi? Is there a Danladi there anywhere?
Wait. Ruth Osime is here. Laila Johnson Salam is here.
Right.
Kingsley Mohali is here.
Right.
Nike Akande is here. Omaru Mutalab is here. Ibrahim Hassan Dan Kwambo is here. Oluwatoshin Oluwole is here. Is it Rotimi Williams? Is here Adewale Adebayo is here as well.
One man.
What of Aisha Yusufu?
Aisha's name is not here.
Woman not there for una cabinet. Woman not there for una cabinet.
No, maybe when they I don't know, bro. It's not here.
That's the most ridiculous list I've ever heard. There's no Danladi. There's no. The cabinet is 60. The country is 60-65% north, and there's no Danladi in your cabinet. But
there's a lot of northern names here, and I just mentioned some. There's Umaru Mutalab. There is Hassan Dan Kwamba Ibrahim. There is Biringeri or Biwetin. There's a lot of northern names here as well. But I think these guys are mostly technocrats. I think he wants to do 85% technocrats.
Look at that! It's just a ridiculous.
Are we
beyond board.
back to politics?
Back to you. That's just that. I'm rather disappointed. That's the most comical thing I've heard in a long time. But back.
But one man. Let me ask you. What position do you think a Chimamanda Adichie might possibly get?
That was where you lost me. Chimamanda Adichie. She's not even a Nigerian, is she really? To all intents and it's just.
I think Chimamanda can be a good image maker for the country.
Image maker. Does she have a good image to make anybody else's image?
One man should be on this list. If you want that list to be credible,
as Obi Tormentor,
must be on this
list. Let me say my piece. If you see this list, when we talk now, they'll say we are Igbo hater.
Only when you put one man on this list, that is when that list will look credible.
Yes.
They'll say we are Igbo hater or we eat.
But I know. I've checked a lot of the names here that I don't know, and they have a very big profile.
If you look at the names, it's Igbos and Yorubas, and you know those Yorubas are just put there to add up.
Yes,
they are not just, they are big names. So
hold on now. They just put them there to make it fancy. But if you look at it, it's actually an Igbo list.
See, now because you no put a do name, now you invest.
We have 300 and something tribes.
Leave our government like Yoruba and Igbo.
Oh, goodness.
Not by do. We have 300 and something tribes.
Mr. What is Obi is about competence. It's people that are competent that he's picking in this list. So
there is no competence in that list. It's just. Hold on. Can you hold on? It just went on social media and pulled all names together. Yeah. But let Thomas round up that space so that we can go on to Fatai. Who wants to speak about the Obi outing yesterday? Thomas, back to you.
Oh man, I can't stop laughing when he read Rufai Oseni.
Yes,
oh my God!
Most of you are ridiculous when it comes to it. Okay, a lot of you here are ridiculous.
Let me finish it now, please. Thank you.
Just carry on, Thomas. Sir.
When he read Oseni, that's ridiculous guys do nonsense on IG Instagram, dancing like it's just they are not prepared. I'd say I will not talk about them anymore. Back to serious politics. Atiku, If he's sick, I wish him well. I wish him still recovery. But if it is rumor, because I saw a video of Dino Milai saying this is our president, it's just like seconds ago. It's still gallivanting around that there is nothing happened to Atiku. But if it is sick, I wish him a speedy recovery. I'll just congratulations to Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, the next president of Nigeria. Thank you, man.
Are we effectively how soon can we start describing Tinubu as president-elect? How soon can we start?
I just declare him now.
Yes, and I think Alexander Gomez.
I just declare him now as the president.
Yeah,
this is wishful thinking. Okay, it's not going to happen.
Look at that.
Who be that? Who be that?
I just Asiwaju.
All right, thank you, Thomas. We're losing your connection somewhat, but thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go from Thomas to Fatai. Let's go from Thomas to Fatai.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, good to have you, Fatai. You were absent from class yesterday. Explain yourself.
You know, actually, I tried to log in like twice. It was like full, and the last time I tried to log in, you were already closed. I don't know. You started early, I guess.
Yes, because we wanted to do the Peter Obi town hall. We wanted to live stream it so we can respond to it in real time. But it's not too late. So you watched it. You wanted to give your commentary. But what we took out was the cameo by Yusuf Datta that was crying on the podium. But give us your take on that space.
Actually, that's like that's like neither here nor there. Yeah, okay. Nigeria and Africa, we are like a masculine kind of situation. But I mean, if they say because of it's about his parents, so I wouldn't to go too hard on him about that is not even what is the takeaway from that. Did you see? I mean, I listed up to like maybe 6, 7 Agbado moments from that town hall. Did you see the Agbado of Dati Baba Ahmed? When there is a lady that asked him about entertainment, about the like, essentially like foreign, like maybe foreign record label or something like that. That taking
and
advantage.
then it was talking about football, wasn't it?
Football, Agbado. I have never had so much headache in my life. I was like, this is going to be our vice president. It's not supposed to be a joke. So, and Peter Obi also. So, I want to ask actually Uptown. I don't know. Maybe I am the one that's looking at it as Agbado. So I would like if an obedient could clarify some of these points. I mean, any meaning from that, anything that is meaningful from that town hall. There is a place that I don't know where to start from. Maybe I should start from the lighter ones. Let me start from like this one could be like a slip of tongue. So when Peter Obi was talking about our foreign debt, and he said from 2015 to now, it went up 5 times. It was about I think he said it was 15 trillion to 75 trillion, approximately 25 trillion. So he said 5 times, and then he said 400%. I look at that moment, look, that was clear Agbero. So many Agbero contradicting himself. There was a place that when he was talking about what was being asked, Rufai was hey, he said, oh, you and I know that foreign reserve is the only determinant of exchange rate. That is so ridiculous. If he believes that, if he believes that, he has no basic understanding of finance. Patrick, are you there? Patrick.
Explain basic understanding of finance, why your foreign reserve does not contribute to exchange rates. Give us, educate us.
Okay, I will explain to you in 2 ways. If Patrick is there, Patrick, are you there? Patrick.
We are all hearing you, my God.
So I will give you a very, I mean, by the way, even what caught my attention, he said is the only You and I know that is the only, first of all, it's not the only. That is like a one-liner from.
Yeah, you called me.
Brother, if you want to mathematically, if you want to calculate, if you mathematical computation of exchange rate, do you impute what is it, foreign reserve?
No, now the two major models they use for exchange rate is inflation and interest rate. Now,
thank you very much. Foreign reserve is only, look, foreign reserve brings into exchange rate only like confidence for the investors. So if the investors have confidence that you have a very good reserve, yeah, it can. I mean, there is no negativity to your. It can improve your. It can. It's not even a guaranteed improvement. And I give you a very good example. Russia, Ukraine. So the very close example here. So during this Russia-Ukraine war, all the Western countries, they froze all of Russia's assets. What happened to the ruble though? If foreign is
ruble went up.
Well, not only skyrocketed. So foreign reserve has nothing to do, but the confidence with which he said it actually is what amazed me. This guy has no idea what everything he's talking about is all gibberish. In that town hall, every single thing is just gibberish. I have never heard Peter Obi talk about education loan, student loan, and maybe any obedient can correct me. If Peter Obi yesterday when he mentioned student loans, that is plagiarism of Tinubu's, just like many points from Tinubu's manifesto, koi way to rephrase it. How is Peter Obi never talked any time before about student loans? Now he's talking about student loans. What is that? Tinubu is Peter Obi going to run Tinubu's? Now he likes Tinubu's ideas now. I want to ask another something. So he said there was somewhere he said after borrowing after we borrow.
Now, student loans are not original or exclusive to Tinubu. They are not exclusive to Tinubu.
They are not exclusive, I know. But in this campaign, the point I'm trying to make is when you look at that in town hall yesterday, there is so much taken away from. It doesn't really know whether to run to Tinubu or to run to Atiku. There was somewhere in the power sector he was talking about unbundling. He never, in the whole of this campaign, never talked about unbundling of the transmission lines. Atiku had an interview like 1 or 2 weeks ago where Atiku was saying like when they were there, the three parts of the power, they had essentially completed the two. The only thing that was left was the unbundling of the transmission line. And like 1 week after, Peter Obi is talking about unbundling of power.
But have you read Peter Obi's manifesto?
I have read it.
You have read it and you are saying what you're saying.
I have read it. What is it? Fourth Industrial Revolution.
You have actually read Peter Obi's manifesto.
I have read it.
Did you read his policies on power?
What policies on power? Tell me what it is.
Because if you say you have read it, I'll ask you only 5 questions. I hope you answer me.
Ask me.
Have you read his policies on power?
Can you ask for a question?
No, answer me. It's a yes or no question. Have you read his manifesto?
Ask your question. Ask your question.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
If I don't remember it, because it's like
you are not prosecuted, man. So take it easy.
No, because he just came and said the guy is saying a lot of gibberish in his town hall. He never talked about liberalization of transmission. Are you serious? He never mentioned it before.
I didn't say liberalization. I mentioned a specific unbundling of transmission line. This is what people talk about. Unbundling of transmission lines.
It's not that in semantics. What do you mean by unbundling? And then what do you mean liberalization?
The power sector has already been liberalized, by the way.
Not the power sector. I mentioned something specific.
The only specific thing there was when he talked about the unbundling. The liberalization is gibberish. Look, we have a deal with Siemens. You understand? The power sector, the power situation has already been set. Okay, another thing he said in 2 years when Rufai pressed him, he said in 4 years or something like that. In 2 years, I think he said in 2 years when he said it's going to.
No, he said 4 years. That is going to increase.
One man, allow him.
Hold on. Can you hold on? He said in 4 years, it's going to increase the output to 20,000 megawatts.
But do you know actually the deal with Siemens? The deal with Siemens is by 24, 25, they are going to already generate 25,000 megawatts, which means this guy just copy other people's stuff, give them credit. When you take things from people in academia, that is called plagiarism. You give them credit, nobody cares. If you are going to continue Buhari's policy, it's even almost impossible for you to throw away all Buhari stuff. But you guys like to trash Buhari, but everything that your candidate intends to do are just a continuation of Buhari.
Who is trashing Buhari? Who?
All of obedience, all of you guys.
This
No, you're speaking to me
just
now.
come here to say some gibberish stuff, you know.
Your
promote his
candidate was
candidate.
saying
You always talk
gibberish
too much
yesterday.
anyway.
Your candidate was saying a lot of gibberish yesterday. That's why I want to let you know. So that
Sadly, you are the only person out of 233 million Nigerians that have that opinion, so I'm not bothered.
No. Fact, you have to cross-check. Everything I say, you can cross-check.
Playtime. Let him just go ahead and run his mouth, okay? Let him run his mouth.
I've already muted my mic, so
my brother,
no further conversations.
My brother, you said something. You said something. Okay.
Let's keep the conversation to where Fatai is, because he's pulling figures. So if you want to hold on. If you want to contrast him, contrast those figures, not him as a personality. But carry on.
And by the way, I do want to ask specifically. They say I'm saying, even for that, I want whether Peter Obi said 500 times the debt went 500 times, and he said 500 times, and he said, which means 400%. I can even take that as a slip of tongue. And then he said again 450%. Okay, five times means 500%. That is like basic mathematics. But I could take it that it was a slip of tongue. But the point is that even today we were talking, and I don't know, somebody was talking. The way everybody, they just put it in your face, oh, Tinubu is going to win 20% in Lagos. I was like, this guy, can you just let this election just go and stop throwing Peter Obi in everybody's mouth? Because certainly is not the Moses of our time. And if you see, borrow for consumption. Yesterday, they were asking him, there was a woman there that was asking Peter Obi that this consumption to production that you say you're going to do. Even that woman was even, the question was even like very helpful. Like, oh, I know it might require some tightening of the belt, so we might have to buckle up a little bit. Though. So we might, and then he said, it might even involve import substitution. Peter Obi said, no, there will be no import substitution. It's going to run parallel importation, agricultural import, whatever it is, importation, at the same time parallel giving money to, I don't know, whatever it says you want to do in the north. Brother, there is no way you cannot import. That's why they call it import substitution. If you want to change the policy from everybody, what everybody understands as consumption to production, what everybody thinks it means, you cannot at the same time say you're not going to cut down on importation. So because the market will be starting.
That was what Buhari did with this rice space.
That's what, yeah. You have to cut down on importation to grow the domestic. You can't have a competition of domestic and importation, because the importation will stifle the domestic. Before even the domestic starts to grow up, the market will be.
But will the international market even allow that? Because that's protectionism, isn't it? Actually, when you see how I wish you could play that. Even he himself got confused, but after he finished that line, he got confused. He got stunned. He doesn't even understand his own train of thought anymore. He was flustered because it's such a gibberish. It's such a gibberish. You say you want to go from consumption to production, and then you say there will be no import substitution. I don't even understand what you mean. Did you ever read basic economic theory? What is the per capita? There was a place he was talking about. After we borrow 400%, after borrowing of 400 times per capita, that after we have borrowed 400 times, after our borrowing have gone up over 400%, that our per capita, he said our per capita, okay, I assume he meant GDP per capita. So GDP per capita at 2015, according to him, was 2,500 and something. So
7 years down the line, we now have a debt over 400% times. Actually, it's 500% because it went 5 times. But just leave it. So after over 400% times, he said we should have by now our per capita should by now be halved. Should go down by 1,000.
Fatai, are you holding Peter Obi to too high a standard?
No,
you are holding him. You are measuring him against the space that he might not naturally because
no. Can I interject there?
Oh, okay,
there yesterday, he said, "I am leave investment for me. I am the one who invests in the whole finance. I am the king of finance." This is what he thinks he was saying yesterday. And this obedience, they come at you, denigrating you like you have no brain. Everybody like obedience is the brain. And even if you look at his pattern, the way he floats statistics, they assume nobody will get it, that we are all stupid in Nigeria. They flow out.
Okay, Fatah, you the brain, okay? We give it to you. Take it.
Your candidate is not the Moses of our time. Everything he was saying in that town hall were all bala blues, blue, bala blue, blue, and
this guy is so ridiculous.
I mean, that says it on 1 month. Can we move on?
Hold on.
I can give you more.
Let him finish now.
Hold on. Because
how long this guy been speaking?
Can you hold on, please? Let me moderate this space. Hold on, Fatai. For the benefit of the thing, of the platform, Fatai has been waiting since yesterday to come and because he tried to come in yesterday when we were having this discussion, but the room was full, and he's been asking in the comment section in the private chat that, look, this is what I want to talk about. But luckily, Fatai, I still have the list from yesterday. What Peter Obi was saying was that the exchange rate, he said he was going to stabilize it by increasing the import, because they asked him about stabilizing the exchange rate. He said he was going to stabilize it by increasing the imports in the country to improve the national reserve, which would then stabilize the currency. That sounded like a plan.
That has no relationship. Look, in
the variables are not related.
Yeah, they are not related. There is something they call ceteris paribus. Like all other variables being equal, because this foreign reserve improves investors' confidence that okay, you are like you can see your money somewhere. But it is all other variables being equal. Yes, it improves. It can improve your your exchange rate. It can contribute to the value of your exchange rate, but it is not a correlation. It is not like certainly. And the way he said it with so much confidence, he said, "This is the only thing. This is the only thing. Everything is simple. Leave it to me." This is it's something like the people in the current administration. They are so dumb. Only him is like, it's so simple. But what you're saying actually makes no sense, and you are telling us it's so simple.
Fatai, sorry to cut you. You know that yesterday I also talked about it, but that thing escaped me. The fact is that the foreign reserve is also a variable in that model, but it's like a silent variable. The coefficient of correlation between that foreign reserve and the actual exchange rate is very, very small. The effect it's going to have is very, very small in exchange rate. And what Obi failed to understand is that some countries even try to get higher exchange rate. For example, you people that are in diaspora now, do you know that if you want to buy land in Nigeria now, all you need is just about $5,000?
Thank you for this line. He does not understand market dynamics. Exchange rate is a very complicated situation.
China is devaluing their currency now to bring so that they can get more investors. What Nigeria need now is just a good security. Let the country be secure. Let's have stable politics, like APC government ruling in succession for the next 4 3 or 4 terms, they will know that, okay, these people have been able to exchange power from one party to the other, and they have stability in policy. Even when PDP was there, the APC guy that came in continued what the PDP government was doing. So when investors come, they are not afraid that, oh, if there's a change in power, everything will just change, and then they might lose their business model that they are working with. So what they need is that. So when they are able to put all those things in place, even higher exchange rate is better, which means with few dollars, Americans can come in and invest in Nigeria. You and I can go and buy land and stimulate their real estate market with just 3 or 4 months salary. You understand? So that's the dynamic. It's not just, you must bring his exchange rate down. We are not condemning Obi, but I think Obi is putting himself, he's putting himself at the level of intellectual capacity that he doesn't have. He's not a finance person, he's a philosopher. And in the bank, he was a chairman. He was a non-executive director. He was not a professional banker. You understand? If one man has the same amount of shares in that company, he might probably have been the chairman. You understand? The same way about today called Abdul Mutalab, all of them were chairmen. Alicia Kola was almost chairman of First Bank. So he's using that to deceive people. He's not I'm sure he has not debited an account before in his life. Come and simple journal entry. So say I'm a banker. He was not a banker. He was a shareholder who eventually was voted by other shareholders to represent them as chairman. That's all.
Sorry, Fatai, I did want to add this, and I think Patrick really opened up that space. I suggested that you are holding Peter Obi to a higher standard, to an unfair, I should say, standard. As Patrick just said, Peter Obi is not a banker, you know. He's not even an economist. He's a philosopher. You know where Peter Obi always falters is when it tries to make all this comparative analysis and it starts to quote all this out of skill statistics and data. It should never do that. Peter Obi's selling point is a pragmatic man and an honest man. And those are the two qualities that he can bring to the presidency. But him trying to infer that he understands numbers, that is where he always falls short. It should never, ever be quoting numbers, because it's beyond his area of expertise. His selling point is a trader, is a pragmatic man, and is an honest man. So those three spaces is really where his campaign is. But when they start to say, in Malaysia, they have 3 point something, that is where he always gets it wrong. And I'm surprised nobody has pulled him up on that. If he had just gone as an honest man, an honest broker, an everyday man, people would have bought into him a bit better.
One man, you know, even why even flusters me more. I don't even mind Peter Obi. Everybody in life is an hustler. All these politicians, they are like, everybody is a hustler. It is the obedience that drives it crazy. If you can't speak, they will just jump, put things. Today I don't even know what topic we are talking about. Somebody, last time we were here, we were talking about Tinubu. It was a torture for my soul. I had a headache after the show. You have to shoot Tinubu for them to be pleased. You have to,
but you know, you can't blame the obedient. You can't blame the obedient. It is Peter Obi that presents himself as somebody of that level of intellectual capacity. He's not. No, he's not.
I'm talking about.
Sorry, Patrick, is that not the language that he uses when he
starts? He's the one he's presenting himself as such, and they're just buying it. It will take somebody who can really do some analysis or who understand the economic models around exchange rate to know that what he was saying was not true. To know that lower exchange rate does not necessarily mean good for the country.
Patrick, you don't need advanced level financial management to know that whatever he's saying doesn't work. You don't need advanced level financial management to know that it is so ridiculous to say that the only thing, the way he even said it, you and I know that the only thing that affects exchange rate is foreign reserve. I was like, what? I mean, it's not like I had to remember all the theory or whatever. I was like, okay, like even viscerally, you know, it doesn't work like that. And it doesn't. It doesn't work.
China has a lot of foreign reserve in the US, and the exchange rate is high relative to US. So the dollar exchange rate is high compared to Chinese.
Foreign reserves were frozen their currency was flying like ants.
Fatai, did you hear what he, when he added afterwards that he's going to end the double the multiple exchange rate regime?
Who doesn't know that? Even
that one is everybody's thing now.
No, he said the only
even
thing.
my son knows that now.
He said the only thing.
He said many bala blue. That's what I said. I didn't say the only thing.
Okay, give us your list and then we'll see if it stands up. I hope you are not nitpicking. By the way, were you listening to him with your swords drawn? It sounds as though you were listening to him with your swords drawn.
No. It's because that was I think it was the first question. This comment about foreign reserve he made, it was like the first question. So maybe that is what piqued my interest. Like, is that a joke? So maybe that could make me biased towards the rest of them. I now pay a lot more attention. But because that one was so, it was such an outrageous claim to make. Like, look, if I'm a top manager, if there is something that has multiple factors that affect it, every manager know that. Plausible deniability. You don't go out on a limb to assert something, to go categorical when there are multiple factors that affect something. You understand? I was even trying to listen, is he trying to say, okay, this contributes to, but the way he said it, I'm like, no, even if you don't, and it was so unprompted, and he said it the way looking down on, you and I know, I am the Moses of our time, I'm the one that will rescue. And then he said, what are you going to do about CBN? Oh, don't worry, that's my area. You know I am in investment. What about finance? You know I am the finance.
My guy, do you know you are sounding envious right now? Are you listening to your tone?
What envious? Do I have as money as him? Do I have? I don't have his money. I can't be envious. I cannot be envious of him. I cannot be envious of him.
Nobody even paying this guy attention.
Leave that one out. So Ludo can be envious of
you that I'm not aware of.
So Ludo can be envious of him. Me, I'm not envious. I cannot compete.
I think you have to let go of the pain. Then maybe you sound a little bit more.
No, I don't mind. I don't.
There is pain somewhere.
Let me tell you.
Maybe you should address it first.
Let me tell you the pain. Many
maybe an obedient insulted you outside of the platform. Maybe you should take
on this platform. Me, I'm a private person. I don't go. You will never find me at I don't know, whatever. So I don't really care, But the point is, I tell you, brother, the only person I have enjoyed on this platform, obedient, is Saki Father. Saki Father, even Father is talking like this, I don't really agree with him. But the man is so intelligent, and he put something on the table. He will not twist you and twist you.
It's the Latin, isn't it?
It's for us to agree with you. All this gibberish he's talking.
Your candidate was talking a lot of gibberish yesterday.
All right. Hold on now, Fatai. There was one bit that was not gibberish by my reckoning, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. When he was talking about the ports, it was saying that he was going to privatize the ports and let privateers handle that. That seems to me an excellent idea.
The port.
No, it's gibberish. One more.
Wait, let me. Can you calm down? A lot of the things he said about the port were platitudes, right? You're going to privatize. Atiku could have said the same thing, but he did not really say anything. Okay,
This guy is something.
Wait, now let me finish now. Give it to him because I'm sure he's into importation and exportation. He will know about ports. I'm not going to say he doesn't know about ports, but he didn't say anything that you hold on to as this is it. Because if you want to talk about port situation and even all these export and export you're talking about, you have to talk about the situation of supply chain. When you are saying Vietnam is manufacturing and it's exporting, they are not just due to that you give people money agriculture to, but there are multiple factors contributing to that. There are supply chain issues. There are global geolocation issues. There are cheap labor issues. There are companies.
How many of these have
a lot of factors? It's not just I will. They will just come or something like that. But I will give it to him. I will give it to him. I don't because I know he's in that business area. I didn't hold on to anything. If he talked about complexities, if he talked something along with supply chain, like
Hold on, Fatai. Are you expecting him to speak to that level of complexity, to
No.
yes?
Minister of the Port Authority now is running for.
Hold on. In a 2-hour session that is segmented, what all you'll ever hear in all of these town hall meetings are broad strokes, just a general feel.
I know. But he always brings it into it, talking about Vietnam. They are doing Vietnam. Last year was doing 50,000 export, 50 billion export. This year they are now doing 100 billion.
Fatai, what does Tinubu talk about?
Can you
I need him to answer that question. I really need him to answer that question.
No, it's 1 million things. Hold on.
We are not talking about Tinubu now. We are talking about
Fatai been talking for an hour.
My goodness, do you mind? So sorry. Can you not do that though? If you want to interrogate him, but don't heckle him. Don't heckle now. But I've even lost my thoughts there. So what? Tell me one good thing that you must. Was there a good thing that came out of that interaction, Fatai, for you? Did he say anything that impressed you?
Well, I think he had it. I think one thing you always give to Peter Obi, even I ever said it before. So when there was that Soludo incident, Peter Obi's response to that Soludo incident, I thought it was a class act. You understand? You don't need to invite Aaron. But the way Obedience went after Soludo is like opposite. Peter Obi is just another.
No, I'm talking about that time.
I know. I'm just building to it. Peter Obi, I'm not all out against Peter Obi. I don't have interest in any of the politicians. It was a very nice town hall. It was a very nice town hall. The composition was very nice. As a matter of fact, I do agree with Patrick. If you are not paying close attention, you might really miss the numbers. You understand? But it was just that it was from early on. I might have been biased. The comment about foreign reserve is the only thing that contributes. That really threw me off. So I will not even argue that one. And then you start saying, "Oh, leave it to me, so easy." All these things, like, they were really throwing me off. Like, what is this guy saying? Okay, then let me see. Where is the calculator? I say, oh, okay, this is it's just like that.
All right. There were a few things that I thought. I thought that was his best performance yet in terms of this town hall interactions.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. In terms of his composure, in terms of the optics, in terms of the way he looked, yes. But if you listen closely to the meaning, there are very little things that make that like that actually basic theoretical economic theory. I'm not holding him to high standard. That's what I'm trying to make. I'm not holding him to high. It is not a high standard to say that it is not only foreign reserve that affect your exchange rate. As a matter of fact, that does not feature in the mathematical calculation. It's like very basic stuff. I'm not saying he has to speak like a professor of economics or accounting. Many things there. I'm not really interested to go everything point by point. But when people cannot let us speak about who we are speaking about without injecting in our throat emojis of our time, then that's a problem. We have to be able to talk. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Lagos or any Yoruba space is our own forefathers' land. You're not going to rubbish my space because of something. When you try to do that, you're going to invite me to look at your candidate. And if I don't find them impressive, then I'm going to be pissed. Like, are you going to rubbish my candidate with this?
One can I interject?
That is it.
Yeah, come in, but to what he's saying, no, not to him.
Yes. Yeah. What are you trying to make it tribalistic? What's the matter with you, Fatai? Why are you talking about state? Nobody's talking about your state.
Can you imagine? I said Lagos State.
Why are you particular about Lagos State?
Of course, because Lagos State is a major place.
But this is my state. You are in a foreign land, and somebody invite you to a foreign land now. A Nigerian is speaking in a Nigerian, and you are saying your state. What are you saying?
I don't turn into a pretzel. I don't turn myself into a pretzel and start rolling to denigrate anything.
No, one man, I'm trying to be realistic. I'm trying to get his point on that. What he mean by my state. That's not the point of contention here.
And by the way, I lived in Lagos also. I lived in Lagos. Maybe you don't get my point. If you put, look, I just say this and let it be. I am saying that if all you can do is rubbish people's places or things or persons that have attachment to people, and not only like objectively, you will turn, and then you are inviting that person to look at your own this person that you are trying to rubbish their person also. And if I look at that person, if I don't particularly find him impressive, it's going to turn up my own anger also. Like, what? Why are you trying to rubbish my
let's be civil. Let's be civil. Let me ask you something. Let's be civil on this. I'm trying to understand the connection with what we are arguing about. You had made your statement. You didn't like what will be. Everything will be said there. None of them is variable to you. Okay, let's agree. That's your opinion. How do you turn this around to your state, to your Western state?
Because
that's my problem.
All right, let's not get too hung up on that.
Let me answer that.
Can you? When I say hold on, I want to pause it for a moment to bring the tempo down, and I'll use that window to acknowledge the super chats. So Alexander Gomez has ever he came in. He says, "Tinubu, what a political genius! Son of my local government. What he has done thus far is spellbinding and breathtaking. I salute you, Egomi." So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. But I thought you were a Lagosian and Tinubu from Iragbeshi. This is Alexander. This time, sorry, who's that? That's Man of Prestige again. Oh, all right. So sorry, can you mute yourself? Whoever's telly we're hearing. If we're hearing your telly, can you?
Font size.
Oh, all right. I think that's Patrick. Patrick, please mute your. Patrick, please mute yourself. Oh goodness. All right, thank you. So this is Alexander Akache. It says Rufai Oseni burn that list and bury the ashes. So that is rather that comical list that we had from Playtown, telling us that Chimamanda Dache and Rufai Oseni will be the people who will be saying yes sir to under Obi cabinet. So thank you, Alexander Akache. And then Kulata comes in. Fatai just called Obi a container economist. Yes, well spotted. That's Fatai trying to be very, very, very cute with language there. I think there was another super chat from Kulata. Fatai versus the obedience. That came earlier. So thank you for the super chat.
One man, can I say something?
So I'm reading the super chats now. Do you want me to stop so you can?
No, I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry.
Oh, all right. So let me carry on. This is from Chika. It says, woman type, list countries by electricity consumption in Wikipedia. Sort by what? Basic math skills tells you Nigeria is finished. Per capita, Nigeria needs millions of megawatts for basic production. So I'm not sure if it's millions of which country. I'm not even sure if the United States have millions of megawatts. Well,
what does it mean by millions of megawatts?
No, I don't know what it means.
For the world?
I don't know. Even the United States, I don't think they have millions of megawatts. I mean, I probably doesn't know what a megawatt is. Thank you. So Kulata comes in. He says, Obi's strength is in simplicity of his message and delivery. Don't bother probing the veracity of his claims. He's a trader after all. Thank you, Kulata. So that's exactly the point I was pushing to Fatai, that is holding Obi to a standard too high. But Obi lends himself to that with all of those in China and then in Malaysia. There's something per capita when he's trying to make himself look cleverer than he is. Then people, of course, will then start to product him with that. So thank you for that, Kulata. And then, of course, the buy the coffee thing, you already know where we're going and you already know who we're going to mention. As ever, the person that has taken now full ownership of that space, just as soon as the session starts, he fulfills that righteousness And altogether, you can say the name together. Ayo has done as he always does. So that's Ayo right there doing the buy the coffee, which he does. I was going to say routinely, but actually regularly. So thank you for that, Ayo. So back to you then, right to reply, Fatai. Fatai.
Yeah. What you mean from the super chat?
No. From the comments that Mano Prestige made.
No. He said, why did I bring up this point? And I'm saying that I think it was President Obi or something that asked me, like, what is my own here or something along that line. And I'm trying to explain that it is actually we are talking about, somebody was talking about something. He jumps in and said, Tinubu is look, let me forget all this round about. Look, some people also, the way Peter Obi is dear to your heart, some people are dear to other people's heart too. Just just take care, market your candidate, stop rubbishing other people. That's it. Don't rubbish our space. Don't rubbish somebody that is dear to other people's heart too. I think Tinubu is a genius, and it pains me so much when people use mediocrity to rubbish Lagos and to rubbish Tinubu, and that's the last I will say.
Would you say Tinubu is a genius, but would you say Tinubu was a genius? Because what a lot of people are arguing is that people are actually crediting Tinubu with past time glories, that those days when they had this pomp and verve, they are long gone, and he has debilitated so heavily, both mentally and physically, that is no longer fit for purpose. And we can see evidence of this in so that, yes, that's the Akulata super chat that I was looking for. Fatai versus the obedient. So thank you for that, Akulata. So he had debilitated so heavily, both that we can visually see that maybe he's not that man that he once was. And do we want to take that risk as a country? A man unstable both physically and mentally. So that's where that argument is, Fatai.
Okay. I think his physical health. I can concede to that. Even sometimes I look at it also. How many times have I said it here? I said, knock on wood, if Tinubu doesn't fall and collapse, right? He has he has a hedge over everybody. I have said that many times. I don't need to gloss over that. But you can't say it's intellectually is declined. You might not like his delivery. Yesterday also there were some people were saying here that yesterday somebody said it here that Babangida was weeping or something, whatever it is, I don't know. I don't want to go into that space, you understand? But if you know how much abuse Tinubu has taken from all this obedience, my problem is not Peter, it's obedience. You cannot speak, you cannot talk, you cannot do nothing. They will rubbish your land, they will rubbish your person. No.
One month, I think we all no obedient on this platform does what this guy is talking about. So maybe you should carry the anger to somewhere where they do it. Because the last time I checked, every obedient in this platform is civil.
It's because one man does not allow you to. It's because one man does not allow you. Not because you don't want
to do that.
Can I say something?
Civil. Oh my God.
The ones I'm not talking about comment section. I'm just talking about the few people I know here are not really like going. I know some people. I know some people can be a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead and mention them. Go ahead and mention them.
What did you say?
Are you asking me? They know themselves.
No, go ahead.
You want to mention name?
All the ones
they know themselves.
All right.
Let him go ahead and mention them.
No, don't mention any names. Let's not degenerate the conversation. But because Fatai was in a space then, so Fatai, carry on with your appraisal of Obi's performance yesterday. Fatai. Hello, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I think Fatai dropped.
I can hear you.
We lost Fatai. We lost Fatai already.
Ariwo yẹn ni ò lè stand, you know, he cannot abide it. That's the thing. What did none? All right, come in, man of prestige.
Okay. I'm not going to go into what he said or whatever. Everybody has his opinion. Of course, he's an APC supporter, so he has the right to, you know, to narrate his story the way that fit him or whatever. I have no issue with that. But anyway, somebody said, I mean, I've been on this platform for a while, you know. The only time, you know, I get so bombastic with anybody is an individual thing. I've never come here, say hand they shake. If I've said anything like that, you can recall it and, you know, and say it back. I've never said anything bad about Tinubu. I mean, all I said, he's not my principal. I never said anything bad or any kind of being very sectional of any part of the country. That's not my MO, you know. So if anybody has anything that I said personally, this is man of Presidency talking right now. Besides talking personal against each other, if I have talked anything against any party, anybody or whatever, Tinubu particular, anybody can, you know, can bring it up where I say anything bad. Just even once, say it. So let's be very straight on that.
But nobody said you had though. But thank you for that. So thank you for that. So Fatai not with us now. Hopefully he comes back. But let's move the conversation.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, John Lekoko.
I think Patrick is still here, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think Fatai was saying that Obi got it wrong to say our foreign reserve is one of the determinant factors that dictate our exchange rate. Is that what he was saying? Is that what he was?
That's the way Fatai put it. I think he said all you need to just do is that, you know, is one of the factor, but the you know, in a function you have so many variables.
Yeah.
Now, and some of those variables have more impact than the other on the overall outcome of the dependent variables in that function. So the exchange rate is a dependent variable in this case. The independent variables are the interest rates and all those stuff. So you determine them, the inflation, and now your foreign reserve. Your foreign reserve can be a variable, but most economists will probably not put that as a variable in exchange rate. You understand? Variable in other function, but even if it's a variable in exchange rate, the effect is not as effective, as impactful as inflation and interest rates. For someone who wants to show that he understands that, that's what he could have worked on. I'm sure people like Professor Patutomi will almost be convulsing when they hear that. They just feel like, okay. I think they should just tell him not to dwell so much in the areas where he doesn't have strength. Tinubu will not talk about that one, I'm sure.
So what was Fatai ground against what he said?
So Fatai is saying that the guy is talking as if all you need to do to be able to fix exchange rate is to just work on foreign reserve. We have had foreign reserve that is very high in the past now. It does not really have so much effect on our exchange rate. A lot of factors are involved.
But I think that foreign reserve is strongest determinant.
Like, it's really very funny.
No, it's not the strongest. It's not the strongest determinant. It's not the strongest determinant. The strongest determinants are inflation rates, relative inflation rate. The inflation rate in your country compared to the inflation rate of the country that you are exchanging, that you want to compare you want to compare the rate of exchange for that currency. You understand? It's just it's just like what they consider is they use exchange rates that's if your interest rate is 10% and American interest rate is 0%, so they just put minus 10%, one minus your exchange rate, one minus America, one minus your interest rate, one minus America interest rate. They put them over the other to determine what the exchange rate is going to be. You understand?
But in our own case, is it not the availability of dollar
that dictate the because when we go to the forex market, it is the availability of dollar in that that determine the exchange rate.
So what drives the availability of dollar? One factor that drives the availability of dollar is inflation rate. If, for example, interest rate or inflation rate, for example, a country with low inflation rates can come into your country with his money and be able to. A country with low inflation rates can sell more to other countries, you understand, than you, that your inflation rate is very high. So if that country is selling more than you, that means there's a demand for that country's currency. You understand? There's relative demand for that company's currency compared to the demand for your own currency. What determines exchange rate also is like relative demand of naira to dollars. If, for example, America is like what China is doing, let me not just go up and down. What China is doing, there's relative demand for Chinese goods, even than in the consumer market, not in tech and other high-end market than America. And that's America has been accusing China of devaluing his currency, undervaluing his currency.
Yes.
Trump was saying that. You understand? So it's relative demand. That's all the things that determine relative demands are inflation. The demand for a particular country good depends on the inflation in that country now, because inflation is going to drive the price in that country. So for China, with low inflation rate, relative demand for their goods is high, but China is devaluing its currency because with the increase in relative demand, the way people demand China currency, the Chinese goods, their exchange rate is supposed to be high, but it's one of the lowest too. Same thing with South Korea and all those countries. So Trump is saying, look, you cannot be milking America. Your exchange rate is too low. You're undervaluing your currency. You have to work on it.
But I think that Obi is coming from the perspective that due to the fact that we don't have enough dollar and we have more demand for dollar, and that was largely responsible for devaluation of our currency. For instance, if as he's preaching from consumption to production, if we become a very productive country now, we export a lot and we have large amount of dollar in our reserve, where people can buy as many as they want at the forex market. We bring down the value of our currency. We automatically appreciate. We appreciate the value. So maybe that's
not how it works. You are not selling the dollar in your reserve. Your dollar in your reserve is in your account in foreign countries. You understand? You are not selling it. What drives your exchange is the way people just buy your goods. When they buy your goods, they ask for they demand for your currency through their bank, and their bank have to talk to our bank to shop for our currency. And then if we are buying American goods, we have to demand for American currency through our banks. Our banks have to shop for American currency. That's how it works. What you are trying to explain is the balance of payments or balance of trade. Balance of trade is a factor. I mentioned those factors. Yes, I mentioned about 6 of them. Balance of trade is a factor. If, for example, you are a net exporter, that means you have a positive balance. You understand? Or you understand what I'm saying? So your exchange rate is supposed to increase. But for countries like China, they will try to bring it down so that they can sustain that demand for their goods. Because if the Chinese exchange rate continue to increase, Chinese goods will become very expensive too. And then people will start looking for Vietnamese good or other, you understand? So they are keeping it low. You understand? So Obi would have talked about balance of trade, not foreign reserve. Because foreign reserve is the money you are keeping as a reserve. You are not taking from it the dollar to fund your LC or to fund your activity in the international market. It's a reserve.
So how far, by your own judgment, how far is it right with that? How would you rate his judgment?
But let me correct something Thomas said. Fatai did not say. Fatai said that what he said is wrong and gibberish and is not applicable. He didn't say that there are other things he could have added. He said that it is wrong it has no connection at all with exchange rates.
No,
That's what
he said that he has a correlation, but it's not a
No. We all
major.
listened to Fatai now when he was calling it gibberish, say there's no connection. He was just saying rubbish on live TV and all that. And one man, I sent you an article.
I think actually, sincerely, it escaped me yesterday. Obi didn't really get it right. Sincerely, human beings can make mistakes and stuff like that. After all, he talked about so many things and he got so many things right. And if he got that one wrong, that's not a problem. Yesterday, I talked about his overall assessment, and I said, one man, you remember, I said, this guy has improved, But I think that thing escaped me. He actually, he would have talked about balance of trade, the balance of current account balance of payment.
See,
would have talked about interest rate, exchange rate.
This is a town hall meeting, and if you listen before that question, he already addressed that the need for our foreign reserve to be boosted up already immediately. So the foreign reserve was on the front burner there, where he was trying to paint declaration with the exportation and all of that. So he needed to link it into his consumption to production.
That's even a long run thing.
Immediately.
One of the things he can tackle almost immediately the first few months is interest rates. Because he just need to go to central bank and they come up with monetary policy and determine this will be the interest rates. You understand? That's
I think the point is
going to start increasing production.
I think the point
one at a time, please, gentlemen. Yeah,
look, I think the point we are trying to make is maybe he didn't say as much as we will expect, but the fact Fatai was saying is not him saying as much. He's saying that what he said is rubbish.
Can I just pause you for a moment? I just want to just say this. I want us to slowly move the conversations from being confrontational to conversational. Because I wasn't especially pleased that Fatai felt the need to leave because he was being barracked so heavily. And I often say, yes, attack his the logic of what he has to say. But don't attack the personality or barrack him. He couldn't handle the barracking and he had to leave. So yeah.
No. He couldn't handle what he came with because he's the one that was doing the barracking.
Yeah. One man.
He couldn't handle what he came with. I didn't do it. I was addressing the point he was making. But he was the one saying blue, blah, blue, blue. We were all in this platform saying he's the one doing the attacking. Nobody attacked him. I was questioning what the point he was making.
Hey, one man, if I may, please.
Yeah, Izon, what happened to you, man? I thought you'd abandoned us, eh?
Well, man, I've been listening to your program with all my travels. I went to Nigeria, came back, then I had to go to your backyard, London, and I just came back last night from London.
You didn't even call me. How did that happen?
Well, you must have missed the message. I was in the chat room and I sent you a message. I said, hey, I'm in London. I was in North London and I went to.
We could have gone for drinks.
Yes, absolutely. I was in I was in Ascot and Kent, and
I live in Kent.
Oh yeah, I was in Kent. I went to that to the mall and took my kids to that little play. Yeah, Blue Water and the playground.
I live 20 minutes from Blue Water. What are you doing?
No
man?
way.
So that's how it is. Look at these people. Eh?
No, my brother. I sent a message.
When I went to America, I made a lot of noise about it. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'll be back there because I have in-laws that live there, so I'm always going to be there. But I've been listening for the long time. Even while I was in London, I was listening to your program. I think the guy talking. I beg, what's your name again?
Is it a Patrick or Uptown?
Patrick. Yeah, Patrick. Patrick, look, your criticisms of a town hall are based on criticisms of a response to a question. And I get it in the sense that you're saying that okay, there are more things he could have talked about, there are things he could have expanded on, but he's being asked a specific.
That was not me, that was Yusuf. But what I'm saying is that in the overall sense, he did well. You see, if you appraise someone and say okay, in 100% got 90, but 10%, that's okay. He's improved. But let's also agree that he missed 10% of the mark. There's nothing. That's a pass. He can become a president with that. You don't expect a perfect man. That model, that variable that I brought into the model was not a major determinant. That's what we're just saying. Simple. And it doesn't
and the thing is, Patrick, listen, you may be right. maybe it's not a major determinant, right? But the fact of the matter is, he was addressing a question that was posed to him, highlighting what he would do in a certain circumstance. Obi is not an economist. He does have a valid, well-trained economist on his team. And maybe he wasn't articulating that particular response in the way that you would like. But in terms of bringing in other factors that can improve the economy or the value of a currency into a response that he was giving to a specific question, is not a valid criticism. Listen, one man knows I'm obedient, but I don't think Obi is immune from criticism. I don't think anyone is immune from criticism. But I think we should keep it within the lens of to his actual response to the question he was asked. If you feel that based on the question he was asked, he didn't respond to it properly, or he didn't give the actual response, or he gave a politician response, yes, let's debate that. And that's essentially the point I wanted to make. And the other question I wanted to ask you is, you said that the demand for a country's currency would affect its inflationary rate.
That so the demand for a country's currency,
correct,
that's relative demand is going to affect. It's going to affect
inflationary rate,
for example. Right? It's going to affect the foreign exchange. Relative inflationary rate is going to affect the exchange rate. That's the
okay. So I was summarizing it. Yeah, so that's what you said. But that demand for a country's currency is also based on the country's ability to be more productive, correct? So, for instance, I'll give you an example.
The demand for a country's currency,
yes, is also based on the country's ability to be more productive. So, in the case of Russia, which I think Fatai mentioned, he was saying that Russia, they put a ban on Russian currency, but the currency went up, the rubles went up.
They froze Russian foreign exchange.
Yeah, but the rubles went up because
zero foreign reserve for Russia. Yes, Russia currency went up. So he has an argument there.
Yes, but he didn't give a nuanced point to what happened. He stopped short of explaining why that currency went up. The currency went up because the Kremlin. Wait a second. The currency went up because the Kremlin mandated that countries buy Russian oil in rubles, not in dollars as the petrodollar that's being used. So because of that, the currency in Russia, the rubles went up. Had the Kremlin not done that, the rubles would not have gone up.
Hold on. Fatai is back. Fatai, did you have Yusuf Date moment? Would you have a Yusuf Date moment on the platform, Fatai? Was this a Yusuf Date moment? What happened? Look at that. Yusuf, I've got tissues here. If you needed a tissue, I'd give you one. Look, tissue. Good to have you back. Carry on, is on.
Yeah. So yes, it's true that the rubles went up, but the rubles went up because the Kremlin mandated that Russian oil be bought in rubles, which wasn't the case before. As you well know, oil is bought internationally in the US dollar. So I think the production point that Obi is making, he may not be articulating it properly, but if a country is more productive, the value of its currency would go up.
Brother, definitely. Brother, can I respond to you?
Okay.
Can I respond to you? Before Putin demanded that everybody must buy his gas in ruble, Russian this thing are rebounded. You don't need to torture it. You are talking about different universes that has tangential relationship. It's only perception relationship that your foreign reserve has to. It's only like confidence it provides confidence in your currency. Peter Obi said, "Oh, you and me, the only thing he emphasized that that is what really like when somebody tells you the only thing that affects it is foreign reserve. It's very clear. That means that I don't even know whether I have to be fair. Maybe he had some moment or something, but it was in the beginning and then there was so much denigration in that town hall that so many things he was saying. If I pray to God that he didn't mean them. If he meant everything he was saying, he's going to run our country to the ground. If he meant it and if he could implement as he was thinking, even the
denigration of what? What examples do you have of things he was denigrating?
Public Nigeria, as if we are all stupid, is the only bright star of our country. No, you are not the only bright star of our country.
No, but that is your interpretation of a town hall he held.
No, that is what he was doing, and that is what a lot of.
No, you can't say his intent was to portray Nigerians as being stupid. He was responding to a question.
No.
Your interpretation of his response is that he was making Nigerians stupid.
No. He unprompted. He brought up that topic to brag. Now bragging is fine, but that was
to brag or try to explain his point and his stance.
No. What to explain? You don't even need to make it was unnecessary to even make that comment. That's what I'm saying. Even if they ask you that question, at best, you will use plausible deniability. Like, okay, there are many factors, but there is no way. I'm not saying whether it has to be a professor who told me or a professor to say in order not to avoid saying something like that. Introduction to financial management, you will not say something like that.
Okay, Fatai. So
the thing you couldn't even say that. Like basic.
Okay, so here's my thing. Here's what I'll say about that. So your and this is your opinion, and I understand it, which is fine. And I think Obi deserves this criticism you're giving him, by the way. But what I would say is this: he was addressing a topic in an open discussion forum that we typically don't see being addressed in Nigeria. Have we seen any other candidate go into an open forum? Wait. Now let me make my point, my brother. Wait. So have we seen any candidate go into an
What
open
about,
forum?
Abi? What about?
No, this isn't what about. I'm just saying he was
It's a
putting
competition
himself.
now. You cannot judge
Wait, I don't understand. You guys, okay. If he
If
didn't do what he did, right, you wouldn't have the ammunition to point out criticisms of what he was saying, right? And I'm not debunking or trying to diminish your criticism. Your criticism is valid as a Nigerian citizen. You're supposed to criticize him. What I'm saying is more of these guys should be putting themselves in that position and talking about these issues we have openly, so we can criticize and poke holes into the points they're taking, so we know what they're thinking, so they can be questioned in an informal setting and they don't have to go off a teleprompter or a written speech. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can criticize Obi based on what I think it's fine. Let's debate his ideas and let's criticize him for his ideas and say it's rubbish or whatever you want to say. That's fine. But how come it's only one candidate that we're able to do that for? I think
you are able to do that for Tinubu now. At least you are criticizing.
No, wait.
You are criticizing he's not presenting himself. You're already criticizing. It's what they do that you criticize now.
I'm saying that everyone. I didn't call Tinubu's name. I'm saying everyone.
No, even other ones. Let's just all of them.
Wait. Tinubu is not the only other candidate, is he?
So criticize all of them for that.
I did. I said everyone. Everyone means every other candidate, my brother. It doesn't mean Tinubu.
That's good.
Okay, that's what I said. I said everyone. You see, you're already getting defensive about the person you support, and I think we need to get away from that. I think we need to hold. We need to hold.
No, we are supporting people now. This election is just a few months away.
Support
this
does not mean
time to support.
Support does not make you an acolyte, my brother.
One at a time, gentlemen. Yeah.
Support does not make you a disciple. You support, yes, because of one reason or another. Listen, I know people personally who support Tinubu. We've talked about it. They've given me their reasons. I disagree with them, but those are their reasons, and it's fine. You can support, and in some cases, some of the people that support Tinubu have told me, "You're right. I don't like this thing he does here. I think this other thing he does is fault. I would like to see his medical records." These are Tinubu supporters, not me saying this. So what I'm saying to you is, yes, you can support him, but he's not immune from criticism. Obi is not immune from criticism. Nobody is. But what I'm saying is Obi is putting himself.
Why are you then objecting to people critiquing Obi's delivery at the town hall?
No.
Hold on. Fatai is not especially impressed. He felt that Peter Obi was being a bit fast and loose with figures. And it felt that he was trying to obfuscate and pull the wool over the space's eye. And he, just listening to what Obi had to say, he could not stomach the way the guy was just being so loose with things that he feels he did not know about. So Fatai is entitled to hold those opinions and criticize
100%.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. He's entitled to hold those opinions, and I'm not knocking his opinion. What he's entitled to hold his opinion on Obi's response, and as a Nigerian, he has every right to do that. I, listening to him, can ask him questions about his main point and his criticism of Obi's response, which is what I am doing. So, in essence, go ahead.
I'm here. Ask me question. Any question you
and that's what I'm doing. We're having a conversation, my brother. I'm asking you, and I asked you the question based on some of the things you said about a country's currency going up despite the sanctions that were placed on Russia, and you responded, okay, fine, that's your interpretation. But I was also pointing out that.
Can I explain to you that part? Look,
you already did. I thought you already explained it.
No, let me explain fuller so that there's no.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, if that is a silver bullet solution, every country in the world will do it. Okay, you just increase your foreign reserve and the value of your currency improves. Look, brother, I am saying that the denigration. Look, I don't want to be too talking about Peter Obi. I believe that all the politicians. I've been here many times. If somebody doesn't push me to make a comment on Peter Obi, I don't really go there. You understand? But even him, the way he was talking like Nigeria is a zoo. There was even a question that was asked of him. There was one woman. Even the woman was flustered. The woman was asking him like the maternal mortality that Nigeria is second to India in maternal mortality. So essentially what is he going to do about it? And then he goes like, no, actually we are first. We are overtaking even India that is like I don't know 7 times our population, something like that. I don't remember. We are already overtaking them. It's the only thing we are good at, to overtake people in bad things and blah 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 like this. In fact, that we are first in infant mortality. No, the woman was not okay. That one I don't even know whether it was a mistake, whether I didn't hear the question. The woman was asking about maternal mortality, which is the woman dying, not the baby dying. Infant mortality is different from maternal mortality. And I tried to actually Google it. Maybe I didn't get good sources. Nigeria is not even in the top 10 of countries in this infant mortality rate. Or maternal mortality or infant mortality. Nigeria is not in the list of the
Fatai, do you think Peter Obi speaks to populism? He says things that will echo with people's sentimentality.
No, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's what politicians do, though.
Do you know what he said? That made me feel that way.
He's not exclusive to pointing out the issues.
He said we
as opposed to a solution.
He said we have even overtaken India. He said World Health Organization projected we are going to overtake them in 4 years, but we did it in 2 years.
Okay, let me ask you this.
That's how
Progressive. Let me ask you this question, my brother. Wait. Let me ask you this question. He said that, right? I agree with Fatai that he was asked a question about a solution and he answered highlighting the problem. I agree with him on that. Right. Wait. You're not listening to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Fatai said that the lady asked him about maternal mortality, right? And said Nigeria was second. And he responded saying, we've actually become first, not second. So, and he didn't correct me if I'm wrong, Fatai. Correct me if I'm wrong in your wait. My guys, on another listen. I said correct me if I'm wrong. Let me see what I'm saying.
Carry on. Land the point and then let Fatai come.
Yeah. So what he did, I'm agreeing with you, Fatai, that he was asked a question, but he didn't answer the question. He highlighted the problem even more. That's a valid criticism of what politicians do sometimes. They won't answer a question correctly or directly.
Sorry, Aizon, but I think what Fatai is saying is that in highlighting that problem even more, he actually used dubious statistics that did not cohere with facts.
Okay, so he's saying, Fatai, you did your research and you found out that his response to the actual question, apart from not answering the question, he also gave false statistics.
Yeah, he gave false statistics. And
what was your source in validating the statistics that he gave versus the one that he was producing?
Yeah, let him respond. Fatai, let's hear you.
Okay, if you want to find, let me copy you.
No, give us the body of it first, and then give us your
Fatai,
yeah. Hold
yeah,
on now, hold on. Let Fatai speak. Yeah, Fatai.
I will copy you a source. It's Google. I just put Google.
Yeah, no, give us the body of it first.
just tell us.
So just tell us, yeah.
The body of what?
What you said it was factually inaccurate. So
yeah, it was actually inaccurate.
Yeah.
So I am on Google here, right? I'm on Google here. The first page I'm seeing on infant death rate. Number the
Infant or maternal, which one?
The question was about maternal.
Is the same thing, isn't it?
No, it's not the same thing. The question was about maternal mortality. He was responding with infant. Either way, in both cases, we are not even in the top 10. What population?
And he said we are number 1.
And he said we are
the world capital of mortality, according to them.
Fatai, what source did you use? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Let's make this very simple.
Hold on. You see, what Fatai is highlighting is a criticism that is levied against Peter Obi so often, and I'm not quite sure why he has not moved away from it. It's too late now. He quotes this all these data and statistics that never cohere. I'm not
one man, allow us to interrogate Fatai. He needs to.
Can you hold on? You can interrogate him, but it's a criticism that has been long standing against Peter Obi, long outside of whatever commentary Fatai is running now. It does. Who is it trying to speak to with all of this made up? Anyway, Fatai, back to you.
I have a World Bank site here, but it's mostly graphs. Let me send you that graph. Then I will find you actual list. Maybe while I'm looking for the actual list, I want to give you a good source. That's why it's not because I've seen many.
And Fatai, I'm asking because remember you said the correct. He actually corrected. He corrected the lady because you said the lady said we're number 2 and he said no, we're number 1. So. Yeah. Okay, so if the lady said
you see, sorry, Ayezon, you see, even embedded in that little exchange, is something that you want to query. So the lady was speaking to to a maternal mortality space, and you have no concept that this is something that Peter Obi will especially know about. There is no reason for him to know about it, but he quickly leapt onto that to highlight that the problem is even worse, in order to knock down the ongoing administration. But what he was actually referencing is a data-based thing, not an abstract. So in his rush to be critical, he made another faux pas because he likes to quote all these out-of-skill statistical things that never cohere.
Yeah, I want my politicians.
I think I would rather for us to say, what did he quote, and then what is the right thing? Simple.
Yeah, that's what Fatai just gave you now.
Punish us with that information.
He already has just done. He told you that the lady said the maternal mortality that is second. He said we are first, and we're not even in the top 10.
Okay, we're not in the top 10. Okay, that's maternal.
Fatai, your source came from the World Bank. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yeah. I said this Google because I don't want to give like a World Bank, but it's mostly graph. I don't know if you can understand graph, but if you put in Google search maternal mortality, you can see it's not even Nigeria is not even featuring on the list. But I don't want to because they will say now my source because as you said the word source. As you said,
no, and I ask about source because we all know what the internet is now. Come on.
That's why I'm looking to find a very credible source. But you
Fatai, you have not found it yet, and then you start criticizing.
Fatai,
can you just steady down? We're not doing barracking. I just said we
no, Fatai. I think the central point you made, I actually think is valid. I think Obi should have answered the question with a solution on how he would fix the problem in Nigeria.
No, right? How can he answer it when he doesn't even understand it?
And if he doesn't know, he should say, you know what, he should try and BS his way out of it by putting out some solutions. He's a politician, right? He shouldn't try to focus on the problem. It's a valid criticism, and I agree with you that if I was there, I'd have said, sir, please, what are your specific solutions to the problem? How will you fix this maternal mortality issue in Nigeria? It's a valid question.
One man.
Yes.
One man. Sorry, please, can you click this last one I sent? That's OECD.org.
Yes.
Okay. They're credible. Yes.
You want me to? Well, it is. It's all right. Let me share it on the screen, and then you make that determination. So yeah. Where is it? All right. So talk us through it. It's on the screen.
So, can you enlarge? Is it possible to enlarge it? Is it possible to enlarge it?
Hold on. That's probably as large as it will get, but carry on.
No, if you press control, and you like scroll your mouse, roll your mouse up and down.
It will be okay. It will be out of
But Fatai, this is infant mortality, though, not maternal.
That is what Peter Obi said. The woman asked him about maternal mortality. Peter Obi replied with infant mortality with a wrong answer and a wrong data.
I see.
So this one is what I want to. Can you make this graph bigger? You will see below is the list of the countries.
Yes, I've got the list of the countries here. So you
see how they are now. Please help me find Nigeria on your system. Help me find Nigeria.
I've got Estonia, Norway, Finland, Japan. I've got the Czech Republic, Portugal, Sweden, Israel, Korea, Spain, and on it goes. But I cannot see Nigeria anywhere.
Thank you very much. I can even explain to you why you cannot see Nigeria. You will more probably see a Western state there because they have recording. They are recording. They are more like they record everything. You understand? If a child dies.
Okay, so there is no data coming out of Nigeria to establish that.
There is no point. There is no reason to make that.
Wait. Quick question, please. This is coming from OECD, right?
Yes.
The Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. All these countries you mentioned, aren't they all members of OECD?
Now look at all the countries there. Are they
are they not members of OECD? These countries you just mentioned.
No. There's more countries: India, South Africa, Indonesia, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil. So I just stopped at some point. But the point that Fatai is making is that what Peter Obi was saying might actually be factually right. But it is not.
No. It's not factually right. It's not factually right. Either way, it's not factually right.
No. Hold on. There is no data to say that it is not, though. It's the thing.
No. I'm not saying there is data. There is data. Our data might not be all of the data. Might not approximately all of the infant deaths, right? Because the Western countries. They record better than we do record. My point is this: there was no reason for Peter Obi to jump in. There was no reason for Peter Obi to even jump in to make. And if you see that town hall, the way he pressed that point home is from the same narrative of Nigeria is a zoo. That's what I'm making. Look, after this election, there will still be a Nigeria, right? I want to go to my country at some point very soon. Look, we need a very stable country. After this election, there will still be Nigeria. Okay? We cannot totally destroy Nigeria or rubbish it. Either way, it's just an election. Nobody, we have the right to speak in our country. We have the right to speak. This is not, look, I don't want to even go to all. Even importation, are you going to this consumption to production that you're going to do? You're going to give farmers money to.
But Fatai,
import substitution. Look,
the source of your information is for what year? What year?
Yeah. Tell me about
2022.
All right.
No, I think it's 2021. I think it's 2021. Yeah.
What I'm seeing.
I have a source. Hold on. I have a source here for 2020 that placed Nigeria on number 4th. Number 4.
What is the source? Can you share it? Even it will still be wrong at that, but can you put it?
I will send it to one man now.
No, actually,
It's by
2022 is number one.
It's by
India.
CIA World.
Look. Let me tell you.
Overtook
So
India.
let me tell you this, Fatai. Obi might be right because Obi might be right, and that lady, I won't tell you that lady is wrong either. So because I think I was listening to a health program as well on Nigeria, which said something like that, number 2 or number 1. Our maternal mortality.
It was projected that Nigeria will overtake India by 2025, but as at last year, November, December, they overtook India and became number 1.
Can you send your source?
All right.
Okay. So I was listening to a program, I think on one of the Nigerian channel, that mentioned similar thing that Obi said, that we're number 1. We used to be maybe number 3 or number 4. It might be number 4, that we have degenerated to number 1.
In what specifically?
So but
maybe they are not talking about what you are talking about.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Hold on, Fatai. Yeah.
The Fatai got here that put us on number 4 as at 2020. I will send it to one man now. Maybe you can share it. So
one man. I have one very important point. I have one very important point to address on that issue. I have one important point to address on that issue.
Let Ajanle Koko land and then come in. Yeah. Is that Kulata?
I just came in. I saw it. We're number 4 in infant mortality, according to 2020 UNICEF.
Yes, we are number 4. So maybe it's not uploaded yet by Google, but I watched a health program on maybe channel or one of these things that mentioned that we are number 1. So Obi might be right. So don't let us just look at some sources.
Baba Jale Koko. I will be looking. When I find the source that put us at number 1, I will come back here and let you know. Why I have not found.
Let me bring up an important issue then, so that we don't even belabor it. You see, infant mortality and maternal mortality are issue of primary healthcare systems, and that's within the purview of state government and local government. If you look at it very well. So I don't know why the federal government will be saying it's going to solve.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Yeah, carry on.
Why that has become Obi's policy? Nigeria has a health policy system. You have the primary health care that is basically centered around local government. The secondary, the state government is responsible. Tertiary, like major hospitals, like what Tinubu wants to do in 6 geopolitical zones, that's the responsibility of federal government and medical research centers. So if you are talking of how to fight maternal mortality, it should just empower the local government to do that. Local government has their funding and everything. So it's not so much of the responsibility now.
Yeah, hold on. You are widening the conversation. What could because Fatai has somewhat put himself on the spot by saying that Obi was factually inaccurate, and people are pushing back against that.
No. I don't put myself on the spot. I want them to bring the source. I have put up a source of 2021 in which Nigeria does not even feature at all. It will be a magic, and I put up a very credible source. OECD.
Which one? Which one? Hold on,
Fatai.
Is it maternal or infant?
The woman asked
maternal, they were clear.
The woman asked maternal. The Obi answered infant.
No, my friend, the video is there. The woman asked maternal. Obi said no, you are wrong. It is. He didn't mention. He just said you are wrong. It's actually number 2. It's actually number 1 now.
No, but he said infant.
What you said is wrong. Is number 1.
Play the video. We don't need to discuss. We don't need to argue.
But it is obvious that the woman was talking maternal now, so he was addressing.
No. Hold on. Nothing is obvious because we are now impugning into what was not said or what was said. No. Hold on. Everybody, hold on.
Uptown, because Fatai paid attention to make note of it, but you did not pay attention to that space. So you don't rebrand what was said, because what Fatai is saying is that the lady asked a question about maternal mortality, but Peter Obi's response was infant mortality, and the statistics that he quoted regarding infant mortality was completely out of skew. So that's where the conversation is. So unless you paid a special attention to that phase, don't rebrand what was said, because he paid attention to it and waited till today to bring it up. So carry on.
One man, I don't need to pay attention because the video is in front of me on my laptop. I don't understand. See, I do like Kulata as when I talk and for you, I use my second device, and that is why I'm also checking the and I have to get this, the fact that we are number one now, because if it was even specific of when we became number one, it was specific.
Do you have the website, the YouTube? Do you have
he said 2022. He was very specific with it. He said it's 2022 that we overtook. I think he even mentioned the month. When
one more can help us update. This is
yes. Hold on. So sorry, if you have it, how deep into it are we looking?
No, it's not. Because it's just a simple question and response. It's like
no. Where in the video? Because we don't. It's a 2-hour video, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you have it on your screen, do you have it on your screen?
One man, just everybody keep quiet and listen to the audio.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Population. What will you do differently to ensure this maternal mortality rate is reduced drastically? Thank you.
Again, that issue is one of those sad things that's happening to us. He said we have the second biggest. We have overtaken India.
Did you hear what he said?
No, don't pause it there. Don't pause it there.
No. Keep calm now.
Start again.
It's buffering. All right.
Good, sir. We know you are a good man. You've done it in the past, but we need it across the country. What will you do differently, sir?
I said I will represent the bill, and it will be passed under me.
Sir, Nigeria has the highest maternal mortality rate in Africa and second globally after India, that has over 1 billion population. What will you do differently to ensure this maternal mortality rate is reduced drastically? Thank you.
Again, that issue is one of those sad things that's happening to us. He said we have the second biggest. We have overtaken India. Now we have overtaken India in infant mortality. We are expected to overtake them.
So there it is.
But we overtook them in 2022.
All right, so you can stop. So
well,
hold on.
That was obviously a gap.
No. But that's the point.
But it was clearly addressing what the woman said. Now it's obviously a gap.
No, it's not obviously a gaffe.
The woman was talking about maternal.
But then that's the point that
No, that's not the point. He was saying the statistic is saying is wrong.
It is the answer he has cramped, but the question changed.
Yes, so that's the point that
even earlier on this platform, when I wanted to say maternal, I said infants. I had to remember
don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that.
Well, you depend on me, Dio.
Well, okay, so that is so. I guess it's not. Is this just a gotcha moment?
So sorry. Do you did you pick it from the full video?
Yeah, I picked from the full video, so we can go to any part.
What minute? What minute is it? What minute?
Let me see. Okay, 1 hour 35 minutes. 1 hour 35 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let. All right. Let me just share it because I think you tried to pull a fast one on us there. Look at this guy. Leave the dirty tricks to me.
One man, you have the video channel.
Yes, that's why I asked him for the minute.
1 hour 35 minutes.
Yes. Hold on. I'm putting it up now. All right. Let's go.
Of person with disabilities. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and good evening, Nigerians. My name is Adetunde Adamawa.
This is not it.
No. It's a woman, like towards the end.
But yeah, I've seen some of them that are very.
Yeah, is it this?
Women, historical injustice.
Is it
discrimination.
Is it the woman?
There's no.
Yes, woman. She is one.
Oh, okay. So here we go. Let's take it from let's just nudge it back a bit.
Also, look at the woman's face. So even the one was flustered.
Why is she a fine girl? What are we looking for?
No, no.
Hold on. All right. Okay, let me play it.
It's critical. It's number one thing for a leader.
Mr. Maudi is standing behind the microphone. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, His Excellency, and good evening, everybody. Sir, the patriots in human rights community, in order to address Nigerian women exclusion in structures of representation and decision-making, collaborated with like-minded legislatures and presented a bill on special seats for women, a temporary measure to address Nigerian women's historical injustice and discrimination. The bill was rejected. Sir, if you and your vice are elected into office, what will you do to ensure that it becomes law, so that women will have legal framework to ensure they are included, sir? We know you are a good man, you've done it in the past, but we need it across the country. What will you do differently, sir?
I don't think it's this one.
Is it this one?
We passed under me.
No, it's not this one. This one is about
hold on.
In Africa, and second globally after India, that has over 1 billion population. What will you do differently to ensure this maternal mortality rate is reduced drastically? Thank you.
Again, that issue is one of those sad things that's happening to us. He said we have the second biggest. We have overtaken India. Now we have overtaken India in infant mortality. We expected to overtake them by 2025, but we overtook them in 2022. You know, this is the one record where we were faster. We have overtaken India. That's not been 7 times our population.
All right. So I think it may well be a case of what Patrick said. He had memorized an answer that was not consistent with the question being asked.
One man. Can we just settle also one point? 47 minutes, 10 seconds, I think. Can you go to 47 minutes, 10?
One man, to add something to the space on that maternal mortality here. If you play the video further, you find out where he cited the example of when he went to the IDP camp in Abuja, and the nurse told him how many women have died there. So if he was talking about infant and then he's talking about women dying out of childbirth, it's obvious that infant mortality he mentioned there was just a slip. He was obviously addressing that maternal mortality the woman asked.
Look, brother,
so, all these things just got here moment that my guy Fatah
explained. At best, either way, the statistics is at best shady. Even if you don't want to.
Okay, so we are not talking about statistics. Okay, best. So I hope you are. Please provide me the statistics. I'm working on providing as well. Let's know.
Guys, I already solved the statistics. Both numbers, 2020 numbers, now the same we carry. We carry number 4, worst.
What's 2022? That's what we want to know.
I don't. Is it out? Can 2022 be out by now?
I don't find
Obi say 2022. So
where do you find it?
2022 can be out now. It will take till maybe middle of the year or something.
OECD that I found, we are not even in the top 10 or top 20. I send it there. I don't.
But there are different sources. UNICEF. I found UNICEF reference data for infant mortality. We were number 4, worst. Then I found another data that references somewhere else that maternal mortality 2020 were number 4. But the more reliable sources has it up to 2017. So that's
you are talking maternal, infant.
No, I have both.
And what are the number for infant?
Number 4, both.
So the same numbers.
Same numbers.
I don't know. Is it the same UNICEF for both?
No, the first one is UNICEF. The other one I've not been able to figure out the source. But both of them reference number 4. But the more reliable for maternal, gets up to 2017 or 2019. So I just ignored those. I was looking for more recent stuff.
I have looked also. I have not. I have to look through.
I posted the ones I found is on the chat.
Yeah, brother. Even on this one, I'm not holding out all my nets.
But Fatai, please, can we register something?
Yeah.
The guy is wrong. Let's just move on. He's wrong. Let's move on.
Hold on, but Fatai is wrong too. Because let me share this screen with you. Hopefully it doesn't drop off okay, it's dropped it off, but I can pick it up later. Let me share this screen with you. This was what was sent in by Kulata that I was trying to show earlier on. If you have a look at this is from this is the infant mortality space that Peter Obi was referencing, different from maternal mortality, and this is year by 2023. And as Kulata said, there's Nigeria right there at number 4.
2023 will be a projection. It will be a projection.
No, it's 2020 data.
Yeah, it says 10 countries with the highest infant mortality rate, UNICEF 2020, death rate per 1,000 lives. So that's what it says. And then it gives us Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, Somalia, then Nigeria. So
but this is in Africa now. This is in Africa. Not in India is not here. This is in where is India? He said India was number 2. Where is India? This is Africa.
No, it's top 10 countries. I think it's global.
This is Africa. You see all
No. The African countries will occupy the top 10 spaces in charts like this.
No. You didn't hear what the town was. They said India. Both of them said India either is number 1 or number 2. Where is India here?
The woman said Nigeria is number 1 in Africa, number 2 in the world. That's what the woman said.
Didn't you hear India? Where is India there?
Listen, the woman said it is number 1. Nigeria is number 1 in Africa.
It depends on what you are measuring. Are you measuring? Wait.
So if we are number 4 in Africa, we cannot be number 1 in the world now.
Wait.
We have to be number 1 in Africa to even be number 1 in the world.
Guys, wait. Maybe they're looking at absolute numbers. If it's a case of absolute numbers, because we have a high population. But when you look at it by death per 1,000, which is the UNICEF measure, then we come number 4.
I don't understand that.
But Kulata, death per 1,000 is the standard measure for mortality.
That's what you mean absolutely.
But so for death per 1,000, we come number 4.
So what do you even mean absolute number?
So where is the India then?
I mean, if you say out of 200 million, if death per 1,000 and 200 million,
how many countries are up to?
We have more population, so by the time you look at that number, it will be higher.
You have to benchmark it.
That's why death per 1,000 makes. That's why death per 1,000 makes more sense.
Yeah, you can't put no.
So obviously we are not the number 1 because we are not even number 1 in Africa.
So does it mean that the woman that say we are number 1 in Africa is also wrong? Even
the woman is not running for office now. That's not my problem.
She also did not say that. She said we are projected to overtake India.
No. Her question was very clear. One man
we said we are already overtaking.
He said that Nigeria is number 1 in Africa
so
and
we are
number 2
blaming the
in the
woman
world
now.
after India.
There is no Africa. Nobody said Africa.
It was the woman that confused Obio. We are blaming the woman. Sorry about that.
Ultimately, Obi was wrong. And we have the data to prove it.
But it's the woman that made Obi wrong.
I will not say Obi is wrong because we don't have the current year data.
And so when did Obi find it? Where did Obi find it?
We don't also have it too now.
But
Obi cannot have it too now.
Yeah, but I'm telling you,
data.
I have had it.
I'm sure nobody have it now.
Because
they are just going to be compiling it. The year just ended.
Nigeria is number 1.
How could he even have it?
I had it on Nigerian TV that Nigeria is number 1.
Maybe you heard wrong.
What can you say?
Did you hear it current year?
I'm not an obedient. I'm not a supporter. But you have to let us.
That data cannot be right because the year just ended, and as at that time we were talking about that was probably last year, right?
Yeah,
so that your data did it account for the death in December?
Yeah,
I don't know. I just had it. I just had it.
Last week of December, the mortality last week of December, did you account for it?
Patrick, thank you for even bringing up that point.
No.
How could the data for 2022 could not have been out by
Well,
anybody?
2022 can be out now by now.
Anybody. How
It's
do you
not
combine
possible.
the data of all the
2022 data is not out yet.
It's
It
not
will
out.
take like middle of the year or maybe the
no.
fourth quarter.
You know that they do it maybe quarterly, or somehow they update it. Maybe
end of first quarter is
something
April.
like that. So
it's April. That means April. That means April of this year, not now. That means in April.
One month.
As at the third quarter,
Hold on.
I think March or April. I think March. That if you are in March, maybe.
All right. I'm not sure if that's not running course. But Obi was wrong, but I'm not sure if you are right either.
1 month.
I think I will agree with Toby. I mean, if we are as 2020.
I know
you agree because
anything bad news,
coming from Nigeria. You like that one? Another bad news from Nigeria.
Patrick, anything to bad.
Kulata.
Yes, sir.
If you listen to what he was saying about even his mainstay argument, consumption to production, your mind will be blown away. Whether even
but we know that one as Akamaji now. Like that.
Hello, gentlemen. I want to tell you that. Hold on. I want to tell you that Obi was right. We had a fact checker there, right? Why didn't the fact checker?
No, there was no fact checker there. There was no fact checker.
All right. I think we've labeled that enough. What did you want us to look at? 47 minutes or 1 hour 47 minutes?
47 minutes, 10 seconds. I think something like that. 47 minutes.
All right.
With Patrick. The first one I raised, so there's no confusion.
All right. I'll play that this one, and then we have to move on from that, Obi, because we still have Atiku's clip to look at, which we have not looked at. But let me just. Did somebody want to say something before I play it? I could hear. All right. So sorry, Opta, you wanted to come in, but let me play this and then just to satisfy Fatai. So Fatai, tell us what we're looking at for here.
Go and I was the first governor to go to Bank of
47 minutes. 47, not 1 hour. 47.
47 minutes. Okay, 47 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just take it to. Yeah, let me take it from here. Just to
I'm in my Allerdale, Scott. Beautiful here.
We're the president of Nigeria. How do you intend to help Nigeria with a stable exchange rate? What are the practical steps? What would you do so that the naira in Nigerians' pocket will not continue to go worse off?
All right. Paul, and you know that the only thing that drives exchange rate is your reserve, and your reserve is as a function of your export. When you're not producing anything, you're not exporting anything, there's no way you can control that. You just have to move into production. You just have to move into production. I've given this example all over the place. You can't have a country like Nigeria with 200 million people living on 926,000 square kilometers of land.
Tell me when to stop, Fatai.
No, you can stop. If you all of them is like.
I think you can stop now.
We already had it now.
You already go.
If you use that, the exchange rate on the
you can stop.
All right. So let's hear from Fatai first. What are you looking to establish here?
1 month.
Let's hear from Fatai first, please. What are you looking to establish?
I hope everybody listen. It was not a mistake. He not only said, he said it's the only factor that he's not saying it's major or minor or anything. There is no, it's emphatic. It's the only factor. Then he went into talking about balance of trade, now conflating balance of trade with exchange, with a foreign reserve situation. Completely different is exports and consumption to production. It's another universe from this foreign exchange. Completely different things. completely different thing. They are not even related to what he's talking about. But the part that I am honing on is I'm talking about is this part where he said he said you and I know that the only factor that whatever affects a exchange rate or something is foreign reserve, is reserve or whatever you call it. But that is, in fact, if you go by that, if you go precisely by that statement, it's totally wrong. It's not only totally wrong, it's like abysmally totally wrong. If he says maybe it's part of the factor, if he say a major factor, we could disagree. It's like, okay, it's not a major factor. It's not even a mathematical factor. It's an optical factor. Investors think if the investor have confidence in you, it's like a confidence factor. So you can't say something that is like what tangential is the only. It's a very clear assertion you made. Meanwhile, it's not, and I'll give you a very good example. Russia, Ukraine. Russia's foreign reserve were all frozen by the West. Maybe it was only China and India that didn't freeze or whatever it is. But its exchange gaining in value. Its exchange rate was gaining in value. There are a lot of things that contribute to it. But like the economics term, ceteris paribus, all other things being equal, yes. If all other things are, if all other things remain equal, provided all other things, the market, other market dynamics are going in the right path, yes, your foreign reserve will boost the value of your exchange rate. But you can't say it's the only factor. Okay, look at Nigeria. No matter how big your foreign reserve is, if Boko Haram have their flags all over Nigeria and the investors don't know if Nigeria is going to collapse tomorrow, brother, the value of your exchange rate is not going to improve. Nobody is going to be willing to buy your currency. Nobody will be willing to keep, because exchange rate is people's confidence to want to keep your currency. So if I have a confidence that I can keep your currency for the next 30 years, then you
can I interject real quick, please?
But if I don't know,
sorry, let him land. Carry on for that.
Okay.
So if I don't know tomorrow, the essential point, if I don't know, maybe by tomorrow your currency is going, it will devalue, it will bring down the value of your currency. So my point is this: foreign reserve, it is totally wrong to say the only, like abysmally wrong. But if you had said like maybe some, maybe, but anyway, even my point is that in all of those interviews, if you look at it, all of was so much condescension, like the audience, the Nigerians, like, see, oh my God, I am the Moses of our time, you don't know what I'm doing. Oh, central bank, oh, that's my forte. Oh, investment, oh, it's my. I'm like, okay, but I don't even mind that as a person, Peter, because I know everybody is he's trying to do it, he's doing his thing, right? That doesn't matter. But we didn't even speak. It was even today. We were speaking about, I don't even know what we were speaking about. We were doing Tinubu's cabinet list. We were doing many things today. I don't know where we even talked about something. Even if you look at the private chat, when I send you that, it was at a time, I don't know what they were talking about Lagos, and somebody just chimed in like Tinubu is not going to everything. We are not even speaking about anything. They will only bring it Tinubu in as if Tinubu in.
Is that what rankles you when people try to? I thought it was Patrick that bleeds Tinubu, but the blood that runs in your vein, it looks like it's more thicker than Patrick for Tinubu. But let's Kulata, let Aizon come into Aizon. You wanted to come in?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think in listening to this entirety of the conversation and the fact checking of Peter Obi's statements, whether accurate in some, I think is accurate, especially if he says, oh, it's the only factor. We all know if you took economics 101, there's not one thing that's an only factor of something. So he's right in that criticism. But let's be honest here. The reason why we can even nitpick is because he put himself in this kind of environment and on this platform to be openly criticized with no rehearsal, random questions being asked openly. This is what we want from a president. This is what we want all these candidates to be doing. right? No one can deny that fact.
Should it be categorical in areas that is unsure of? Is I think what Fatah
No, I just
is.
One man, I just sum it up to, poor planning of the BS responses that he should have been prepped on to give. All politicians BS their ways out of questions. There are questions they can't answer. They start rambling about something else, and Obi is not very good at it. So he tries to be honest in his responses, and I think it's in that honesty in responding, he made some gaffes. I didn't listen to the entire thing, but listening to it, there's certain areas
would you describe it as honesty? Because there's a disingenuity about the manner that he answers questions. It was only in one instance that he made the admittance that he either did not understand the question, or he thought that space was too complex for the audience to understand. So he was just throwing out abstract figures just to confuse.
Well, woman, if you listen to Obi's speeches and interviews, there's one thing he tends to do over this period of time, which is he compares Nigeria to developing economies around the world. He uses numbers to try to make a point, and he tries to show that he has a good grasp of numbers. 3, he tries to bring in certain type of facts. And in this situation, it looks like, okay, he was trying to do that, but his facts weren't accurate. And 2, he didn't necessarily do it properly, right? And I think that's something that happens, even compared to the US, like the Democratic primary or even in the national elections, you see similar things. And that's why they have a whole department that does fact checking on politicians. It happens. It happens. The key thing, the central point that I wanted to make with Fatai and everything else is that, look, yes, this is good, and we're able to criticize him, and it's good that we are doing this because we're supposed to. But let's not lose sight of the fact that no one else is doing this, and other people should be doing this, so we can have this same debate about their ideas and about what they're saying. How credible are they? What are they thinking? Can they think off the cuff?
Others are doing it though,
different.
All of them are doing it, but on different.
Adewale is doing it and doing it even better.
Yeah,
Showore is doing it too.
Yes,
Showore is doing it.
Showore is doing it. Yes, Adewale is doing this.
Tinubu and Atiku are doing it too, but on different forums.
I'm yet to see
on different forums.
No. In a town hall like this, where people are asking them random questions and they're answering.
What does it matter what the venue is?
No. That's the whole point. The idea of a town hall is unprepared questions. You're answering off the cuff. It shows how quick on your feet you are. It shows how you can think about an issue and respond. It's important. So that's why it shows and mistakes are made. We want to see them make mistakes.
It's not mastermind now. It's not mastermind. We don't need we don't need speed of response. We need an assured, steady.
But given the issues that we have and the issues that we're facing in that country, we want people to be able to be put into this situation so we can evaluate them. We're not looking for political masterminds to run.
But we're not looking for gotcha moments either.
Not gotcha moments. But the key thing is, you and I will agree on one thing, even though we might not support the same candidate, is the fact that the country is filled with a myriad of problems. It's sinking. So at the end of the day, we want to say, look, if you're going to be the guy, can we at the very least see that you can be in this kind of environment and handle yourself? And that's what I'm looking for. It's not a function of, you can be a political mastermind and dance your way around this sort of thing, so no one really asks you a hard question and then you get into office, which is what we had with Buhari, and we've seen how that's worked out for us. So it's the same thing, and that's the point that I've made to all people I know that support Tinubu.
Has Tinubu had media interactions, Aizon?
He had the 8-minute session on BBC. He had the thing at Chatham House, if you want to call that a media interaction.
Okay, has he had a public interaction?
No. You and I know a public interaction can be orchestrated. That's not something
anything
that
anything can be orchestrated.
Yeah, but you and I, the Chatham House thing, and I've tried to avoid talking about this because it's what happened there was too obvious. Everyone saw what happened there, so I'm not going to talk about that. And the BBC thing, we all know that was just and 8 minutes of whatever that was. You know, and the truth is, look, I've said it to people, I have nothing against him, but can I see him in an environment where he's being challenged and he can answer questions? I want to see that, because this man wants to rule my country and my country is sinking. So can I see that? I have nothing against him. If he can do that and show that he's capable enough, coherent enough.
So you want him you want him in a combative environment? Is that
no, not in a combative environment, but where truth to power is being questioned. I mean, guys here mentioned.
Can I ask you guys one question?
Guys here mentioned. Wait, Kulata, give me 1 second, I beg. Guys here mentioned.
Sorry. Do you want to understand his view, his perception on the salient questions that afflict the country? Do you want to know where he stands on the important stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay, has he addressed that?
No, he hasn't. Because even the serious questions. Wait, no, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Even the serious questions that he was asked, like security, for instance, he delegated that to El Rufai. All due respect, but I could give 2 Fs about El Rufai. I can't stand the guy. So
you're talking about
I'm not voting for.
House. What about
I'm talking about because that's where.
Hold on, Aizon. What about other fora?
Like what? Which other fora was he asked serious questions about security?
The Arewa Consultative Forum. He was grilled there and he addressed issues. He addressed issues at the Lagos State Business or something or the other. And
no, I didn't see the Arewa one, but I saw the Lagos one. It really didn't address issues. It wasn't this kind of environment where he's asked questions. The Arewa one, I haven't seen that one, so honestly, I'm not even going to speak about it. But if you have the video,
more importantly, he addressed issues in a policy positioning statement.
In the Arewa one?
No, in his manifesto.
No, I'm talking about anyone can write a man. We all know he didn't write that manifesto. Come on now.
No,
anyone
I don't know that.
Yeah, come on, the woman. Yeah, come on, we know that.
Anyone
can put together.
We don't though, because people say that so casually.
Seriously, woman, you think? Wait. Let me ask you this seriously. Tinubu sat down and drafted a manifesto.
Nobody on this planet has ever done what you just said.
That's my point, though, right? That's why I don't pay attention to manifestos.
Gentlemen, no, one man disagree. Shewure was part of the
but that's what manifesto. But that's what I mean. It's part of, but he did not sit down and write it himself.
Oh yeah, no.
And everybody participates philosophically in their manifesto.
So you're saying that Tinubu was part of drafting all the comments and everything associated with his manifesto, right?
No. I'm not sure what your understanding of how a manifesto is written, but my understanding of how a manifesto is or should be written is that different departments, different expertise have an interaction with the candidate who would not have any real deep knowledge on that subject matter, but they will get an ideological feel of his thrust, and then they craft a policy around that, and then they'll put it in language that he can understand, and then he cites it off. So that's how I understand. I don't expect that anybody sits down and drafts an agricultural policy, a medical policy.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We all saw Buhari's manifesto, right?
Right.
Are you saying that his ideological leanings are being reflected in that manifesto? From everything we've seen. From everything we've seen.
Yeah, Buhari is and not only that, the implementation of that manifesto is visible in his governance.
Some of it. Did he start? I don't think that the security part is actually visible in that manifesto from what he said. The truth about it is, look, the thing about it is a manifesto is a one-way form of communication. People come together, they put ideas on paper and they shoot it out to you. Most people don't read it. The people that do read it, depends on your leanings, will decide how you relate to that manifesto. It means absolutely nothing, especially in the Nigerian context. What means something is when you can see them in an environment where they are not able to prep for the questions and they can answer questions. You mentioned Showore, 100%. In a normal, sensible country, that guy would be president. But we are not a normal, sensible country. You mentioned Adamawa. I've listened to that guy. Highly sharp guy. I like a lot of the things he's saying. But those guys, let's be honest, we all know they're not in the top 4, right? And it's because of the kind of environment we have. So the people in the top four, we want to see them in this environment that Obi put himself in. And I'm not saying that to kind of give Obi a pat on the back. He made mistakes, but can I see everyone else put themselves in an environment where they can also make mistakes? That's what I want to see. So,
Obi has never come out of that environment, and he's had quite a couple of them now. He's never come out of that environment in shining colors, not in one instance.
So you think the one he had in was it Cross River State wasn't good at all? The one he had in Bayelsa wasn't good, because I saw that one in Bayelsa very well. I think he did very well in that one.
Well, the ones that I have seen, and I've seen sufficient enough of them, I've just I don't want to use the word pathetic, but I wasn't, I didn't surrender to confidence whenever I heard.
But one man, you're looking at it through your lens, aren't you, as well?
No, I looked at it objectively, but I carry on.
Yeah, no, I think I've listened to you give him his credit based on areas you think he's good enough on, and that's fair, right? And I think part of the points that Fatai has made are very fair and valid points. Obi is not immune from criticism. He's not the Messiah. He's not the second coming of Christ. He's a politician in Nigeria running for office, and we need to really question him, because if he does win, what happens, right? We don't want to be shocked. And I think the same thing applies to everyone else, right? The same thing applies to Tinubu. I don't like the fact that they've managed him like this, because he'll get in office and we have no idea, what will happen.
Another thing you have to consider is that this election is for Tinubu to lose, and it's for Obi to win. So do you understand? So this election is for Tinubu to lose and for Obi to win. Not even for Obi to win, for Atiku really to win. So Tinubu is not going to do anything that will make him lose the election, and Atiku and Obi, they have to do everything to make them win the election. So if Tinubu if he feels that he's coasting to a victory, why will he do anything that would deviate from that?
So you're saying it's a function of political strategy, right?
And it's a function of expediency, isn't it?
Okay, and there's a flaw in that.
Right.
And the reason why there's a flaw in that is because as Nigerians, as a platform like yours, the reason why I came on it and why most people came on is because you highlight the issues, you highlight the perpetrators of these issues, and we talk about ways to make this nation better. So if we're really evaluating the country based on those parameters, then what they're doing with Tinubu is a huge disservice to our country. It is a crime. The fact that you're going to put this guy in office from the same party, by the way, that has brought us to our knees. Let's not even talk about all the other claims and rumors about him. I'm not even going to get into all that. I'm going to simply talk about the fact that this guy is part of the same cabal of guys who are in power. And if he wins, he's going to recycle the same people in office now into office.
That's a fair comment. But do you concede that if you boil it down to its core essence, politics is actually sports?
Not when you're talking about human lives. I see what you're saying. No, seriously, I see what you're saying. Yes, it's a game that has to be played. And you have winners and losers.
And that has to be won. Yes,
I see it.
So you do understand, yeah.
But I do understand, but I can't make that same comparison when you're dealing with. I mean, look at what just happened in Edo State. Look at what happened. I mean, you just can't. Benue, we have 2 million people in IDPs. What country has that kind of situation and the sitting party still wants to contest? In most countries, the sitting party will resign. So
name one instance that has happened.
If it happened in the UK where you are, the government will resign. If you have 2 million people in IDPs, they will resign. Toronto, if it happened in Canada, they will resign. You have failed as a government. This is the point I'm making. Everything else is irrelevant. And he belongs to that party. And Nigerians complaining and seeing this are the same ones championing this guy to get in office. That is what is beyond me. I can't understand it.
But it is the government that has failed, not the party. Because we've had this conversation severally. It's the Buhari
The
government.
party run the government now.
Thank you, Ajahn Lekoko.
Is it not
Thank
the same
you.
members of the party that will
run
form the
the
next
government.
government?
It's the party that run the government.
You know, when it comes
And
to
they fail on
Tinubu
all
and
fronts.
Nigeria failure,
Okay, you are trying to wonder. You are wondering why people still want to vote them with all that problem.
Tell us, Patrick. Tell
Okay,
us.
very good.
Yeah.
You see, people are voting them because they know this root cause of the problem. They know the history of this problem. They know the dynamics and the changes that are taking place over time with respect to this problem. And they know that if these same people continue to tackle this problem the way they are tackling it now, is in a matter of time, it will be resolved. That's the point. And they know that you don't bring a team that has no experience into that kind of situation. They know that when PDP was there, a government to which Obi was a major advisor, that was the origin of this problem. They knew that. And they knew that every effort that government tried to make to resolve the security problem was either being frustrated by the West or due to the corruption within that government. And they know that when this party came into power, the territories of Nigeria that were held by terrorists. So don't cut me. Don't cut me. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. You can correct me later. They know those territories were held by terrorists, and they know that those territories are no longer held by terrorists. They know that there is a dynamic, there's a change to the modus operandi of the criminals, that they are coming to the West, and we are also tackling them. We are tackling them. We are not going to rest on our oars, and we are making progress. We are, with respect to security, we are not where we are supposed to be. They know that this government has challenges in that area, and they know that this team of Tinubu is coming to change the policing structure. An issue they have been campaigning for, he has been standing for, speaking to, even when he was a governor. You understand? And they know that when he gets that power, he will do what he has always wanted to do. So these people know that Nigerians are not stupid. Don't let it say, I wonder why they are supporting these people. Are they reasoning? They are reasoning more than you and me, because they are there at the point of it. As I speak with you, I have an immediate family member who had been kidnapped under Jonathan. She was kidnapped under Jonathan. Thank God we didn't lose her. She's back. She's okay. But what I'm saying is that same man, that same woman, the husband is still campaigning for Tinubu, Buhari and Tinubu now, because he knows the extent to which that problem was and the extent to which it has been solved now. We are not where we are supposed to be, but we are not where we were. And Obi cannot. He will chicken out in the face of it. The guy whose vice president was crying because somebody called his father something, would that one be able to stand the insult of a Boko Haram? So that's not the issue. We are not kidding here. That's why Nigerians are still going to vote for this government. They know how depleted our economy was. They knew the state government could not pay salary.
Sorry, Patrick, but I'm not sure that they know to the level that you're describing, because what Nigerians do know is that their life is a lot worse off on an individual basis than it was in previous years, especially pre the Buhari administration. They know that they are paying a lot more, 3-4 times more. They feel a lot more unsafe, and they feel more devoid of hope, more so than ever in the history of that country. So that is the sentiment on the ground.
They are going to speak to that in February. Then you will know what Nigerians are actually thinking and what Nigerians actually know.
Patrick,
okay, what
Nigeria
knew
sorry,
Gary.
No worry, no problem. Nigeria knew
Patrick,
that
you need to enter a
hold
market
on now,
in Nigeria.
hold on.
It's not
Nigeria knew that the West was supporting that insecurity, and Nigeria understood that opposition party APC then were fueling the insecurity at that time. So
fueling. How do you mean by fueling?
They were fueling that. They won the election on the back of insecurity that they instigated, and they came up openly saying that if you are attacking the Boko Haram, you are attacking the Northerners. They even went to America to sabotage Jonathan to get weapons that he's
the West said that
the Northerners. So we don't exempt APC. They cause this insecurity. They run on insecurity to win the election insecurity. And now they have the insecurity they brought. They can't even tackle it. And you are wondering, you say people are voting them. People are not actually voting them. Their own people, they want to retain power. Their own people, they want voting them. Other people are voting against them. But it's everybody's choice, and you have
They
right
will
to
speak in
choose who you want
February.
to vote.
They
You
will speak
understand?
in February.
One man I've seen the where the maternal mortality.
No, we've gone past all that. So sorry about that.
I thought we were fact checking, or we should just leave it.
Oh, okay. Give us what you've got, and then we move on. Because I think we've overlabored that space. But give us what you've got. Uptown. Am I still on?
Can you hear me?
You are.
Yeah. Carry on. Give us what you've got, then we move on. We're waiting.
I think Uptown dropped, but I'm not talking about it. I think Uptown dropped.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're waiting to hear you.
All right. So what happens is that when I minimize my this thing and I want to read it out from my Google, you stop hearing me. But then what I intend to read out was this day. It was published by this day, 16th September 2022, and it was a press briefing by Ehine. I think he's the Minister of Health, and he talked about So the article talked about Nigeria having the highest maternal mortality rates, the worst in the world. As that article was 18 September 2022, and then he also listed the number, the number of deaths per births as well. So it was stated clearly there that is the worst in the world. And that article was dated 18 September 2022. So Mama, you can look it up this day.
All right,
Number one, you could send it. Number two, if that article was written by the nation, they would say Tinubu is the one controlling it. And also, the article.
Did you hear when I mentioned the name of the Minister of Education of Nigeria? Of health.
As you have explained it, you didn't say first, second, or third, or fifth. So you didn't put any.
Did you hear worst in the world, or maybe it means another thing to you? Worst in the world means another thing to you.
Which one is worst, mortality or infant?
Nigeria minister said is the worst. Said we are the worst in the world.
All right, gentlemen, thank you.
You are saying,
Fatai, don't push back now. Just surrender. Raise up your hand.
No, you don't just put an
I'm bringing
article
my
for
own
newspaper.
and I'm sending to
You
one.
don't put an article for newspaper to disprove a statistic by someone like World Health Organization or World Bank now.
I'm providing something.
Maybe it's an equivalent of Group 5. No, we are giving you statistics from World Bank now.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Hold on, everybody. I want to move away completely from that space because when we started the program, there's a viral video that has been making the rounds that I wanted us to respond to. So let me play it quickly, and then we'll take a response to it.
My name is Michael Atumugu, former media aide and facilitator to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. I'm here to issue a very firm note of warning to his spokespersons and aides. I was there before some of you, and I'm more competent and meticulous than the most of you. This series is a battle for the redemption of the soul of Nigeria. It's nothing personal. And this is why, out of respect for the cordial relationship I used to have with His Excellency, I am holding and will continue to hold back evidences that are capable of tearing the very fabric of this nation. Things that the Waziri himself has said, plans that he has had that will be detrimental to the well-being of Nigerians. I'll hold back most of those things and only speak to Nigerians about the things that can guide them, help them understand why they should not vote for Atiku for president of Nigeria. If any one of you, however, comes at me, defames my character, then there will be the greatest unleashing of evidence Nigeria has ever witnessed since 1960. Of course, I know that attempts will be made on my life. You can kill me. It's all good. But Nigeria is more important than one person, than this individual. And this is why my lawyers have been well briefed. In the event of my death, if anything touches a strand of hair on my body, then my lawyers will unleash everything in my arsenal. Do not aggravate issues for Atiku by aggravating me. I have thought about this long and hard before I decided to speak up. I've been silent for a long time, but I have children. All of my viewers have children. You have families that will be affected if you make the wrong choice in 2023. In all good conscience, I will not sit back and let this happen without speaking about what I know. I will once again say to Nigerians that as you watch and listen to the sequels to this first episode, make decisions that will be good for you, your family, and the future of this country. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is not that person to vote for. And I say this because I know it. Thank you. On the 13th of June 2018, there were serious corruption allegations flying all over social media about 100 million naira bribe that had been given to Atiku Abubakar by the then Plateau State Governor Joshua Dare. By the direct personal admission of the governor, he had given 100 million naira to Atiku. For this reason, the governor was found guilty and was sentenced to jail time. I needed to know what the truth about the allegation was before proceeding to plan a defense strategy. And so I reached out to my then principal, Atiku Abubakar, via email, asking him, the details of the issue and how to proceed. And so he had told me that in his reply that, that money had been paid into an SPV. I didn't know what an SPV was, so I asked him. And so he gave a brief description, but since it was obvious I wasn't quite, I didn't have clarity, he put a call through to me on that same day. On my blog, you'd find the phone number that he had used to call me on that day and the number I was also using by which I had received that call that day. And in his call, in our conversation, he admitted to having advised his then boss, President Olusegun Obasanjo, against what he called open corruption, stating that he practiced corruption by stealth or corruption by SPV, if you will. Went on to explain in further strategy meetings that through those SPVs he, Atiku Abubakar, had set up. Don't forget that he was in charge of the economy, and every monetary transactions had to pass through him, and they had used those SPVs, to fleece Nigerians, using those monies for private businesses, to settle their friends and political issues as well. That particular conversation gave me a little insight into the truth about my boss, my then boss, and all of the corruption allegations against him. It also opened my mind to the knowledge that the reason he's always been confident in defending himself, in allegations of SPV by telling Nigerians, show me evidence if you have any against me, is because SPVs, those companies he had set up by himself, had placeholder directors. So nothing could ever be traced back to him directly. That's why Atiku is always confident about corruption allegations. But it also forced me to begin to investigate deeper, the man that I was serving at the time. Listen to the conversation between me and him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mike.
Yes, sir.
How can you ask me what is SPV?
I don't know what SPV is, and I need to be sure before I start arguing with these people.
SPV is a special purpose vehicle. In other words, is a company they incorporate to carry out certain, activities.
Okay, sir.
You see, what happened was when we came into, the office, and I advised the president against, open corruption.
Yes, sir.
I told him, I said, give me 3 people you trust.
Yes, sir.
And I will prepare 3 companies for which they will be the subscribers, or rather the directors.
Okay, sir.
So that, like, if there is any contract that we give, they will act like consultants,
yes.
and then they are giving a fee.
Yes,
and
sir.
that fee is what we now use, to fund the party instead of, engaging open. So he gave me the names of Fashawe, Andy Uba, and the late this guy, from Borno State, who died in that plane crash. Trying to the three of them.
Okay, sir.
So I now incorporated companies and I put them as subscribers.
Yes, sir.
And one of the companies was Marine Floats.
Yes, sir.
So when this governor sent a donation to the party, now he sent it to Marine Floats. So it was paid into Marine Float.
Yes, sir.
And one of the subscribers of Marine Float was Otumba Fashe. That account was very well investigated by EFCC to see whether, there was any vision. They found out that there was nothing.
Yes, sir.
So that was where the 100 million went to. It did not go to Atiku Abubakar. It went to Marine Float. And Marine Float was an SPV, special purpose vehicle, created, as a consulting company. So
okay, sir.
that was the way I handled it.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So that was what I briefly tried to explain to you. No money was given to Atiku Abubakar.
it's okay. These people, as the time draws closer, they keep coming up with a lot of issues, and one needs to be able to have a few facts to be countering them immediately. Yes, sir. No problem, sir. I will tackle him later tonight.
So I mean, they should go and check. The money was not paid to Atiku Abubakar. The money was paid to a company called Marine Float.
Marine Float, yes, sir.
Yes, which and Marine Float was one of those three companies,
Yes, sir.
So
he did state categorically that you own Marine Float.
There is no way I can own Marine Float. Let them go and check the certificate of incorporation or articles of association to find out whether I own Marine Float.
Okay, sir. That's all. That's all. No problem, sir. Thank you so much, Daddy. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So there it is right there. An expose on Atiku's financial impropriety. Let's kick this off with collateral. Is this the silver bullet that ends Atiku's campaign? And what are you making of this expose? And no response yet from the Atiku team.
Well, this expose is not just an Atiku expose. This is an Obasanjo expose. Because the Marine Float that he set it up on behalf of the president, Obasanjo, and the people he mentioned, Fashawe is an Obasanjo person, and Andy Uba is also an Obasanjo person in Anambra. I don't know the third guy, but no. So in as much as Obasanjo has been condemning this guy, they were both partners in crime. So this is not Atiku's first rodeo with corruption. I mean, there's a case study. It's kind of like the reference of corruption in the United States Senate. And I mean, all the shenanigans. It's been caught many times in the past. But this is the first time I'm aware of that is directly tying it to Obasanjo, at least is this. If I may call it a confessional to his aid, is directly talking about Obasanjo. So all those letters Obasanjo has been writing about him, can he come and absolve himself from this? Because Fashawe is still alive and Uba is still alive. They're both alive. The third guy is dead. Atiku made this claim. So what does Obasanjo have to say about it? So,
but Obasanjo is not on the ballot. I think you should worry about the guy on the ballot.
I don't care whether it's on the ballot or not. It's not about ballot. Atiku is on the ballot. We know Atiku is corrupt. So I don't think this is going to be a major play because Atiku is already known for this. It's just yet another feather in in his heart. But it's now the fact that this particular release example is a case study of the one he did for Obasanjo. Who's that?
Come and see something.
Look at that.
Off mic, off mic,
what I was going to ask you, and this is maybe conspiratorial, but is there a suggestion that Atiku is actually behind this to throw it at the Obasanjo endorsement of Peter Obi?
People are making all sorts of conspiracies that maybe it's coming from Tinubu camp because Atiku said as a custom officer, he prevented Tinubu from importing drugs. What you just said is a new one to me. I don't think Peter Obi is capable of engineering this.
No. What I'm actually suggesting is because he said that he requested 3 names from Obasanjo to use to set up a special purpose vehicle to funnel money. So if we have that sort of smudges Obasanjo's reputation.
Oh yeah,
which by extension it diminishes his endorsement of Obi.
Yeah, definitely. You can see my initial reaction that this is a direct hit on Obasanjo because I think it was a known factor. So will he be able to do this? Why will he want to do this? Because it still brings his name up for corruption again. So I don't think he'll do this. Honestly, I don't think he'll do this. Yeah, I can't think of why he'll want to do that just to get at Obasanjo. But this expose has kind of like brought down Obasanjo's badly. Because, there's not been any, since Obasanjo has been condemning Atiku and writing all those letters, nobody has kind of like said that, no, Obasanjo and Atiku are both corrupt. They don't tie them together. They just kind of like put Atiku in a box. But what this expose done is bad rep for Obasanjo. But I don't think Atiku will engineer this just to get back at Obasanjo just for an endorsement. I don't think it's that serious. Because what's really the value of the endorsement?
So the people that this expose they bring down is firstly Atiku, who like you said, it's not breaking news that is corrupt, but it's a reminder yet again, just the sort of person that he is. So that brings him down. And by coloring Obasanjo bad, his endorsement of Peter Obi is smears on the Peter Obi space.
It smears, yeah. It's like shit, fecal matter. That when you splash it, I think some small parts will smear on Peter Obi. Because, like, your godfather or your political egbon did this. This is just one out of many. And so that Obasanjo older than thou, it tarnishes that image. So while it's not a direct hit on Peter Obi, this is, let's get it right. Peter Obi is not said to be corrupt. But just by association, it tarnishes him. That's why that shit stain will touch him a little bit. But I see many Obedience being quiet about this because what are they to make of this now? Because it's more like, oh, Obasanjo, but next thing is, oh shit, the guy is still the bad guy. So that's how I see it. It's not exactly good.
I think Obedience because if you listen after the endorsement of Obi, most of them are even like, Obasanjo is just trying to right his wrongs. So I don't think they even see him as a saint. They see him as that Obasanjo that was probably one of the corrupt leaders, but now trying to right his wrongs. So
but it still got mileage. It got some mileage from that endorsement. This just kind of like poo-poos the whole thing.
So it sets him back to where he was before the endorsement.
Yeah, because Obasanjo, nobody can listen to this or watch this and say Obasanjo looks good. I don't know. Let me see what Ajani Koko will say. But I don't think so. This just makes me feel like, oh, that guy, because Because what pisses me off is Obasanjo wrote this sanctimonious letter about Atiku while he was doing this. That's what pissed me off. And then when he started mentioning names like Fashewe, of course we know Fashewe is an Obasanjo person. And because Fashewe is that Ondo State guy, I think it's from Ondo State. And then that and Uba, that's an Obasanjo boy. So you can as well say, okay, Peter Obitu is an Obasanjo boy. What about the other Obasanjo boys? Even this Oshutokun, do we know if he's running any proxy company for Obasanjo? Who knows? Because this is how they operate. We've seen their modus operandi. So who knows what else has been engineered for Obasanjo and what these other people are doing on his behalf. So that's how I see it.
But Andy Oba is now in APC.
Yeah, but it's an Obasanjo boy. Whether he's now in APC or not doesn't matter.
All right. Ajale Koko, have you seen that clip? And what did you make of it?
Well, it's not good that Obasanjo's name is mentioned there. But the main issue is that Atiku, the one that initiated that move. According to that statement, he went to Obasanjo that, Baba, we have to fund our party. And there's no way we can do it. This is the perfect way so that we can keep the party running. And at that point, what do you expect Obasanjo to? I'm not defending him, but I want you to know Atiku was the one that gave him the platform under PDP to run, to become the president. Because it was Yaradua group in PDP that dominated the structure of the party across the country then. So Obasanjo knew that, and that is why he picked Atiku as the head of that association to make him the vice president. So if the party, the person that was responsible to give him the ticket to be the president is now telling Oga, there's no way we can fund this party except we do this. So you want him to say no, and the party will collapse. They have to find a way. Politicians find one or the other to fund the party. So to me, it's more damaging to Atiku than Obasanjo because Atiku is the one that is contesting now. And for this expose against him, I think it will further reveal to people that he's a criminal. I mean, everybody has been singing dance for a long time. But with this video, somebody that was his aide, now bringing out video, bringing out, an audio of their discussion over the phone, I think it further damage Atiku in this race than any other person. Obasanjo, yes.
But how much of the damage does it actually inflict on Atiku? So it's hardly breaking news. Nobody will claim they've been caught off guard by an Atiku corruption allegation. Is it really just much ado about nothing? Is this just cloud chasing by this guy?
We don't know what that guy is trying to achieve, but I think he's trying to achieve one thing, to destroy Atiku. He is painting an image that I am very close to him. He's not a good man. It doesn't mean well for this country. It will destroy this country. So coming from that background and telling the nation, I am very close to him. He's not the man for this job. Don't give him. Listen to this audio, this thing. So this is the same thing. You even advance it. If you become your next president, he will advance the measure and he will destroy this country more. So it's going to affect him because Wike will take this up now. If Wike amplify this, with his band. Yes, with his band, it's going to be a scatter game. So, and we don't know. And listen to that guy. He said he have more things to reveal against Atiku. So he's going after Atiku. He really want to destroy Atiku. And Wike, don't doubt him. Wike can go and search for this guy, give him some good money, get more fast for him, and then flash it to Nigerians. And
I think maybe Wike might even be part of this already.
Who knows? He might even be behind it.
That's why he's saying that PDP cannot sack him.
Yeah, he told them, he said, I have a lot of things against them. He said, let them try. He said we water them. So it could be Wike behind it. I'm just saying, I'm not sure. But Atiku is the one that will suffer more damage in this revelation than Obasanjo. Obasanjo, everybody been saying, say, oh, Lenny now. Everybody been saying that Obasanjo is corrupt. So it's not going to affect him so much. But Atiku particularly, if that guy comes out with more revealing fact about his corruption, just let that man just forget it and Wike will amplify it. You know Wike now, every time he's going again. I've never seen that kind of governor in Nigerian history. Every day he's inaugurating or doing a flag off of a project. If he doesn't do that, he's doing commissioning of a project, and he said he's going to do it till the end, or till he finishes his time of office. That is what he promised every day, and there is no day that he will not say something against PDP. No single day that Wike will not fire missile against PDP. So Wike is killing that party, he's killing Atiku. He has caused a lot of crack on Atiku than than even APC. APC have not done anything against Atiku, but Wike and Obi have taken Southeast away from him. But Wike is destroying him. Obi, what do you call it? Obi, in this race is causing more damage against him too. So it's not good.
There doesn't seem to be any respite for Atiku. This guy has come out.
One man.
Yeah.
One man. Because this video isn't very clear. The sounds coming out of the video isn't very clear. Is it that it is settled?
No, it's very clear.
No, like I mean, like the content, because he's talking about some SPV and blah blah blah. I didn't really hear very well. Like even the
special purpose vehicles.
Yeah, but those are not. Are we talking about ethical problem or legal problem?
We are talking about corruption.
Corruption. Atiku said he told Obasanjo that they don't have to do blatant corruption. That he has special purpose vehicles that they can use. Yeah, and then Obasanjo signed up to it and gave him three people that are his trusted allies. And then they opened it, and then they were using it to fund, I don't know whether fund election or fund corruption. It's corruption at the end of the day.
No, Kulata, what I'm asking, was that Obasanjo's voice? Whose voice was that?
No, that was
Atiku's voice.
Do you not recognize it?
That was Atiku's voice.
It probably changed. My point is, look, it looks to me like neither here nor there kind of claim. Special purpose vehicles. Many companies, many finance companies use special purpose vehicles. Many project management companies use even construction companies use special purpose vehicles to take projects outside of their country. There's a lot of things. It can be illegal. It can usually it's a corporate governance problem with special purpose vehicle because investor people who like you are hiding from lenders, the real people who are the owners of this company.
No. I think we're getting too hung up on minutiae.
No, I don't think it doesn't. My point is this. It doesn't look like even the presentation doesn't look like there is much there.
No, there is a lot there. There's a lot there.
Well, if
actually, it's not going to have any effect on Atiku. To me, true. I feel there's nothing much there. It's not saying something new, and then it's somebody you call daddy. Then you suddenly say you want to show them. I mean, what does it stand to gain from it? You know, he lost Nigeria so much. I don't take him serious. Actually,
No. He's after money. Clearly, that guy is after money. Clearly, and he's putting it out there that this is what I have, and is inviting bidders. That's what he's inviting.
I don't think he has.
Nobody will buy it.
I don't think he has much.
It doesn't
if you look at the top of the feed, it says part 1, which is to tell you that there's more to come.
Okay, but funny enough, for Festus Keyamo and the likes not to have carried it now, I'm wondering if it's really
they won't.
I don't think it's much. I mean, they're all doing stuff, but like you have to really have something concrete. If you have something concrete, you're even the presentation. That video even looks like a desperate presentation. I don't think he has.
No, it did not, because in that presentation, it told us that somebody actually went to prison off the back of that.
But one man, you see, our politics is taking a dynamic. It's taking a kind of dimension that is that we should appreciate a lot. You see, if citizens can come out with something like this against our politician or frontline politicians when they are going for contesting for bigger office like this, I think will be good. What this guy is doing, I really commend him, and I think it's
don't comment. Hold on, Fatai. Don't comment him at Janle Koko because he's not doing it out of altruism.
It doesn't matter.
No. But it's actually hold on, Fatai. Can you hold on, please? What that guy is actually doing is saying that I have this body of evidences that can destroy this guy. So what is actually inviting is for somebody to come and beat him for the presidency. So either Atiku comes to pay him off, or people like Wike or Tinubu, they come and pay him for that destruction. So this is because this is the window for him to make a generational. So don't praise him. He's not doing anything out of altruism.
One man.
Can I just make this point? Look, I'm not condemning the guy. I don't say what he's doing is not good. But I'm looking at this presentation. It doesn't look like there is something he has. It doesn't look like he has something.
I'm not even after.
No. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. It does look like he has something because what he did was because he recorded Atiku's voice in a conversation.
Talking about SPV by itself, there is nothing wrong. Like naturally.
No. Hold on. No, by itself it is wrong depending on the purpose that you use it for. What Atiku was describing is a special purpose vehicle, which, to boil it down to layman's language, is to set up, let's say, in this instance, a company to use for a specific purpose. Yeah. And what he has told us then is that they set up a specific company, Obasanjo and Atiku, to use as a specific vehicle to fleece the Nigerian state. That was what he said. So
did he say to fleece the Nigerian state?
Well, it's implicit in what he said.
To raise money to fund
money to fund their party.
I don't think any of them will take advantage of that.
Where is the illegality? I'm looking for the illegality. Special purpose companies are not by themselves illegal. Even normal companies, they use them. You can use them to bid for a contract. You are just separating the ownership.
I think the issue is using public money to fund your party. I think that is what the issue is. And then you want to hide with a special purpose vehicle. But then we see Wike doing the same thing, using reverse
No,
money
all
to
of them
fund
do the same
PDP.
thing. All of
I
them.
mean, it's normal
So
thing they do
none of them will
anyways.
use it.
So
None
I
of
think
them will buy it from him.
yeah, they
No,
all
they
do
don't
it. So I
have
don't
to
think
buy
it's a
it,
very viable
but
thing.
yeah, they don't. I mean, he's not inviting anybody to come and buy it. Whoever that feel they want to buy it to get more more fat from him, they can go to him and buy it if they want to. But what I'm saying is that it is good for our democracy in the sense that when you have fact of corrupt practices against politicians, you should be able to bring it out against them. Maybe the law can take it up against them from that point and then bring them down. It has happened here in the United States. It is when you are contesting for a big office, somebody will go and bring something out that you have done 40 years ago and come and look at the way they almost brought Trump up with the statement that, you can grab them
Even the
wherever
email,
you...
Hillary's email, Hillary Clinton. The deleted
So
mail,
it is. I think I commend that guy. If we have what do you call it? If we have institution that work, EFCC can pick up from that guy. They can invite him, okay, and they can start investigation and go and check that special purpose vehicle that they were using to loot the state resources for the funding of their party, and then they can use the law to punish them. So I like it.
I'm telling you that special purpose company, vehicle, whatever, if they go to look at it, almost certainly what they will find is ethical problems. They're not going to find illegality there. Special purpose vehicles are not by themselves illegal. If you are holding on to the sentence corruption, we use it for corruption. I don't know. I mean, that is not that will not convict somebody in court. Politicians also, they are not below the law. People are innocent until proven guilty. If this presentation here, the medium is important. If this is something that an EFCC will take up, it's not going to be presented in this manner. The all Access Hollywood that almost brought down Donald Trump, and NBC had the Access Hollywood, the big news organization. If the claim is he doesn't want to go to news media because the news media will protect Atiku, and he doesn't want to go to EFCC because they will protect Atiku, that makes a sense. But if you are hoping, waiting for EFCC to come and pick up this video, if EFCC will be interested, it would have gone to the EFCC. But I'm saying if the wait is for EFCC to come and pick up this YouTube video, it's not going to happen. This doesn't look like.
Or he would have brought it to us on one man show.
Well, exactly. So one of these days we'll send a politician to jail. I promise you that.
But
maybe
one month.
Yeah.
I think the only time this video would have been the in fact the greatest moment of this entire election season was, imagine this was an expose by Peter Obi's PA with a phone call with Peter Obi's voice, where Peter Obi was saying exactly what
that would be the end of him. But you know why it's the end? It's because Peter Obi has been. Yes, but it's because of how Peter Obi has been selling himself as a man of honesty and probity.
Yeah.
You know,
he has put himself in one big high jump. That it is so sensitive.
I don't know why they've not released the scandals on him yet. We all know there are scandals on him.
If those guys are seeing scandal, they'll bring it out because it's a very sensitive space. It just takes just a little scandal to take it off. Just a little scandal. That's what it takes to take him off. You don't even need too much.
Maybe they want him there. That's
if
the
you
thing.
not take him off, obedience will still follow him. Even if they find him on top of another man's wife, they will say they will still follow him. So leave that one.
No, that place
Nothing will
is
take him off.
very sensitive place.
There's a woman that was begging
They
him.
say the woman that was begging him. Look at the way the woman sat at him. The way you were trying to blame the woman that was asking the question for misleading him. This is the same way.
No.
You were more or less blaming that woman for asking the question wrongly.
Those ones are moral issues. We are talking about bring something corruption, where he's stealing money, and something. Yeah, some things. His candidacy is
They
over.
will say it's not
over.
the only one.
It's over. But no. There will definitely be defense. But just know that will cut out like almost 50%, if not 60% of his support base. In fact, it's over. Don't worry, it's just over.
But in terms of
he'll struggle. He'll struggle throughout the end.
So it's still over, sir.
He's already struggling, so don't worry.
It's still over, even with what you read today about his
who is
cabinet,
Solomon? Solomon, when did he enter here?
I'll be here.
This Solomon now.
This boy. When I come to Abuja, we'll see.
No worry. When you go to Abuja, you have to make sure to take Solomon out. Let him enjoy some of those.
He has a lot of wahala.
Solomon.
Baba Jalik Kadi.
After is coming with shishi for you. Don't worry. Cool down.
Obedience.
The only thing I'm bringing to Solomon is the message of freedom.
I know that is all the obedience that I used to see. That's what they used to do to bring the message. But
you know what you should take to Solomon when you are going to, if you go to Abuja. Take him the red eagle hat to reacquaint himself with his culture, because you seem to have lost him to Adamawa, so bring him back.
Yes. I think we have lost him. We need to call him back.
You have to call him back home. So really, we are not. There's nothing really. That video, what you are concluding, what the space is concluding is it adds or it neither adds nor removes anything from the politics. This expose.
Yeah, woman, I think Nigeria is an interesting space, man. Obasanjo commits genocide by bombing his own people, but he's still considered an elder statesman. But then this expose on corruption, something that is not news to us, will somehow damage him. That one didn't damage him. This one will now damage him. The whole thing is a much ado
about nothing.
Obasanjo.
Even IBB that annulled Abiola's election is an elder statesman. Everybody goes to worship him in his house.
Including Peter Obi.
Including Peter Obi, yes. Our accountant general is sitting at home right now. He's not behind bars.
He's Abuja.
You know.
He recently took a teenage ride.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness.
You know.
All right, gentlemen. So we're at that point in time. So a 5-minute monologue, as we often do, coming up to the 7-hour mark. I thought that clip was going to be the big story, but it looks as though you guys have just dismissed it out of hand. So just a little monologue on our way out. We kick it off with Solomon, because he's young and he needs a sleep. So Solomon, how many hours sleep do you even get? I worry about you sometimes.
Yeah, like I sleep like yesterday I went to work, but today I'm not going to. I will sleep very well. I'll sleep more than 8 hours. Yeah, those days you see me online. Till this time, I'm not going to work because I'm not going to work.
You're doing your service at the moment, aren't you? Or have you finished it?
No, I'm still doing my service. I'm still doing my service.
Who are you with?
I'm alone.
No, I don't mean there. Where are you serving is what I meant.
Okay. At National Automotive Design and Development Council. At
Madu.
Is that relevant to what you studied?
Yes, but it's just that we don't do practicals here. We just come here and we just go there. I just do little
and
go chop money.
see the way Nigeria is, and just shake head and I just lock up. You understand? Yeah.
Oh, are you hopeful that they will retain you there?
If they even retain me there, I'm not going to even put my body. I'm not. I like the way they use pigeon to say. I'm not going to put body. I will just be there because it's the federal government thing. But I just because you will not understand, Sha. You will not understand. I will be there. I will be there.
Make me understand. Make me
No,
understand.
I will be there. I will be there. I'm going to. I'll be there. I'll focus.
In body, not in spirit, Abi. In body, not in spirit. What's the pay like? Is the pay reasonable? Do they pay you? Do they pay you extra on top of your youth corper allowance?
I've been there since 2 months, but I've not. I've not really. I did not even go for my accounting documentation. So because what they pay there is 11K, but I'll try and go and do it
for a month. 11K.
Yeah, I'm telling you, for a month too. For a month, yeah.
Are you joking?
I'm telling you the truth. Like, it's very, very crazy. Like, so me, I don't even I'm just there because it's not easy to get into that kind of but yeah, parastatal? Yeah, it's not easy to get into that kind of place.
How did you get in? Uncle arranged it.
No. It's just my credentials that my results that took me there.
Oh, well done. Yeah. That's the best way to do anything, you know.
You can familiarize with them very well so that maybe if they can staff you, they can give you permanent appointment. You know, that's government.
If it aligns with your vision, if it aligns with your plan, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Solomon's plan is Japa now.
That one's still there, but there are some guys there. There are some guys, but they are mostly Eastern guys. For guys from the East.
If you want to
Japa, one guy from
the
East that I know.
Solomon.
Sir?
I told the woman to give me to send you.
No, I'll pass it on to you.
If you want to Japa, let me know.
No problem. No problem, bro. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. Yeah, in that place, one guy from the East. He just worked there. He just worked there for 2 years. Then he just took leave because that's what most guys from the East used to do, and most people from other tribes used to do. They will just be working there. Maybe then for some time they'll take study leave and leave because so that they can go and see other things, do other things with their life and further their education. Yeah.
Ayo wants to know if it's 11K naira or dollars.
Don't mind Ayo. They go pay him dollar for Nigeria. Ayo. Now your enemy. Now your enemy number one.
I know now. I'm a better enemy.
But so Solomon, I'm curious to know, and you're under no obligation to answer anything, but that 11K, is that what that parastatal is paying you on top of your youth corper allowance?
Of course, now. Yes, now.
Okay. Yes. All right. Okay. That and part of your youth corper allowance, does it include accommodation?
where I stay in ABJ here is 450. I will even going to my place of primary assignment. It's just like it's as if I'm traveling. When I go with boats, because I go like 3 times in a week or twice in a week. Going there, I spend nothing less than, let me say, 6,000 any day I'm going to that.
To go and come back.
I'm telling you the truth. Nothing less than 6,000.
And they pay you 11,000 in a month.
I'm telling you. Anyway. I'm telling you, like, the team I go do that. I guys go. I need to go, and now the system has changed. You need to do your biometrics, because if you don't do your biometrics, if you don't collect your PC from your place of primary assignment, you will not be cleared for that month. And if you don't get cleared, you are going to have extra 2 months extension. You will not pass out when your mates are passing out. So you have to meet up, you have to sit up and go for all these things.
But Solomon, one man, why Nigeria is still going? Why are they still going to school? Because they are just going to school for formality. No,
well, you're working as an engineer in Australia.
One man, I know. One of my younger brother from extended family is a graduate. He's driving Uber in Lagos now. He's driving Uber. No, there's nothing. He's about to japa here as well now. What? I don't know. It's very annoying. It's very annoying.
But people
Solomon,
drive
continue.
Uber here to graduate. I have my friends and I drive Uber.
The same money you collect for abroad.
Let me tell you people the problem of Nigeria.
Job now.
Let me tell you,
Patrick. That would
I get guys when they Uber they drive for you.
Why you know if you drive Uber for Nigeria? Because these are our currencies. Even like the way I did now, I just feel like he gets even like a job of 100K. I no go even advise one make it just stretch, sit down, just be comfortable. Except say you get business, because the money no go even do anything for you. The money no get value. So if you that is just the like driving Uber is not for me. I can't say for me here. No, now it's not something you can do here, because the money, the currency, you can't achieve anything for you. To be honest with you, it can't. You will not just do anything reasonable for yourself.
One man, sorry for saying this. Do you know what that my extended brother is doing? He has gotten some customer. They will not log up on the app. If you log out on the app,
you go offline.
Online. Uber will take their percentage. So he has so many customers. They will just call him direct. So he will just go and pick them direct. They will pay him cash in hand. That is what most Uber in Nigeria, that's what they are doing now. People will not log online. They will liaise with them one-on-one. Go and pick the passenger and collect the cash. That is what they are doing. That's where they can make headway. Even Uber is nothing, as Solomon rightly said. The money is so ridiculous.
All right. So okay. A few parting words from you, Solomon. But good luck. If you want to japa, as Patrick said, he will avail himself. Look, all the things that happen on this platform, everybody gets lucky. That there it is. So there it is. Parting words from you, Solomon.
Yeah. It was another opportunity for me today I had another opportunity today to get to learn more from this platform again, and the platform is very welcoming, and even if it's just disobedience level now, that I just mean it's just causing this, as in like there's a kind of differences here now, like everybody, some people agree with one another, but I know that the anger is not down, it won't get down to the heart, just because of the moment that after now everybody would always come in to contribute and share good and first-hand information. And the one thing I like about this platform, nobody, no matter who the person is, or they don't, nobody, I don't think they talk about they bring up fake news or fake headlines or fake what they call it, contribution. Everybody contributes genuine infos and facts. Yeah, nothing fake. And the thing has already since I started coming here, it shaped me to always contribute something that is fact, that is real, not coming up bringing up propaganda and saying things that are not real. Yeah. So
you mean like Uptown, Abi? Like Uptown. Who is always coming out
no,
with
Uptown they try you for real.
Like Kulata.
No,
Kulata brings fake news.
Colata news, Colata's infos, the data, they are real. Like they used to an extent though, because nobody's is perfect, but they to an extent. Colata used to really bring up topics, as in sometimes we just leave what we're talking about and go into another talk again that is really making sense. And he just like
sorry, Solomon, because
yeah.
I've been noticing some. Do you think we deviate off topic too often?
Like
is that a good thing?
Why I don't reason it that much is because the topics you will not deviate to, they are on point. There are things that they expose one, like especially when it comes to this economy thing. And I did economics in SS1. I was not really serious with it, and I used to like economics. So when we go to demand and supply and demand curves, all those kind of things, I just I got this career. I see I've not faced my physics and chemistry finish. Is this demand this thing I want to come and do? So, but here now, the way you talk about the economy here, and as in economics as a whole, I really enjoy it, and it broadens my knowledge about economics, and it's a very, very good one. But let's still try and stick to the headline. Like now, we do not talk about this what they call it. There's this other place you talk that this Babangida's travel to Europe.
No,
yeah.
we started with Ajale Koko, but we ended up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, we did not talk much about it because those guys, there's a reason for this man to. There are many reasons why this man ran out of this country. We can't just say because of
What is your speculation? What is your speculation to that space?
Like, will I say that maybe he have these people were the people that set this country up, like the even this democracy of it and this in fact everything in this country they are part and parcel of it. So he would have foreseen some circumstances that were I'm not just trying to just talk anyhow, but I'm saying the fact here, like you would have seen certain things, and because with experience too, so it will be part of the reasons why he have left the country, even though he's claiming that he don't want to get involved with anything concerning the election and all that. Yeah. So this topic now is something would have I wanted everybody to contribute and talk about, and we still elaborate more on it. But even if we don't talk about all the headlines on the platform, the ones we go into, we digress to, they are always good and educating. Yeah. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
You know something funny, Solomon. There is not a day. There's not a day that I come on the platform that I don't feel intimidated somewhat, because there are a lot of knowledgeable people on the platform. Yes. And sometimes when they are talking, I feel somewhat like an idiot, and then I try to come in here and there just to jolly it along. But really, I'm just using echo. I'm just using.
No, you're a very strong guy. You're a strong guy, and it shows how educated you are to withstand people that come here. Somebody like this enigmatic Saki Father, this Mr. Patrick Fatai, like everybody that comes here, they say facts here. Like
those are the people that intimidate me now. People like Patrick and Fatai and Uptown. That they come and try
Uptown the way he comes here, and I mean myself. But I have a problem with, at times I question Uptown's knowledge about politics, especially Nigerian politics, especially the way he goes about he goes about this obese movement and all that.
I think he just questioned the optimism. I think it's just the optimistic part of it.
Excuse me, I question is like, for instance, now what he read to us this morning, I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. If I remember,
he will live to regret that list.
Uptown, when it comes to
Solomon, I want to hear Solomon. I want to hear Solomon, guys.
If you let him come back another day, don't kill this guy now. Solomon.
No, Solomon is my good friend. I always love to listen to him, whether from the comment section or here.
Make I see this Uptime
because he's my arch
when it
enemy.
comes to when it comes to Obi's matter, he talks like a child that you know how your parents will promise you, I will take you, don't worry, take this biscuit and just chew. That is how he talks when it comes to Obi matter. Like
Okay, so the
somebody that he
commitments.
talks like somebody
Okay.
that is naive in the Nigerian political space. Sorry to say, I'm not saying out of bad energy. I'm
You
just
know, Solomon, I'm
yeah.
only a supporter of a trader. I don't know too much, so maybe you answer as the professional.
No.
As a
I'm not.
professor.
Don't go there.
I'm
Don't go
answering as
there.
a trader.
I expect
I'm
you
answering
anyway.
as
It
a
depends
trader.
on the location. It depends on the location that you are in Nigeria and how you've gotten involved with the Nigerian space. See, like for instance in Abuja here now, these people you just called now that they will do this, they will put them in office. This one is even Chimamanda.
You think they don't shock, Abi? They talk like they don't shock.
Solomon, did you know who was the Minister for Youth and Sports in Anambra, and how he became that?
No.
Okay. First
See,
of all, do
you
you know
can't
who the
compare
youngest
Anambra.
minister in
Excuse me. You know
Anambra
one
is?
thing, in choosing cabinet, in choosing your, in all these things, you don't see. You can't compare Anambra. See, a state level to federal level. Do you know? See, let me
Forget
tell
all
you
this
one
level.
thing.
We're talking
No,
politics.
see,
We're talking
I want to.
politics.
That is no. You see,
Politics
don't
is
ignore
politics.
it.
Even
This is our
politics in
problem in
local government
Nigeria.
is politics.
See, this is our problem in Nigeria. Sometimes we just say we see Nigeria is not normal. Let me tell you the truth. Nigeria is not normal. If you have this is a fact you need to keep to yourself.
Solomon, I think the
Do you
problem
understand?
with
Hold
you,
on, Octan, let him land.
the difference.
Yeah.
No,
Wait.
okay. I think the difference between me and my.
Yeah, go on.
Should I land it?
Yeah,
I think the difference between me and my brother Solomon is two different things. I am a more optimistic Nigerian. He is a less optimistic Nigerian. So me, I'm a more progressive Nigerian that see a better politicking in the future, but he doesn't see it. So for me,
I see. See, let me tell you. When
I'm
I see,
coming.
it.
Let me land now. Let me land.
Okay.
So he doesn't see it because I know they are in Abuja. Yeah, this is where the highest level of politics is being played. So it's also if you bury your head there, it will be so difficult for you to see that we can ever get out of that. But me, I've been into politics. I'm surrounded by politicians growing up. I usually grew up around politicians. So I have always listened to people older than me. That's why even as at 17 years, I sounded like a 40 years old man. Because I listen to older people.
Hold on, Uptown. I don't think you get the point that.
I'm trying to explain to him why he failed how he failed.
You know we're rounding off. But what I think Solomon is suggesting is that your politics, even though you have a vast knowledge of politics, but you also have that vast knowledge in a very narrow space. It's not expansive enough. You know,
Solomon's major problem is this obedient space. You get what I'm saying?
No, it's not obedient space. See, should I say the way you obedient? See. Take this thing or leave it. Wait. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
All right.
I'm not. Some people when you want to talk, they will say.
Hold on. Let him just land there because I want to come off the screens. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. When you talk, they will say you are a Fulani slave. It's not about being a Fulani slave. Even your own grandfather said. I'm not referring to you, Uptown. That is, I'm talking about the people that say you're a Fulani. Even their own grandfather said they were not even involved in making decisions or taking decisions concerning this country. Do you understand? I'm not saying that these things we cannot rewrite these things. So, but it's not just like, especially the way this OB movement is. It's not even look at the major players what they are doing, or somebody like Tinubu now. Look at Wike. People from the south, they know that you need to have a strong hold in the north. because these things is something that's already taking place, something that is already there. You can't just dismantle it immediately. It's not something that but you can't do it immediately.
Solomon,
you can't
the
do it
fact
by
that
the
you
way.
feel
Don't
I'm not going to belabor it.
don't debate it. The only thing that disappoints me is that Odunlade Adekola is not on the ministerial list of when you say Odunlade Adekola, that's the only thing that is not on the ministerial list of it. But just 2 more sentences, Solomon, and then I move on.
Yeah. Nigeria can be great again, and what is not the South need to first realize themselves, like the West and the East, South, they need to be together, and they will bring something to the table together for this negotiation for this change we are talking about to take place, and not just one section and going to just bring few people from other places. And this Optan's list is very funny. With this list, they've lost the election. Trust me, I'm not even. They've even lost the election. For somebody like Ojizo Kalu telling you he's the chief, is going like anytime he talks, he's saying I'm the chief whip of the Senate or that. This guy, he has already know his projection where he's going to, and he knows the backing he's having. Even though we don't know how the outcome of the election is going to be, but they've already know what's up, and they've already negotiated this thing. That is the power to be. So the powers that be. So I'm not trying to downplay Uptown them, but that's their list. Is not is not going anywhere. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So go get some rest. Even though you have tomorrow free, still get some rest. So thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon, we go on to Thomas, and I want to ask everybody this question. So Thomas, the question: do we deviate too much from the talking points, or are we right to just free flow? Just an honest answer, please, because of course it's all of our channels. So we want it to be the way we all want it to be. So Thomas, from that, your closing remarks.
Oh, thank you, one man. You could remember I make mention it maybe 2 days ago. I wasn't with you guys yesterday. We deviate so much. And what we really deviated on to, it makes sense. But some of us here, some of our listeners, when you read those in the beginning, when you read those lines, they are key to hear from people their thoughts on the stories. But at the long run, we normally deviated. I personally, this is my opinion. I don't like it. We will just deviated to maybe to Edo, maybe to something that is not even relevant about what we want to say. What you read to us in the starting of the program. But on the long run, what we deviated on to, it's on the long run, it's actually normally make sense at the end of the day. But to me, in my opinion, I would love us to stick to the topic. And every time you see somebody deviating, you have to call them back to what we are discussing. That is just my opinion. My little advice as well, guys, please, it's just observation. I'm not castigating anybody. The voices are too much, castigating on each other. Please, I'm not praising myself. Anytime one man is speaking to me, anybody wants to interject, immediately anybody come in, I will keep quiet. I always does that because I don't want to be speaking. He's speaking, one man is speaking. No, it doesn't make sense. We are adults here. Upton is talking, Solomon is talking. Let's just contain ourselves. Yes. And at the end of the day, Tinubu is going to be your president of Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Let's go on from Thomas to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next. So that same question: Do you think we deviate too much in the sessions?
It's not deviate. We dive. We dive from one topic to a different topic, but at the end it connects. That's the way it's supposed to be. You cannot just be talking about one thing all day. Sometimes you just move to a different section, different topic. By the end of the day, it all connects. It's like a branch now. So, but sometimes we tend to forget the issues that bring us here and start talking about other issues because Nigeria has many issues. if we can come back again, can trust our step and get back to where we were, it's good. But sometimes we just about the main topic and create on that topic and go on with that topic and make that topic exciting and run with that topic, you know.
All right. Closing remarks.
Okay. My closing remark is this. One, you didn't talk about this kidnapping in those states. The train, they kidnap people from like 30 people.
Yeah, I saw it. I wasn't quite sure where that story was going. And then I also saw a story about the Yoruba nation having a rally in Ojota and then getting shot. You know,
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I heard that the Odua people Congress or something like that, or Yoruba Nation people had a rally and somebody got shot. You know, and I think they kidnapped I think about 20 people or 20 persons in the train, not actually the train station in Igweben, you know. So I don't know what's going on in that country, the security problem. I don't know who is creating that tension. Because this election is getting closer, they're creating all this kind of tension. But I heard they caught one of the kidnappers, but I heard again the demanding 20 million per person. First of all, I wonder why Amechi will put the train station in Ugweben. If for economic, how economic profit, that's train station also being Benin. I don't understand. I don't know how. I don't know much about Lagos. It's like you are carrying a train station and putting in a Yanakbaja, maybe between Yanakbaja and Ogun, then you say people should come from Ikeja to go and that train there that will take them to mainland. It's ridiculous, you know. You are putting train in Igweben to Warri, when it's just from Benin there to Warri, less than 10 minutes. I don't know, but what do I know? If you ask those ministers to bring a certificate, most of them don't have certificate. Most of them they don't have primary 6.
Could it be they did it to open up that economic corridor and to expand the
one? If you know Benin, that is not even any economic corridor. If not even Benin, without the Auchi have crowd. Igweben is just I don't know. Oga Patrick, are you still here? Maybe you can help me explain. Igweben is just one remote village that is still coming up. It's not an economic whatever. Ekpoma is even better where they have university, it's their population, not Igweben. So I don't know these people what they are good in is to create a economy for them, the minister, to make money. Probably the construction for that place is cheaper for them to construct to Warri, and they will now put big money on top that they collected. They'll say they use money to use to do the proper one, or use it for a smaller location. Because I can't still fathom why the train station is in Igweben. And that's why it happened. It's a remote area, very remote area. That's why they could go there and shoot and pick people from the station. The military base is far. There's a military base in Benin. The military base is now Auchi. Igweben is just like in the middle. Before they come from Benin or before they come from Auchi, people would have find their way to wherever they are coming from and to wherever they are going to. It's really sad though. But people are on ground. It's not like the one of Kaduna or Kano that when it happened, then they just everybody was saying gibberish. Vigilante, the military, most of the villages are being in the bush searching. That's why they both caught one. So they are still on it. Probably these people have matched those people to Eda, to Kogi, or God knows, maybe the victims are in Niger right now. Only God knows, you know. But God help us. And quickly on that article, whatever. You know, I'm not surprised when I heard about it. But it's not that. First time I was shocked, but when I played the game, it's not that scandalous. It's a funding of party, but though it's still scandal, you have to use public funds to fund your party. And indicted, or let's say indicted or indicted is not. Yeah, they didn't prosecute Ambassador in that statement. They're all taking Nigerian funds to do their own personal shenanigans, you know. But the reason that guy is coming out now, that I don't know. But let's see how it goes. I was watching Dino might say that those boys, that guy was sponsored from Bodilon. Well, anything that will stop Atiku, I'm in for it. anyway. But if they can come up with more better videos, yeah, it will be good. But would that do anything? No, because Buhari have set the standard so low. When Ganduje happened, he came out here and said that he does not know the technology they used to dot the dotted or whatever they used to make to touch the video, dot the video, so that I don't know. So he already set the bar so low, so I think we can get away with it. It's so unfortunate, one man. So that's how I see all those things. And since his closing remarks, we shall that thing again. Babangida running to abroad. Maybe God knows what's going to happen in Nigeria after 25th of February. But I strongly hope nothing will happen. I strongly hope Samuel Ekpa will not lead their people into bigger problem. And I hope that your business start understand this election. When you lose, you just dust yourself, get up again, and prepare for the next 4 years. And I hope the Northern will not make a do or die affair to make it to think that the power must remain with them. If they lose this time, they should wait. People have been waiting since. They should wait on that 8 years to get to their turn. It's not finished. It's turn by turn at PLC. And if Tinubu get it, people should still relax. It's not a big deal. The presidency is not made for one person. It's made for everybody. If you get it, fine. If he doesn't get it, I still hope the Dudua nation will calm down too. But I really hope that Atiku do not get it. Other than that, Allah will say, let me say shout out to the people on the comment section. Click like, shares, and thumbs up. Today's another good section. Oga, Ola, and OG, and the rest people are here. Just Blue Chair. I thank una well. Make una try buy coffee. Do what I say, not what I do. The day I'll do my own. Booyaka, you go be. One man, thank you for today. I look forward to see you guys tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you. So from World Peace, we go on to Uptown. Uptown, you're up next. Uptown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can. So same question. Do you think we deviate too much off topic?
Like one man. Talk to somebody. I'll come after the person.
All right, brilliant. Okay, then let's go to Patrick. So Patrick, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. It's another wonderful and meaningful session. As to talking to whether we deviate, but that's why this channel is alive. A channel is alive when it's dynamic, it moves, it responds, When something does not respond, you say the thing is dead. If you see a dead man, if you tap him, he won't react, he won't respond. But this channel will respond, will react, so that channel is alive. That's what it means. So, and it's also inspiring. And you are doing a very good job of even trying to bring everybody back. And that's why you are there. Not because you don't want them to divert, to move to that area, because it can be enlightening, but always trying to bring us back. So I enjoy it. I also believe other people do enjoy it. And we thank you very much for giving us this platform. And we thank God for helping us to sustain it. I look forward to hearing everybody again tomorrow. Ajale Kukulata, man of prestige, and Rational Mind. I didn't even see Rational Mind for some time now, my friend. So
sometimes you see him in the comment section.
Okay, I'll look out for him there.
You remember your cousin now.
Yes, so my guy. I mean, meanwhile, just like Uptown said that Solomon has a very negative perspective of Nigeria. I also want to think Ajale could just also have that. They have a more positive perspective of Nigeria. That's just the difference between me and Ajale. Outside that, I think we are cool. With due respect to him. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ajale. It's a wonderful thing having you here. And God bless everyone. Thanks.
Same to you.
All right. Thank you. I'll contact you off screen, Sir Patrick. All right. Thank you, Patrick. So thank you, Patrick. So from Patrick, let's go to Fatai, who joins us. So Fatai, that same question. Do you think we deviate off topic too much?
Everything has a life of its own. I mean, you can't kill a life. You can only manage it. I think you have to take credit for the management. And actually, there are many times he come to bail me out. No, no, no. Let me not bail me out. Like I'm trying to get it. Like I'm feeling like yeah, what I'm saying is like then your rephrasing of it, your rephrasing of it. Actually, the speed of the capture is actually impressive. Uh, but I think sometimes you deliberately try not to pretend, and then you and then you make the you put it back in a way that is triggering also. But okay, okay.
Yeah, people like the platform to be triggered because when people are triggered, then you get their raw, organic commentaries and sentiments on something. But if they are steadied in their thinking, then they give you the nice version or the pre-rehearsed. But when you prod them and you jar their sense, then they let it go. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Like anyway, I don't want to belabor it. Like, but I don't know what can you do. Can you? I mean, I don't mean a life like a real life, but just as an explanation. What can you do? Can you kill a life because when you buruka the project? It's almost like that. You can't say because it's getting wild. Why you gonna kill the wildness? No, you're gonna kill the life. So it is what it is. That's essentially my point.
Okay, closing remarks.
Uh, I don't want to be seen like I am anti-OB, I am anti. And everybody is doing their thing. There is too much organized stuff with the media, with this, with a lot of people. It just, I don't know. I don't want to speak there. By the way, I didn't do anything. I didn't speak too badly about Peter Bill. Those were just like three or two things that were like you could find easy example in the world to explain it. There are many things there about money supply, about a lot of things, about GDP. They were like, what? Yeah, I was like, you have to pray to God that it doesn't really mean like almost like 70% he said in that town hall. I think the people, the likes of Pakitomi, they are over. I think they are pouring too much things, too much numbers and lines on his head. Just leave Peter Obi make some millions. I'm sure he know how to dance his way around everybody. Just I think they're overburdening him with things that I don't know whatever it is. But the point I don't hate Peter Obi, but I do get triggered though when you want to make a point. It's like you are going to Iyanopaja and they are bringing your head to, I don't know, Ibadan. And you're like, why do you bring my head there? And then you discover that it's all because of Obi. Hey, my friend, everything they will twist at you and twist you either because of Obi or either because they want you to punch Tinubu or either they want to say Lagos is shit or something. Like, guys, calm down. And then I saw that interview. I think you were right. The point that you made though that maybe I saw the town hall with a almost like a bias
You were listening with prejudice.
with prejudice, but the thing is, yeah, there's all this build up of prejudice. Of course, I wouldn't totally disagree, but that one with the foreign reserve and stuff, it happened so early. If it wasn't the first or the second, and it is indeed mind blowing. Not even especially the way he presented it. It is indeed mind blowing, and so he kind of just kept me alert throughout. Kept me alert throughout. I was like, what? Thank God I didn't come here.
Were you dancing saying, "Oh yes, I got him, I got him"? Oh right, so you were there. That
No.
answers that. Eh?
Actually, I mean, before now, you always knew, like, I mean, consumption to production, I always knew it meant nothing. You understand? I mean, lack of market dynamics will make you to be talking like that, like borrow for investment. What do you mean? You don't borrow for investment. You borrow when you borrow for investment is essentially gambling. You mean you want to borrow debt on Nigeria to gamble? Borrow for production, but production is not like if you go technically, borrow for investment is like you say, what are you talking about? But I'm not going to all of that. I'm just like two things, like two or three things. These are like you can use current Russia Ukraine to make it easily understandable like this. There's so many things, but it doesn't really matter. But yesterday, actually, with that point you say about you got it, but I think it's the first time Peter Obi spoke and went beyond saying, "Oh, India, Vietnam, or this." He actually tried to like do like a guy man, like, "Hey, oh, I know about central bank. What am I going to do about central? Oh, no, don't worry, that's my strong suit." And it was like, if you look at one man, you should go back and look at that one. You'll be laughing. He was so boastful and everything. I'll be like, what the heck? Like, what are you boastful about? But it was
you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. That's the best place to hide, in ignorance.
Oh, brother, that town hall is a perfect representation of that expression. It's so much bliss. Like these things that you were, because these things he was trying to address, these things are not easy stuff. You understand? A country, especially a country like that, Nigeria, we look at Emefiele. Even you will look at the new Naira policy, you will see when they explain the economic supply to you, it's not straightforward except you look at it from the perspective of what is trying to be the objective. It's not that kind of the, there are many economic theories that make it a very nice thing to do. But there are some also that doesn't really make no sense. Economic is not one silver bullet. There's no one silver bullet. You have to understand. And even when he was talking about this foreign reserve, actually your foreign reserve actually is in most of the time it's a political decision. It is the board of the central bank that determine how much of a foreign reserve you want to have. Has nothing to do with your balance of the consumption to production. You can export so much, have so much money. You can decide not to have a small foreign reserve. It doesn't really like there is a lot of so many complications that when you see in like say, oh, Japan is the has highest US Treasury bills. Japan is holding the biggest Treasury bills. So therefore, the borrower, but therefore, he linked it with something I don't remember. But it has nothing to do with the Japan holding a lot of US Treasury bills. Is largely in large percentage because of their military arrangement. US will defend it, they have military package. So there's a lot of complicated things, but it was so boastful and it was saying like so simple. I don't know, like I'm like, what the heck? By the way, thank God I didn't come in yesterday. maybe the show would, maybe obedience will actually punch me. They will come and punch them through the computer. Because yesterday I was really having a migraine. I was like, what the heck? Maybe today I've kind of like a little bit calmed down. So it's good I wasn't able to get it yesterday. Anyway, thank you. One man. Obedience, don't call. I don't mean. I don't know what to say.
It's too late. Oh, they've already marked you down. So don't just own it. They are already marked down. So don't worry about trying to. Don't no escape for you anymore. You are an enigmatic. You are marked there.
Bàbá Jáde kò kàn má wo mí ràn ó. Èmi à ń bọ̀ ó.
Your Koboko is ready. Your Koboko is ready.
You don't tell her.
Ẹ má wò mí ràn àwọn obedient ń bọ̀ ó.
Wọ́n rí tiẹ̀ lónìí lẹ́ o. Wọ́n ṣe ẹ̀nà tó rọ̀ o.
Go ahead, that's for if you speak to enigmatic, he will show you war wounds. What a bit to submission.
One man, do you know that in the last couple of days, if you look at the show, they actually come into the show. It's a pattern of entry. Do you know? all this time that this Stephen Goriola or whatever I do at that period, it's a pattern of entry. Was it yesterday or the day before? Oh no, not yesterday. The last time I was there, I was telling you that I see patterns, and they come to filibuster, and in the maybe two, sometimes you will be talking like this. They will be doing bang 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 bang. Somebody will be doing bang bang. Even that day, I thought it was my processor was the problem. It's not. It wasn't really my processor was the big. Somebody they will be playing. I don't know. I was just noticing patterns and patterns. People don't come after me or me. Àwa náà gbélé kólé o ìwà wa ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ jìnnà sí ti MC Olúọmọ náà kò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ jìnnà rẹpẹtẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Look at that. Even your Yoruba is German. Look at this guy. We've lost you to the world. Fatai, check your Instagram. I sent you a message a couple of days ago, but I'm not sure. Check your Instagram. You're probably so go and check it.
I will check. I don't even remember the last.
The last time you went there.
No, I don't really remember. Yeah. I don't. I'm not a social media person that much.
And you are speaking on YouTube.
YouTube, actually, I think that was the time I opened a YouTube account. I never had one thing there. I think it's this election that I listened to. I don't even know. I don't even remember how I came across your YouTube. I can't even remember the first time I came out.
It's the spirits. It's the spirits that called you. We have a date. We have a deity on this platform called Ndugurudu. It's from the east.
I think maybe it's playing too much Nigerian politics video. Maybe the algorithm just threw it off, and probably I don't even remember the specific. It wasn't. I didn't. It's not like I don't. It's not like a big moment. Like I didn't know you. You understand? Maybe it was your name. One man went to more. What is it more? I don't even know what it is.
Well, there it is. Whatever it is, here you are. And you know what? Once we capture somebody, we don't let them go. So all right. Hopefully, we'll see you in the next session. So that's Fatai, one of the rising stars of the platform. A star already fully established, of course. Uptown. Closing remarks.
All right. One man. Thank you very much. So yeah, I want to close my remark by responding to my dear brother Solomon, and the response is that my approach to politics punditry, at least in the last 6 months, has not been born out of emotions, because I'm not even an emotional person. That's why right now I'm not in a relationship. I'm not an emotional person normally. I'm a person that believes on facts and figures. I'm a mathematician. I love mathematics. I love pen and paper. I'm a person that gets down to paper and write it down and analyze it before I speak about it. So me coming on the platform, usually when you want to analyze, because what we call political survey here in this climb is immediately you predict something that is obvious to even a child. Then, because it's like you can come and say it's obvious for Tinubu to win. Even a 3-year-old could say, hey, Tinubu will win. That is not anything rocket science. So, but then when you want to make predictions, you make predictions that are not so obvious and they turn out to be true. That's when you can be termed a great analyst. And for you to do that, you must follow. You can't do it out of emotion. You can't do it out of it cannot be or it can be, out of your emotions or what your emotions informing you. It is a scientific process. And because of my training on that field, I'm using those science, because for you to judge who is wrong and who is right, you have to measure our accuracy prediction quotient. Because if this is a marathon race of 6 to 7 to 8 months, that means it's a marathon contest. That means in a marathon contest, what you use to predict, to measure the analysts, is what we call progressive unraveling of events. That means you have to be progressive, maybe by every month. How accurate have they been across the month? Not necessarily the end of the contest. For example, before I started joining the platform, I was on the comment section for about 2 to 3 months. And when Obi left the Labour Party, I was one of those in the comment section that was saying it's a master stroke, but most people at least said that was the end of his life. That in fact he should go and hang himself. That's the end. That's the worst political decision. But then it came out that I was right. When people like Ovie, my good friend Ovie, was making predictions on the platform, and we had a lot of people on the bandwagon saying that Obi has only 2 to 3 weeks. That was like about August. Obi has 2 to 3 weeks and then his media dominance will die off, because immediately APC and PDP bring out their money and give to the media, Obi will never be reported on the media. I challenged Ovie. I told him, and it wasn't about emotions, because I calculated, I said, because of my knowledge on entertainment, I have run a lot of promotions, and I know media run, and one man made that comment in this platform earlier, where media run with that pattern. It runs from product demand backwards to service. So it doesn't run from service to product demand. So because of that, I told Ovie that Obi will maintain his media dominance till the end of the election. Everybody, including people behind Ovie, say it was not going to happen. It is happening. Now, when I talked about Obasanjo was supporting Obi, a lot of people were, it's not possible. Obasanjo is too intelligent as a politician to who is Obi. Obi is not in the race. I made my ground field. I asked questions. I knew Obasanjo was supporting Obi as far back as August. Everybody doubted it. It turned out 4-5 months later that Obasanjo was supporting Obi. And all of that. A lot of people say Obi will not score 100K votes because, and their reason they gave is that in the last election, the guy that scored third scored 77,000 votes. And that was their reason. I said no, because I went back and now checked what is the precedence, what is driving Obi's movement. And I saw the NSAS correlation to it. I saw what the moves he was making with some northern elites. I saw the Obasanjo correlation. And then I saw the Eastern agitation rebound, because a space that is agitating, if they get a viable candidate, it will rebound. That means they will come out of agitation and they will use the same force of agitation to move into political movements. So because of that, I concluded that Obi was going to be a third force. Everybody said that was the craziest thing anybody can imagine. How can Obi be a third force? We have never had a third force in Nigeria. That is the emotion. I made calculations and I said it months down the line, Obi is a third force. That is how you study analysis. Analysis is not emotional. Analysis is not like, I'm not good agree, it's not possible. No, it's not emotions, it's not fights. It's not about how can it be? How can it be? It has never happened before. No. Before you can analyze something, you have to check, first of all, is it following precedence or is it a novelty? Immediately you check characteristics and it meets the characteristics of novelty. That means you have to change your analysis pattern from precedence analysis to novelty analysis. And when you're checking novelty analysis, that means you cannot analyze from precedence again. You have to arrive using something they call UIP. That is unraveling indices projection. That's what UIP is. So that means you now have to start analyzing based on unraveling indices projection, because we might not know the indices at the same day, but if you're able to follow the pattern, you can really project if you can read that indices. So if you're analyzing novelty situations, and that is what I've been using for this movement, and that is why at the end of this election, if you put scorecard, I know what I'm going to score, because I'm not saying it out of emotion, not because I like Obi. I do a lot of groundwork. I do a lot of work before I do my analysis or I come out and speak. But then, because maybe I'm following a scientific pattern, it might not make sense. So when I said Obi, now I've made another prediction. I said Obi is going to get the popular votes in February. Again, just like Obasanjo, just like when he left the Labour Party, just like when I said he will maintain his media dominance, just like when I said he's going to be a third force, a lot of people doubted. This one will still show up. Obi is going to get the popular votes. The only thing debatable at this point is his ability to get the spread. Now, this one is still going to happen, and I will still bring your attentions back to this, because when you're studying novelties, the things you have to start putting in consideration instead of putting precedence is philosophy angle of it. You have to study the behavioral patterns of people. You have to study you have to also have on-ground field data, because now you are following unraveling indices projection. That means you must be on ground, because you're following unraveling. It's a progressive something. It's no more precedence. Now you also have to have a way of extracting similarities. Like you have to, once you know that is a novelty, yeah, what you have to do is like look for other clients where such similar novelties happened. Go there, study the characteristics of how they progressed, bring that characteristics back to where it is now happening, and factor in the traditional characteristics of the society where you are now studying.
All right, Obi will win,
Yeah.
please.
So it will give you.
Look at this guy.
Let me now conclude. So it will now give you a more accurate one. So it won't be a wild goose chase and all that. So that is why maybe when I'm arguing and when I'm saying something, somebody like my dear friend, this thing. So that is not wrong because he's viewing from another prism. It's just like he's viewing from antecedent. This is what we had in the last 20, 30 years. And I don't blame him for that. But then my pattern is my pattern, and then by February 20 something, we will know. I mean, we have already seen accuracy prediction quotient over the months. So let's know who are the people that have failed back to back, who are the people that is being proved wrong over the months, and then that's how we'll be able to read. So thank you guys. I appreciate you all. Regardless, I love the banter. I don't think this platform will be informative or even entertaining or engaging or even addictive if everybody came here and had the same opinions and all that, and everybody just knew, just accept, hey, Obi, and all that. I think it's really going to be boring. So, and then the real intelligence in the platform is the fact that everybody goes back to forth. There's exchange of ideas. People are seeing things from different prisms. At the end of the day, what's going to happen on the ground is going to tell everybody, okay, the next time this kind of thing happens, maybe I'll take another approach in making my analysis and all of that. So thank you once again. Another great day. Thank you, one man. Thanks, Thomas, Jaliko, everybody. I'm grateful, and have a good day. Thank you.
Brilliant. Always brilliant by Uptown. So there it is. Uptown Playtown. It changes its name. It's now Peter Obi for Peter Obi President GCFR. So there it is. He's already called it. So thank you, Uptown. Hopefully we'll see you next session. So Ajanle Koko Sha ni magbe dictionary wa se kini sha awon oyinbo yen tin po ju. Yeah. I didn't even understand half of what he said, but I'm sure it made sense. Ajanle Koko, perhaps you'll interpret Uptown's word for us. Ajale Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. On the issue of deviating from the main topic every time, I think I like it.
I like it too, actually, I have to say.
I like it because most of the time it relates to the topic of discussion. So, and many times you engineered it too by calling it, hey, let's take this as a round robin. Let's take it round. It's the round robin.
You know, when I do that is when I start to feel that the conversation is not as at the optimal engagement level. So I said, look, okay, let's spice it up a bit. So yes.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, it gives the most advantageous aspect of it is that when you take it round, it gives everybody that equal opportunity to speak on a particular issue. So, and I like that, and it gives people that sense of belonging. It's not, a situation where some people will speak and some will not. It won't get to the turn of some people, and they have to go spend the whole of the time on the platform, and they won't speak on any issue except if they interject. So I like it as long as you can keep it up to relates to the issue of discussion. So sometimes, some people will come up with something that is, that is so controversial, and it will worth it for everybody to speak on it. So I like it. We just have to. One thing that we have to one thing that we have to practice and learn how to practice better is the time management. If we can know how to manage the time very well, that we won't be spending like 7 hours.
8 hours now going on.
Yes, I think that'd be better. But another thing is that when the discussion, when the when people are really engaging and exchanging ideas, you don't even know the time, the way it runs fast. It just pass by so fast, and before you know it, you have hit like 5 hours, and and the engagement. While the engagement is going good, but except if you want to, determine that, okay, when it is 4 hours, I'm rounding up, stuff like that. No matter what, the way you used to do in the morning, short session that you used to have 2 hours, in the afternoon session. You are in afternoon, we are in the morning here. You remember when you were doing 2 sessions a day?
Yes.
One early, and the way you cap it at 2 hours, I accept you want to be doing that. But other than that, the way we deviate from the particular topic of the day to another thing that relates to those topics, I think it allow everybody, to speak, to talk on something, and we enjoy each other here. So other than that, let me thank all the panelists that came on the platform today. Your contribution was quite meaningful, educative, and informative. And Aizon, I want to say you are welcome back. We miss you a lot while you are away. So, but you are back now. That's good. And Happy New Year to you and your family. So, Kulata, Patrick, Fatai, wo wọ́n máa wá kọlẹ̀kùn ẹ̀ àwọn òbí dé.
Kò tí ì mọ̀ kankan, kò tí ì mọ̀ kankan, ó rò pé eré là ń ṣe bí eré kọ́ là ń ṣe o. Kò tí ì mọ̀ kankan. Maybe one of these days I'll let Joel have a good go at him. Kó gbórí bìrìbì, kó gbẹ̀mí ẹ̀ sókè. Kó gbẹ̀mí ẹ̀ sókè.
Well, Fatai is not an easy guy too.
No, Fatai is ready.
Not easy at all. Fatai is not an easy guy too. So I thank all of you, and to our brothers at the comment section, Ayo, Ortiz, Alexandra Kashi, and everybody there. Say thank you. The strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow, and let's do another round with one man. And those of you listening to us around the world, use this moment to click on the like button. That is the best thing you can do for this platform to help the YouTube algorithm. And we want to thank you if you are doing that at the moment. One man, thank you a lot for bringing us together again today. 7.5 hours is not a joke. It's like a day job. So I'll see you tomorrow. So have a good morning over there in Britain, and Americans, good night. Canadian, Patrick, Ola, Baba Kure, good night to you as you guys over there too. And by the grace of God, we shall meet again tomorrow and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, One Man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So that was Ajahn Lekoko rounding things off. So thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. Let me switch on the camera. So thank you, Ajahn. Look at me, God Almighty. Let me show you this avatar again. I'm sure a lot of you know it. But you see that thing you saw, you saw, but you see this thing that you're seeing on your screen. That cost me, I think about $30. That's it's not a JPEG or anything like that. That's a non-fungible token. So just that thing that you're seeing on your screen cost me $30. But there it is. The things we do. It's a digital asset. That's how I prefer to describe it. So it's a NFT. So that's an NFT right there. So let me remove that. So thank you one and all to the super chatters who the list. I'm glad to see that the super chat space is expanding to take up new names. Traditionally, it was only ever Alexander Gomez and Alexander Kashe, but it expands now. So Alexander Gomez still continues to hold his space. Alexander Kashe, he joins him whenever he feels the mood to say something to the space. So George, you were saying you don't see Alexander anymore. He was here earlier, as you can see from his super chat. Kulata, who usually often conversates with the platform via super chats, only to insert some poking comments. But the new names that are now coming into the super chat space are Chika. I think I'm actually seeing that for the first time. Kulata comes back again. As I said, he conversates often. Like Alexander Gomez, he uses that super function. If he doesn't really feel moved to come on the screen, then he often does his conversation via the super chat. And just to reinforce that point that I made, he does it again with that insertion. That was when Fatai came in and he got his popcorn out as Fatai attempts to take on the obedient. Many have tried and many have failed. Chika, I haven't discovered the super chat uses it again. Ayao Joe, who I've seen on occasions use it, he uses it in this instance. And as I said already, when Kulata doesn't feel inclined to come on the screens, he communicates via the super chat. So he inserts into the conversation, and Ayo Joe wraps it up with a super chat. I don't think I read this one. It says, let's thank Obi for giving us something to talk about. Where are the others? So that was in that phase when what's his name? Fatai was going hammer and thong against the Obi submission at the town hall. And of course, a person who would rather just prefer to do it a different way, Ayo, he does as he always does, inserts into the platform via the not via the super chat, but via what is the preferred portal of the platform, the buy the coffee thing. So yes. So if you're not necessarily looking to make a comment to the platform, then you might want to use this. The only reason why I'm pushing this buy the coffee thing is that YouTube slices up the super chats quite heavily, but that doesn't happen on this space. They still take somewhat of a commission, but YouTube slices up the super chat quite heavily. So that's why I'm always trying to push people in this direction, which Ayo has adopted, but he seems almost singular in that space. So thank you to everybody. So we reconvene only to do it again, not tomorrow now, later on today. So we reconvene. If you can narrow it down to 6-hour sessions, then I'll try and reintroduce the earlier afternoon slot, which I know a lot of you enjoy. But I cannot now spend 8 hours online only to then it will be ungodly. So if I'm able to reduce the hours, then maybe we'll reintroduce the afternoon sessions. But we'll see how that goes. But thank you one and all. If you have not already subscribed, I've put in a 7+ hour shift. So all you need to do is just click on like and subscribe to acknowledge the effort. That if you feel an effort has been made. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.